Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Welcome inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. It is the game of the year, the Labor Day Classic. The hated Winnipeg Blue Bombers in town to take on your Saskatchewan Roughriders for the Labor Day Classic. Wes Cates alongside. And just a note, if you're curious, the Riders lead the Labor Day Classic series 38-21 all-time. Wes, you've played in some of these games.
Yeah.
Is it bigger? Does it have that kind of a feel as a player coming into the stadium, warming up, preparing for kickoff?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's Labor Day. It's the game for any town in the CFL that has a CFL team, right? This is the game that you got to be to. This is like having tickets to the Taylor Swift concert. You know what I mean? It's about, if you ain't here, where were you? It doesn't matter if you weren't at the Labor Day Classic. And I like to say that the teams that I were on helped to that lopsided 38-21 because the teams I played on, I'm 5-0 in the Labor Day Classic.
My man.
So, yeah, we need to go ahead and extend that today, but nice hot day. Might be a little sweaty for the fellas out there on the field, but it's going to be a great atmosphere, and the fans are going to have a lot of fun today. If you're not ready to party today, then you just don't know how to party.
The Riders need to rub your bald head over there, get a little bit of good luck, man. 5-0 in Labor Day Classics.
That's right.
That is hard to beat.
6-0, because when I was in Calgary as a rookie, we won that one too.
I don't know if Riders fans count that one.
Yeah,
we'll give it to you.
Yeah,
we'll give it to you.
Appreciate it.
Undefeated Labor Day Classics. This guy, oh my gosh.
That's right.
Well, a lot of Rider Nation, and I'm sure Wes feels the same way, believe that it's a must-win game during the Labor Day Classic, and Corey Mace would agree.
I anticipate kind of a playoff vibe. And quite frankly, the games we've been in have kind of had that feel. But it'll be heightened tomorrow, I think, with Rider Nation showing out, which we're really excited about. So I believe our approach is going to be, we got to treat them all like that.
That's What's Trending, brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire at Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local. Wes, did you feel like that in your Labor Day Classics, that it was must-win?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like if there's any game that you're going to win as a rider, you got to win the Labor Day Classic. I think that even in our worst year, in 2011, when we only won, I think, about 4 or 5 games, we pulled off the Labor Day Classic. And I think, it's just one of those games that the fans come out, they know they're showing up for the team, they're rowdy, so they want to see a good show, and they expect to win. So I think if you're not approaching it like a must-win, something's wrong with you. I think that definitely, it's just that game. It's the game. If you're the team that gets to host a Labor Day game, you're supposed to pull it out every time. And to come in and play spoiler as the Bombers or, as the Elks or whatever, one of those other teams that have to come on the road when you can get a win, that means a lot too. But got to defend the house. Got to defend home field, and there's no more important time to do that than on Labor Day.
Corey Mace was asked if the locker room still has the belief inside of it going into the Labor Day Classic.
Earlier, we definitely had it, right? We were winning. Man, when I tell you how these guys feel and the rest of the team feels and how we've been ending these games, unfortunately, has not turned out in our favor, and still having not only the belief, but just understanding the standard of what we know we can play like, and haven't been able to attain it for whatever reason. 1 second. It's the Riders. That's a silver lining for myself. Earlier in my career and in my college career, I was on teams maybe who weren't so good, and you find yourselves in these situations, and the belief is almost gone. Not the case here, and I love that.
Won a game since July 19th after they beat the aforementioned Winnipeg Blue Bombers at Mosaic Stadium. Not only is it the Labor Day Classic, Wes, but the Riders have a chance to claim the season series with the Blue Bombers. So how many times in your career did you feel like the Labor Day Classic could be a defining game in a way of foreshadowing what's to come for the rest of the season?
Well, I think regardless, it is a defining game because it's kind of midway through the season. By now, teams kind of should know their identity. Teams know where they're at, what they're good at, what they need to get better at. And Labor Day is just a good test because, each team is bringing their best. And obviously, regardless of how the records are looking, the teams are going to show up and play some good football. So if you can win in that type of atmosphere, it's almost like pre-playoff feel before you get to the playoffs. So if you can come into that atmosphere, house is rocking, stands are packed, you got to communicate by signals and stuff because the crowd is getting loud, then you know that you're on the right track. If you're executing on Labor Day, then when it comes down to late in the season and into the playoffs, you're going to have success because you've been in that atmosphere before.
Trevor Harris, the quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders, believes he knows how to end this winless streak.
I'm not being facetious or smart aleck here. We need to go 1-0 this week is what we need to do. And it just comes down to simple execution. And, 0-4-1, that could easily be 5-0 just based on a play here, a play there. And that's what pro football is the difference in the game lies within a few plays here and there. And if you can never know when those plays are going to happen, so you have to always be on it. And if you're not, that's when you go 0-4-1 or 0-5.
Faith in this team, where do you feel they're at? Still first place in the West Division,
right?
5-5-1.
Yeah.
And that classic phrase, the season doesn't start until Labor Day. And boy, oh boy, in the West Division, ain't that the truth?
No, for sure. And I feel like the Riders are in a good spot right now. I feel like Trevor just needs to worry about, getting the team ready, being the leader, having the guys rally around him, and going out there and putting his best foot forward and letting the guys kind of follow his lead. Because right now, the Riders are playing good ball, but it seems like everybody else in the West is playing better ball because they're playing good ball and getting wins and catching up to the Riders or staying on their heels. So I think that it's some weight needs to be on Trevor's shoulders and these coaches to go out there and lead this team, this young team, and make sure that they come out and perform and realize how important of a game this is and how much they need this win.
It's a big game, and because of that, we have an absolutely stacked lineup on Countdown to Kickoff in the Rider Nation pregame show. Coming up next, we will have McGuire Abel, who's a two-time watermelon eating champion at the Labor Day Classic. And then we'll have Jeff Fairholm, a Rider legend at receiver, Glenn Suter, a Rider legend at defensive back. Then we get into the 3 o'clock hour. Darien Durant, Wes Cates' former teammate, joins us live in color on set inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. You're not going to want to miss that. He's followed by Blue Bombers president Wade Miller. Then the commissioner, Randy Ambrosie, joins us live on set. And we get into the Rider Nation pregame hour with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder. Chris Getzlaff will be here around 4:30 as well. The two-time Grey Cup champion with the Riders. And then to kick it off, just before kickoff, you'll hear from head coach Corey May. So stick with us. Lots of goods to come. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. That's youtube.com/@sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Performance, quality, value. That's what you can expect from your friends at Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. They carry all the well-known tire brands in the industry for a great price. Goodyear, Titan, Michelin, see it. Don't let the name fool you. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia can handle your vehicle's mechanical needs, from automotive to heavy duty. They also have 3 service trucks. Take a drive and treat your vehicle to the best. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. Truly local.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started up in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for two to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's shortline experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's the Labor Day Classic Day. Saskatchewan, excited about it. I can feel the excitement walking around downtown Regina. All kinds of green and white out around the city, about to flood in to Mosaic Stadium for the 5 o'clock kickoff against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And we're lucky enough to have on set McGuire Abel, who is a two-time watermelon eating contest champion. Quintessential Saskatchewan stuff we're talking about here. McGuire, you've actually competed against Joey Chestnut. That's how this whole thing got started, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. So a couple of years ago, 2022, he came to the Regina X, and the president of the university, Dr. Jeff Keshen, he was supposed to go up there and compete against him. He's a bit of a smaller guy, so he needed somewhat of a ringer to try and bring it home. And so, yeah, he just reached out to Mark McConkie, our head coach with the Rams, and got me signed up. Win against him. My goal wasn't to beat him. It was just to get second, and I got that. So.
Well done, man. And for the uninitiated who don't know, McGuire Abel was with the University of Regina Rams for 6 years total, played for 5 seasons along that offensive line. This is our homegrown feature brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. How many mini donuts did you eat in that competition? And it was 8 minutes?
Yeah, it was 8 minutes. I got 76, just shy of, I wanted to get 80, so it was 10 a minute. But, yeah, 76 in total. He got something like 279. He blew me out of the water, but it was a fun experience, and just, he's an awesome guy.
Did you throw up mini donuts after? Be honest.
I did not, but they sat like a brick just in my stomach for, like 10, 12 hours. Not a great feeling, but it was a great experience.
So McGuire, clearly you're able to pack some food away.
Hey!
Was there a competition amongst the team, or when the coach came to the team, everybody was like, yeah, send McGuire?
Yeah, well, we amongst the O-line, we've got a lot of good eaters on there, so there was a couple guys that wanted to give me a run for my money, but I was more veteran, so I kind of pulled the old vet card on them. And
I got this.
And you're competing today just outside of Mosaic Stadium, defending your, what can we call it, watermelon belt?
Yeah, the belt, the championship belt.
Do you have a belt for real?
No belt. They should get one. That would be a great look.
We got a lobby for
just
that.
a nice green watermelon champion symbol.
Get a spinner on there. Ooh. I'd like that. Do you get nervous because it's random, right? You don't know who you're going against. Like when you're going against Joey Chestnut, you have an idea what you're up against. But somebody could come out of that crowd and possibly beat you. Like, how do you approach this?
I just, like any other competition, right?
Look at this guy going at it on our video stream, youtube.com/SportsCage.
Yeah, the video, it's definitely, it's a beautiful video, but I just try and think of it like any other competition. I do get nervous, but if I just refocus and keep eating, just keep eating.
So, okay, I understand the watermelons, right? But with the donuts, like, that's dry. I love a mini donut, but I mean, what did they have? Milk? What? Water? What were you?
They had water with that. It was actually kind of funny. I was talking to Joey afterwards, and he said it was great because they kept them in the warmer. So then they stay warm, and then it helps relax your throat. As kind of gross as that sounds, it helps relax it, and then you can just. He's an animal out there. He's taking like 20 at a time and just shoving them right down his throat. He's insane.
So are you thinking about getting into some more competitions now, or what? Are you sticking to the Labor Day watermelon battles?
Definitely just sticking to the Labor Day for now, but we'll see what happens now that I'm done with football. You never know what kind of opportunities open up.
Fair enough.
We can see you celebrating your most recent victory, I believe that is. You remember what year that was from?
Yes, that was last year's victory. It was close. We had another one of our guys, Will Templeton. He plays for the Rams currently. He was out there. And so it was real close between me and him, but I just edged him out there.
For our radio listeners, make sure if you want to see what's going on here, go to sportscage.com, hit the button at the top right-hand corner if you want to tune into the live stream, or go to youtube.com/@sportscage.com. You can see McGuire Abel absolutely decimating watermelons. What's your technique, dude?
You just got to... because it's a quarter of a watermelon, so it's not too big, but you have to kind of snap it. And then my technique is just to go use the top teeth and just kind of push it up and try and get as much of the watermelon down and through. You shave it off, and then just it's so liquid watermelon that you can just kind of, once you start getting it going down, it'll just keep going down, and then you just keep chewing, swallowing.
You're making like a watermelon slushy, it sounds like.
Yeah, basically just a slushy and keep forcing it down.
Do they judge you based on potential missed watermelon?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have a couple judges go up and down watching. You got to get all the way down to the rind. So, yeah, that's why the teeth are so important, just to keep pushing it up. And if you snap it, you get small chunks and can just kind of go
Can
and
you just
clear
eat the
it.
whole thing? What if you just eat the whole thing?
That would be impressive, but
I'm thinking about the seeds. Are they getting seedless for this?
They're getting seedless,
Okay,
yeah.
I was about to say the seeds would throw me off, man.
Yeah.
You know, we were thinking about doing a contest up here with you, but first of all, I don't think Wes and I could stick with you.
Yeah, no.
Second of all, it would make a huge mess. That's part of the reason, why you got the tank top on and you're doing your thing with the muscle shirt, I would imagine. Like, it looks like it gets messy up there.
It gets incredibly messy. Like, watermelon juice is everywhere. The first year that I competed, I was like all over my hair, beard, everything. It's a crazy scene.
With the watermelon, how long is that competition? Did we say that already? Like, was it a couple minutes, or do you have to just clear what's in front of you?
Yeah, it's just go until it's cleared, and then once it's down to the rind, raise the hand,
Gotcha.
announce the winner.
There we go.
And your fastest time, you think, is around a minute?
Yeah, just under a minute, right around there.
To eat how much watermelon?
A quarter of a watermelon.
Quarter of a watermelon.
Quarter of a watermelon.
Like a big watermelon?
Not too big.
Or
like a medium.
Regular size.
Regular sized, yeah.
In a minute. Down.
Yeah.
Can you hold it all down after too, like the mini donuts?
Yeah, I held it all down. In the middle of the competition, it feels like a lot longer than a minute, and it's going to sound a little gross, but it kind of start getting watermelon coming back up, but that's where you just have to go mind over matter. keep chewing and getting the watermelon down.
Well, we got you. We'll get you out on this. Your former team, the Regina Rams, won the first game of the season on the road against the University of Calgary Dinos. What do you think of the squad this year?
I think they've got a really good squad. I know the O-line, at least I can talk to that. They're really veteran, but they've brought in some newer guys through the Thunder, and just such a close-knit group. They train together all off-season, so I think they're going to have a really good year, really competitive, and they're going to be good.
We're hoping you're going to have a good competition. We will update our listeners and viewers on YouTube with your result today. Two-time defending Labor Day Classic watermelon eating champion McGuire Abel, live with us inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you very much for having me.
Get
It's been
this
great.
guy a belt. Come on, let's go.
Got to go for 3.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. That would be youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Coming up next, Jeff Fairholm, the Rider legend, shares his thoughts on the Riders' loss in Toronto and the Labor Day Classic. That and next, that more, coming up on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
2S Auctioneers Equipment Auction is open for bidding and starts closing Tuesday, September 3rd at 6 p.m. This sale features the estate of Jim Namath and others. Tractors IH 1086, 3588, 6588, 806, Ford 8600, 1680 and 1688 combines, 1999 Freightliner deck truck, 22 Polaris side-by-side, 69 GMC pickup, quads, scrapers, and more. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. 2S Auctioneers online auction house in Indian Head.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields. and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdown's Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands.
And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners.
Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316 Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316 Heston by Massey Ferguson is a rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance. The Massey Ferguson Quick Change Tool makes changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the 1316 Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperator's Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's Labor Day, Classic Day, live inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. Justin Dunk alongside Wes Cates with your Countdown to Kickoff, which is brought to you by Croft Electric for all your home, farm generators, and permanent holiday lights. Call Croft Electric. For the standings, because it's a Labor Day Classic and many other factors, Corey Mace agrees that today against the Blue Bombers is a must-win.
I'll say at this point, I think they're all kind of like that. I anticipate kind of a playoff vibe. And quite frankly, the games we've been in have kind of had that feel. But it'll be heightened tomorrow, I think, with Rider Nation showing out. Which we're really excited about. So I believe our approach is going to be, we got to treat them all like that.
It's a must-win game in the standings because the Riders have not won a game since July 19th, 0-4-1 with that tie in Ottawa since beating the Blue Bombers at Mosaic Stadium in the middle of July. We bring in Jeff Fairholm on the telephone. And Jeff, last week against Toronto, I know you felt like there were some first-time coaching mistakes that were made in that loss.
Yeah, I really did think that. I mean, especially at the end of the game, I really thought that we could have eaten the clock up and not allowed for Toronto to even have the ball. So I was a little concerned about that. But, it's growing pains, right? We've got a first-year head coach, and, even though you think that it's a pretty obvious thing, the moment does get to people sometimes. And I think he admitted that. I heard that he had admitted that there were some coaching mistakes and that need to be better. So, hopefully it's a live and learn type of thing, but that's a game that I think they could have won or at least tied the game at the end there.
Definitely. It seemed like it should have gone to overtime. There were two big things that stuck out to me, and I think Wes would agree with this, was the timeout that was called from the sideline when it looked like the offense had everything under control. And it's easy to say in hindsight because it appeared as though Trevor Harris had hit Kean Schaefer-Baker for a first down on 2nd and 17, but the timeout stops that play. And then coming out of that timeout, the decision to throw for it and try to get the first down instead of running the football with Frankie Hickson, chewing up a bunch of the rest of the clock, which may or may not have given the Argos a chance to even kick a field goal after Adam Korsak punted from the end zone. So I would imagine behind the scenes that clock management was looked at by the Rough Riders coaching staff after that 1-point Rouge loss. How do you feel about the Rouge ending a game, Jeff, especially in walk-off fashion?
I'm a traditionalist, and I've always thought that the Rouge was what made our game so special. It's certainly one of the things that made our game so special. However, I'm starting to change that. Riders, I'm a big Riders fan, as you know, and when the Riders lose a game on a Rouge like that, I think it needs to be changed a little bit. I think the Rouge still has a place in our game, but to win a game after missing a field goal, and it looked like they tried to miss it on purpose. Haralahu was all excited for, it's not a good look, right? When a field goal kicker misses a field goal and celebrates because he got the single point, it's not a good look. I think the Rouge has a place, but I think it needs to be changed somewhat. Like having to keep it in bounds, that kind of thing, or at least in the end zone, like we do on punts that are kicked from certain points in the field. So I think it needs to be changed, even though I'm a traditionalist. I don't want to see it abolished completely, but yeah, I think it needs to be changed a little bit.
Have been picking up momentum, but do you feel like their offense might struggle today? They've got Stanley O'Brien out, and they don't have their full offensive line. So how do you think that's going to affect the game?
Well, hi, Wes. How you doing? I think it should affect the game. I think our D-line played fantastic against Toronto. I mean, I don't know how many goal line stands did we have against Toronto, and I think our D-line has played exceptionally well against the run, and I think we need to do that. And I think having I've used this term, a makeshift offensive line, we've had enough of that this year. But since they have a makeshift offensive line, I think we have to get pressure on Collaros because we do play a lot of zone and behind. And I think a quarterback like Collaros, given time, I think will pick our defense apart. So I'm a little bit concerned about our defensive back end and having some of those big holes, but I think our D-line can get some pressure and keep Collaros, uncomfortable in that pocket.
Rider legend and Grey Cup champion Jeff Fairholm joins us, and his segment brought to you by Zipperlock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 888-692-5515. Jeff, you're a receiver. You know how vital quarterback play is for the offense to keep it consistently on the move. Trevor Harris started hot against the Toronto Argonauts for about the first 15 to 20 minutes, but do you feel like he needs to make better decisions consistently, considering those 2 interceptions in Toronto really gave the Argos a lot of momentum?
Well, it really did. I mean, especially after our defensive line, our defense in a whole did such a great job in those goal line stands. And, then the quarterback drops out and throws a couple of interceptions. That's just number one, it's not a good look. And number two, it's a huge momentum killer. And I think he does. I think he needs to make better decisions. I think, he's had a couple drops. We talk about some of the receivers, but, Harris is the leader out there, and he knows he needs to be better. And he needs to get the ball into the right hands, make better decisions, run it when he needs to. I think he seems to be a little bit concerned about running, and I think he just needs to throw caution to the wind. I mean, it's a new season now, right? We've got 7 games left, and we're still in first place, oddly, but he needs to throw caution to the wind a little bit, start being the quarterback that he is with his quick release and making better decisions. But his receivers need to help him out. We've had a couple of drops. Some players are fighting the ball, and we can't rely on our rookies Johnson and Myers to carry the load. We need our veterans to step up as well.
Yeah, Jeff, with this current skid that we're on, what is missing from the Riders team, do you think, and what do we have in the Saskatchewan Roughriders? What's their team identity?
Boy, that's a really good question, Wes. I've been struggling that myself because I really thought that we had a great makeup to start the year, and our record really showed that. You start looking at it, though, and we played against some teams that really hadn't found their stride yet. And, the teams that we've lost against are sort of the better teams in the league. So I'm not sure. Your record sort of is what it is, and you're 5-5-1. So it's easy to sit on the fence and say this game today is really going to be the decision maker on what kind of team we are. And I think that is the case. To answer your question, I think we are better than what we've shown. I think we're better than what our record is showing. We are losing in one part of the game. As you know very well, there's three parts in the game. And, 2 weeks ago, it was our kicking game that let us down. And last week, it was our offense that let us down. So, I think I'm looking for, all three phases of the game to come out tonight and play a really good game against a better Bomber team than their record is showing, I think, as well. So, to answer it a different way, I think this game is going to be the deciding factor for me to see how they come out, especially after a very high-profile, remembered coach. I mean, it didn't go well last time we had let's call it a major death in our organization, and this time I hope that they come out, and I feel like my feeling is that we're better than our record is, and we're going to come out and really lay a licking on the Bombers tonight.
Jeff, you played in a number of Labor Day Classics. What do you like about the spirit around the game?
Well, I played in the States in major college football, and I think that the Labor Day Classic, save for maybe the first time that we had an American team come up to Taylor Field, I think the Labor Day Classic is just the one that really exemplifies the spirit of the CFL and, the rivalry. Even though we do play Winnipeg, other times during the year, there's something about Labor Day that's just super strong. And, it's just one of those things that the spirit of Labor Day and it really, to me, it's just the way that the CFL needs to be or should be every game. But this game is it's just special. And I'm sure, I can't see Wes, but I'm sure he's nodding right now. He knows that, a little bit fire in your rear end, and it's almost like a playoff game. And more so this year when you're playing for first place or tie for first place. So it's just a special game. The place is packed. The people are excited. The CFL fans are fantastic. It's not like there's fights in the stands, but there's a rivalry in there. And, it's just the atmosphere is even that much more electric.
Jeff, if you want to see Wes, and he was nodding his head, just go to youtube.com/@sportscage.com, and you can see our beautiful faces. Hopefully one day you'll join us on set, but thank you for your insight in and around the Labor Day Classic. Enjoy the game.
Oh, thank you. I look forward to this game, as everyone does, and I'll be watching with my green and white on. So we need this one, so let's hopefully we get it.
Sounds good. Coming up next, we have TSN's Glenn Suter, who knows a thing or two about Labor Day Classics, and also he'll talk to us about Touchdown Pacific and the experience out on the island. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Farm equipment keeps getting bigger and bigger, so the doors on your farm buildings have to keep up. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings can accommodate up to a 24-foot-high door without expensive changes to the building's steel arch design. So when it comes to farm equipment storage, Zipperlock is head and shoulders above the competition. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
At At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders. Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Where are you headed this summer? Don't let a dead battery ruin your summer fun. Prairie Battery is your one-stop battery source for cars, trucks, and motorcycles, ATVs, golf carts, and boats. Some of the highest CCA options plus AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, with free battery testing on all passenger vehicles. Find high-quality batteries for every budget in Regina, or call to find a community dealer near you. Don't be sour. They've got your power. Call Prairie Battery today.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Souris Valley Industries, your CPC QA certified manufacturer of bridge components and structural precast. They also manufacture CSA approved septic, holding, and cistern tanks, city manholes, concrete pipes, box culverts, barriers, and more. SVI is a family owned and operated precast concrete manufacturing plant. They've supplied Saskatchewan with quality precast concrete products for over 40 years. Souris Valley Industries, your solid choice. 306-842-5854, sviprecast.com.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. You know what's dumb? Not knowing if eggs are fruits or vegetables. Know what's smart? Regal aluminum railings on your deck from Wood Country. These babies come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It is Labor Day Classic Day. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders host the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers at Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff just after 5 p.m. Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder will have the call along with special guest Darien Durant in the booth, making it a 3-man booth. Jacked up to hear Darien's insight as the game goes along. He'll also be live with us at 3 p.m. You don't want to miss that on 620 CKRM or live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. I'm Justin Dunk alongside Wes Cates. We go out to Glenn Suter, who was at Touchdown Pacific, Glenn, and it looked like a great atmosphere out there. I know there was some transmission issues and internet issues, but that doesn't stop everybody around the CFL from talking about the halftime interview that occurred. It was a short one with Nathan Rourke. What is your take on that, Mr. Suter?
Well, it's twofold because on the one hand, I get it. I understand. It's Nathan Rourke who had, was 0-2. After, returning to the Lions, lost that first game and wasn't real good. And then the second game there was improvement, but again, lost another one. And this was a trip back home for him. I mean, this was back where he was born and he had family in the stands. And so when you add that all up, it was a very, very important game. And you could tell at halftime that it was all business for him. In fact, I mentioned that on the air, that it was a business trip. Everyone else was having fun at Touchdown Pacific, but for Nathan Rourke, this is a business trip. He's got to get his game back. And he did get his game back, especially that first half. He was on fire in the first half. So I get the reason, but, he is going to have to understand that, and believe me, Nathan and I will talk before it's over many times, that this is not going to be optional. This is going to be, you could ask Darien this as well. Like when you're the quarterback of a team in Saskatchewan, when you're a Canadian quarterback in Vancouver, and you're becoming the face of the franchise over the next maybe 2 or 3 years, you're going to have to do all those interviews. It's not really optional, and sometimes it'll be at halftime. So, I think what can happen here is if he's uncomfortable with them, we as a network can work together to try and make sure he's comfortable. We can work with him. We can talk to him about, the types of questions he likes, although we have to be able to ask some tough ones at times. But at the end of the day, if we can work with him to make it, to increase his comfort level with it, then, we're going to do it. Because at the end of the day, we're going to do it. We're going to ask. And as one of the faces of not only the franchise over the next few years, but possibly the league, you're going to have to do those interviews. Darien knows, Wes knows, especially with the new TV contract, saying no is really not an option. And I know he kind of doubled down on it after the game in the media. I didn't hear it exactly, but I heard through Farhan that he had said that he's been promised to do it again or something. And, I didn't hear that directly, so I'm not quoting him there. But if there was anything like that, there'll be discussions coming up this week that, make it clear that he's got to do those things. And he's got to figure out a way, if it's uncomfortable, to become comfortable. We can help him with that, but it's really not a negotiation. It just isn't.
Exactly what he said after the game, Glenn. We have it quoted in our article on 3downnation.com. Quote, "I did it for Coach Campbell, and he said that I wouldn't have to do one for the rest of my career. I want to hold him to that." Close quote. What's your reaction when you hear that?
Yeah, that's a relatively new player, and I even include the 22 season, but a new player to the league. I'm not sure what was said between Coach Campbell and Nathan, and to what extent he made that guarantee, but it's just not going to happen. I'm just, I can tell you that our network is going to discuss with ownership, the president, and I'm sure Rick Campbell as well, to discuss what is going to have to be, non-negotiable, that the face of the franchise is going to have to do some interviews. And he's going to have to be out there and discuss the game and to talk about, good and bad sometimes. So, again, I think there's a lot of room for us to work together so that he finds a comfort level with it. But it's going to, over the next week or so, there's going to be all kinds of discussions about how that, if that guarantee was given by Coach Campbell, it's not correct. Let's put it that way. It's because it's going to happen.
Glenn Suter on the line with us on Countdown to Kickoff. His segment brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows. For the uninitiated or the people that did not hear the very brief halftime interview with TSN's Farhan Lalji, Rourke said, quote, "We're up 31-6. That's all they really care about. Thanks, Farhan," patted him on the shoulder and ran off to the locker room. And I agree with you, Glenn. There's going to be lots of talk about this, and we've seen it. The traffic on 3downnation.com on the story, the comments on social media about it are coming from all different sides on this. So this is a story that is going to continue to be talked about. From an overall perspective, though, the game, the atmosphere, Touchdown Pacific, how did you feel this went for the league?
Well, it was a huge success. It really was. I mean, and I should mention just before we leave Nathan Rourke, what a great game. And I think he is finding his game, and I think he's close to getting it all the way back. So that, for the on-field stuff, he looks like the Nathan Rourke we remember. But, yeah, no, it was a huge success. It's so successful, I think, that I think the theme of these games now is not necessarily to play these games in a site away from a CFL city, but it's play these to find a possible expansion city. It's not that anymore. I think it's more of its own franchise now. Let's take the brand, let's take the game to the audience and take them to people that might not have ever gone to BC Place or to Mosaic Stadium. And let's take it to a different city. Make sure the field is right for the players' safety. But if it's half the attendance, that they'll think that it's worth it to bring the product and the brand to new people. And I from my understanding, and none of this is official, there are all kinds of cities that are real keen on doing this. A couple in Ontario, Quebec. We've talked about Laval many times. Possibly the interior of BC. There's lots of the different places that, you could do it with 15 or 16,000. These temporary stands are excellent. The facility, the field was in great shape. And this was a huge success. It brought $25 to $30 million of economic impact to the city of Victoria. Now, what city wouldn't want to get involved with that?
Yeah, Glenn, you kind of answered my question, but I was just thinking, okay, I always liked the idea of Touchdown Atlantic to maybe foster getting a team out there, but now we're in the Pacific, so what are we going to do? Touchdown Prairies? Can we get a game in Saskatoon? What's a good idea? What's not? What do you think?
Well, I think they're all good ideas. Honestly, I think this is going to become sort of a franchise. It's going to become this idea that, it's not going to be, do we do one this year from the league's office? It's going to be, which one do we do, or do we possibly do two in a year? Right. And again, this is not specific quotes from league officials, but it's just the buzz I got being around the people that were involved, Amar Doman being one of them, the owner of the Lions, that this franchise is a huge success. And the spin-offs and, the BC ferries going across to Vancouver Island were full of orange jerseys and orange T-shirts. I mean, the entire ferry, the ferries were full with these fans. So, this is something that you mentioned Saskatoon. I never heard that name in any of these discussions. And again, these aren't meetings. These are just me listening to other people talking. But it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. There's a great stadium up there at the U of S. I'm sure they can add on to it. Why wouldn't you want to try to do one like that? I think it would be fantastic. Saskatoon would love it.
1 minute left with you. I want to get a chance for you to touch on the Labor Day Classic. So go where you want, but you got about 60 seconds.
Okay, you know what I think? You got to go strength against strength. This Winnipeg team is going one direction. The Riders are going in a different one. So one of the strengths, like a small example of that is if Willie Jefferson is coming off the edge, go after him with the run game. Take Wes Cates or, Frankie Hickson or whomever they got it. And you know what I mean? And run it right at Willie. So he's not going to disrupt in the passing game because he's worried about the run on every single play. Run right at him and make him a tackler, not a pass rusher.
All right, Glenn, enjoy the game, man. Wish you were here, but we'll have to go without you.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, coming up in an absolutely jam-packed Hour 3, Rough Rider legendary quarterback Darien Durant is in the building. You don't want to miss this. Already signing autographs, getting an applause from the fans that are inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Lucky to have him with us on set. And, oh, by the way, he'll be part of our game coverage as well in the booth with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder, followed by Durant on the stage. We will have Blue Bombers president Wade Miller and the commissioner Randy Ambrosie rounds out an absolutely big name Hour 2, I should say, at 3 o'clock. But first and foremost, it's Darien Durant. Stick with us after the break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
2S Auctioneers Equipment Auction is open for bidding and starts closing Tuesday, September 3rd at 6 p.m. This sale features the estate of Jim Namath and others. Tractors IH 1086, 3588, 6588, 806, Ford 8600, 1680 and 1688 combines, 1999 Freightliner deck truck, 22 Polaris side-by-side, 69 GMC pickup, quads, scrapers, and more. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. 2S Auctioneers online auction house in Indian Head.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at two of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great. The employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands.
And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners.
Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
I can't believe it, but he's here live in the flesh. Darien Durant, the Rough Riders' legendary quarterback. Man, you were getting mobbed at Casino Regina. You come in here, people want autographs right away. Does it ever get old, or are you excited to come back?
It doesn't, especially when you've been away for a while. Just coming back and feeling the love and being back in this environment, it brings back so many memories. So it doesn't get old, especially when you've been gone. It's always fun to be back.
You guys had a great event last night at Casino Regina, dinner with doubles. I heard people were paying like a crazy amount of money to sit with you. Can you believe that?
Yeah. When I first initially walked in the door, I couldn't believe the atmosphere. I thought I was walking into a small room, maybe 10, 12 tables. But when I got in there and saw the magnitude of the event, I couldn't believe it. So I just want to thank everyone for coming out, showing their support. We had an amazing time. I want to thank my former teammates for coming out. And the night really wouldn't have been possible without them, because I don't have a funny bone in my body. And
really?
To have Schultz and Cates and McCullough and Getty and those guys and Husey and those guys come out, they really made the night what it was.
To finish my sentence, that was the first time that you saw Wes Cates since?
Wow.
Yeah,
it's been 6 years at least.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
We've talked since then, but we haven't seen each other in a minute.
Yeah.
Is it like the old cliche, you just pick back up?
Absolutely. You know what, man? A lot of people don't know, but I used to go, we were done at 1:30. And so I would go hang out at Wes's house all the time. We would play the game. We would just kick it. He was like, we were really, really tight. And I hate that, everything ended with him so abruptly here, but we were really tight while we played together.
He doesn't like that either. He's got a little bit of beef to deal with. Brendan Taman's going to be live with us later in September to talk about that.
Yeah.
But you guys together were undefeated in Labor Day Classics. Man, how is that possible? That's amazing.
It's a tough environment for anybody to come into, honestly. I mean, this game, the magnitude of this game and the way the fans support this game, I mean, the team has no choice but to be amped for it. So it's hard it doesn't matter our record. I can even remember in 2011 when I don't think we won a game at this point.
Yeah, we were struggling.
Yeah, and then we came out for Labor Day.
But Coach Miller had just come back to be the head coach. We had kicked Greg Marshall to the curb. Sorry about that.
That was a rough year, but it didn't matter because Labor Day, you can just the atmosphere just changes, your attitude changes, and you can throw all records out the window.
So I was bragging that we won all of them when I was on the squad, but did you win all of them?
I didn't, man. Actually, my only loss was with Chris Jones. So, I don't know what to say about that.
Let that speak for
that
itself.
makes sense.
Yeah.
No.
What about you guys and your favorite memories from a Labor Day Classic or Classics? Do you guys have any together, before the game, during the game, after the game that stick out?
I think what sticks out the most is just the atmosphere. I don't have a single Labor Day Classic game that sticks out. I think what sticks out more than the Classic is the Banjo Bowl. Being able to go over there, because it's so hard to win a back-to-back, especially, going to Winnipeg to play. But I have, great Banjo Bowl memories because we had a lot of success in those games.
Yeah, the Banjo Bowl that I remember, I'll make it quick. I missed a flight out, but I flew in. I got to sleep in.
Wait. You're burying the lead there.
Yeah,
Why'd you miss the flight?
I set the clock wrong. Classic. So anyway, set the clock wrong, missed the flight, got to sleep in because we used to fly to Calgary then to Winnipeg. It was a terrible flight. Get in next day, end up scoring 3 touchdowns. I think we beat Winnipeg like almost 40-6 or I don't know.
Yeah.
It was bad.
It was a bad day for them.
But Ken Miller, to tell the story, I'm in the bathroom of all places in the locker room, and Miller's like, should I fine you for missing the flight? I was like, I don't see why you should. He was like, all right, fair enough. That was the end of that. But yeah.
How did you actually get there, though? You missed the team flight.
I booked my own flight, went back to sleep, and got on 11 o'clock. We were on like a 5:45 flight. We were supposed to be at the
airport. And we had the
early.
worst travel plans coming from Regina.
Regina
to go west, to go back east, we used to have to do that. Even if we were going to Toronto or Montreal, we would have to go west first. It was horrible.
So the players can't complain these days, man. They got the fancy charters.
No. They're living the life now.
All right, the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in town, and some fans might remember, Darien, that you actually signed with Winnipeg, right? And it seemed like there was a chance that you were going to suit up for the Blue Bombers, which seems crazy to even think of. But from your perspective, clear the air a little bit. What went down there?
Well, I definitely was interested and had every intention to go to Winnipeg and play. I can remember a conversation I had with a coach, and I won't say his name because I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. But I just had my first child, and, I was contemplating retiring, right? Because, I just had a baby, and I wanted to be there, and going to Winnipeg would have took away from that. So I was speaking with one of the coaches, and he said, you know what? I didn't spend much time with my kids when they were young either, so you're not going to miss much. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Oh, wow.
And, I didn't really like that. So at that point, you know what? I said, I don't want to be a part of a situation where a coach doesn't put family first. I've always been in that environment, starting with Ken Austin and then moving on to Ken Miller and even Coach Chamberlain. They all preach family. And, when I felt like my family wasn't being put first, I got a little bitter about that and, decided to just hang it up.
That makes sense. Mm-hmm. In terms of, not playing for the Blue Bombers, did you ever have the itch after that to play again, or had you made peace that those days were behind you?
Well, actually, I don't know if you remember, but Matt Nichols was injured during training camp when I initially retired. And so I fielded a few phone calls from my agent, asking if I wanted to double back and go back and play. But at that point, I had made up my mind that I'm pretty much done.
Is that something that was easy for you? Because you talk to different athletes about it at the end of their career, and some of them struggle with it.
Yeah, it's never easy to hang up the cleats. This is a sport and, something that I've been doing pretty much my entire life. So it's very hard to hang it up. But playing in one place like Saskatchewan for so long and then having a bad experience in Montreal, I didn't want to repeat that in Winnipeg. So I realized that it was time for me to hang it up.
We're going to have you in the booth doing color with Luc Mullinder, your good buddy. Dave Thomas will be on play-by-play. I assume you're prepped up. I know you are from some of the talkings we've had behind the scenes about podcasts. So how do you feel about stepping into that new venture?
I'm excited. I think that I can bring a lot of knowledge to the booth. I like to look at myself as a guy who really understands what a defense is trying to do as well as an offense. So if I can kind of give some preliminary things about what I see and try to predict some things, a la Tony Romo.
Okay.
I don't want to be Tony Romo, but I want to just, be able to showcase my football knowledge. So I'm excited about that.
Is this something that you're passionate about to the point that you want to try it out, see if you enjoy it, and perhaps pursue it further?
Definitely. I think that right now I'm open to any and all avenues. I think this will be an excellent opportunity to kind of test my skills a little bit and see if I am on the right path. So I'm looking forward to that.
You've been keeping up with the CFL, and I know this because of some of our discussions behind the scenes about, what's going on, game planning, the things that you see. So from an analytical perspective, can you break down this matchup between Winnipeg and Saskatchewan based on what you've seen from both teams through 11 games?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, at this point in the season, both teams are pretty much even. I think Winnipeg has weathered the toughest part of the season for them. They've shown the resilience that they have and the veteran squad that they are by being able to overcome such a poor start. And for Saskatchewan, the complete opposite, starting off so hot and now going through a slump here. This is really the clash to see which team can kind of continue to go in the right direction or continue to go in the wrong direction. So I think it's going to be a great game. Usually on Labor Day it comes down to special teams. There's always a huge punt return or special teams play that could decide the game. So I think this year will be no different.
So, Doubles, I'm curious, what do you think about this current receiving core? What could you do with these guys lining up outside with the Riders right now?
I like this receiving core. I think when you add a guy like a Joe, because I think the Riders receiving core was missing some physicality when the season started. So for him to get into the mix and being able to add him to the speed of Bain and Emulus and your more finesse guys, and you can't forget about Schaefer Baker, who can do a little bit of everything. I like the mix of this group, but I also would like to see a Joe get more touches. He's a guy that I think can get better as the game goes on. You want to feed him the rock, get him 7 to 10 touches a game, and I think you can get the best out of him that way.
All right.
You played with a lot of rookie receivers. You mentioned a Joe. Do you think that the Riders are trying to bring him along slowly? Because it seems like from an upside perspective, he might have the highest upside of any current Riders receiver, but he's had a hard time getting a lot of the target share.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it, bringing him along slowly. I just think that when you're a rookie, you don't get those reps with the starters in training camp, and I think he and Trevor are kind of building chemistry. And Trevor was hurt initially when Joe got his first snap. So I think there's a chemistry that has to be built there between those two, and I think they've been working hard on that in practice. And, I think it'll show sooner or later, but it just takes reps to develop that chemistry, and that's something that they've been lacking because of injury.
You mentioned Trevor Harris there. He's come back from not one, but 2 major injuries late in his career. He's coming up on 40 years old. You know what it's like to come back from major injuries. What have you seen from him since he's come back off the 6-game injured list?
Well, I was excited. The very first game he came back, he was super efficient, 31 for 39. He was the typical Trevor Harris, the high percentage, not making any mistakes. And then last week in Toronto, I felt like I saw a different guy. I'm not sure if he was rusty or not really seeing the defense. So I'm anxious to see him today, to see if he can build off what he did 2 weeks ago and forget about the mistakes that he made last week.
What's it like for a veteran quarterback after your body has taken a toll through the years? Lots of big shots. Sometimes you guys get exposed, to get ready for a game week in and week out, when, I'll say it, I guess nicely, you're on the back nine of your career?
Absolutely. It gets harder. Each and every week, each and every day that goes by, you're not getting any younger. It takes the body longer to recover from a lot of these shots that you take. And these opposing teams know that, sometimes, Trevor can get up a little bit slowly if he takes a big hit, and they're going to try to take advantage of that. So I think if he can get rid of the ball quickly, try to take some of that pressure off himself, make the D-line, have to pursue the ball, make sure their pass rush isn't at full speed. He doesn't have to take these hits, and, he can stay upright all game.
On the other side, the Riders' defense has been taking away the football at the highest rate of any D throughout the CFL this season. Zach Collaros has still more interceptions than touchdowns. Much different Collaros than a year ago when he looked like he was going to win a third straight MOP. He got my vote, but we'll move on from that. What have you seen from Collaros this season that's markedly different from him a year ago?
Well, I think the main thing is his receiving core is different. Whether it be by injury, you saw Rasheed Bailey go to Toronto. Kenny Lawler
Sean's out for the year.
Yeah, Sean's out, and Kenny Lawler is just coming back this year. So I think what you saw with Zach in the previous 3 years is just consistency. He had the exact same receivers every single game, and when you have that, it's so easy to go out there. You know where each guy is going to be. They're in their spots, and they have this chemistry down pat. But this year, due to injury, and he hasn't been playing his best football, I must say that. But, with him throwing 3 picks last week, I don't think you'll see that again. I think you've seen the worst game that Zach Collaros will play. I think that was last week, and he's a veteran, he's a smart guy, and he won't make those same mistakes.
You got a game to prep for, so I'll get you out on this. What was your favorite Labor Day Classic play, and do you remember the play call?
Oh, wow. I think I can't remember the year, but it was a quarterback draw, kind of similar to a play that you and Kerry had in 07, where the running back flares out. If the linebacker displaces from the box, now it's a wide open quarterback draw. And I had one for about 40 yards, and I was over 30 at the time, so I was kind of questioning my wheels. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I still could run, and still could, pick them up and put them down at a good pace. So I surprised myself. And Labor Day brings out that adrenaline in you. It doesn't matter your age, and guys are always ready to play in this atmosphere.
I know the hammies was tight that night.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
I don't, man. I've had it just seems like a blur. I've played in so many games, and then the trials and tribulations at the end of my career. It kind of it all seems to run together, and I forgot about some of the good moments, but Labor Day is always special. I think more than anything, you'll never forget the atmosphere. And even with the Blue Bomber fans coming over and filling up the old Taylor Field, you got to love that environment.
Definitely do, man. Fans are going to be jacked up, and they're going to love hearing you on the call, Darien. Thanks so much for joining us live inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. And do not miss Darien Durant in the booth today with Luc Mullinder. He'll be an analyst, and Dave Thomas, of course, will have the play-by-play. So lucky that Darien Durant came and gave us more than 15 minutes of his time on Countdown to Kickoff. On the other side, we'll be joined by Blue Bombers president Wade Miller. Go into all kinds of things with him. You don't want to miss it. This is Saskatchewan Roughriders football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Massey Ferguson GC 1723E and 1725M compact tractors are available at Nick's Service. These are the perfect tractors for your acreage, doing chores around the farm, or just plain old yard work. Ranging from 23 to 25 horsepower, these tractors can be outfitted with a rototiller, mid-mount mower, front-end loader, and more. With unbeatable power, smart fuel economy, and the ability to multitask almost any job, these compact tractors provide outstanding value for years to come. Learn more at nickservice.com or see the Massey Ferguson compact tractors at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Troubleshooting sprayer problems is a breeze with a spray test from Spray Test Controls. One trip around the back of the sprayer and you can check your nozzles one boom section at a time with your wireless handheld remote.
Pinpoint the problem fast while saving time and money.
Service your sprayer with efficiency. Start with a spray test from Spray Test Controls.
Visit spraytest.com for more information on your next spray test or call 1-855-859-1200. Don't wait. Call today.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdown's Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for two to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina. Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders. Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
That last segment with Darien Durant was brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, working towards quality of life for all older adults. Learn about home supports and SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca. At Mosaic Stadium, yesterday was Fan Day, and Trevor Harris really enjoys and embraces the chance to get to meet everybody from Rider Nation.
It's cool to get to meet, the fans, and you get the odd advice of, hey, make sure you throw it to our guys tomorrow, And so it's really fun because you get an array of suggestions and things from fans, but also you get to spend time with people in the community, which is really what this is about. It's a community team. They're the owners of this franchise, and so we're excited to get to go out there and just kind of give back a little bit, just get to meet them and spend a little bit of time. I think it's like one of those things growing up. Everybody, I think probably everybody listening to this at least practiced their autograph growing up because they wanted to sign some. I think probably if you raise your hand if you didn't hear it. And so it's like one of those like surreal moments that one day this will be over, and nobody will want my autograph. Nobody will stop me in a grocery store and say, "Are you Trevor Harris?" it's pretty stinking cool. I'm a very private person, and I'm not like that stuff doesn't really move the needle for me. But I know it's something when you're done will be a cool experience. So I try and allow myself to enjoy those things and really just stop and get to know and talk to people. And so, but I don't think any icing will be needed. You kind of just lightly write it, and you don't really even. I mean, it's kind of just your initials and scribbles, right? So.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, fighting to axe the carbon tax, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started up in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
2S Auctioneers Equipment Auction is open for bidding and starts closing Tuesday, September 3rd at 6 p.m. This sale features the estate of Jim Namath and others. Tractors IH 1086, 3588, 6588, 806, Ford 8600, 1680 and 1688 combines, 1999 Freightliner deck truck, 22 Polaris side-by-side, 69 GMC pickup, quads, scrapers, and more. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. 2S Auctioneers online auction house in Indian Head.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Rev Auto Group in Regina is focused on transforming the business of automotive retail and establishing a new standard for excellence in sales and service. They're proud to educate and supply their clients with various electric, hybrid, and gas vehicles, plus pre-owned EVs and Bike Tricks e-bikes. Their in-person and online shopping experience is top-notch, and they support a continuing shift to a greener, eco-friendly environment for future generations. Financing is available. Rev Auto Group, the future of auto.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's the Labor Day Classic game day. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders host the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and we got to balance the show out at least a little bit. So we are lucky to have Blue Bombers president Wade Miller on with us live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge for the Extra Point, brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. Wade, I'll start with this. You played in a number of Labor Day Classics as a player. What is this game like for you, your perspective, and also from the Blue Bombers' point of view?
Yeah, as you play in this game, records go out the window. And this is a whole new level when you got Labor Day and then the Banjo Bowl back-to-back. And it could be one of the best rivalry-type games in any sport. And the fan bases, both cities just open their city up and the fans travel well to both games. It's just an exciting game to be a part of when you're a player and as a fan and seeing everybody have such a great time.
Your franchise is very healthy right now. You sold out the Banjo Bowl quickly, well in advance, and you also sold out a game against the worst team in the CFL, the Hamilton Tiger Cats. How did you do that?
Well, we've had crowds over 30,000 every game, and we just continue to grow that fan base. And obviously in Saskatchewan, it's a great fan base too. So, the two prairie provinces, have support for their teams, and we, got to see that across the rest of the league. And I think actually by filling those stadiums, it helps the other CFL teams and gets those fan bases energized as well.
You treat your fans really well. I know you had an event last night at Crave where for a number of years now you've bought Blue Bombers fans the first drink of the night.
Yeah, there'll be 6 buses that show up that come in for every Labor Day, and then a ton of fans drive in. So we started, I think, in 2017 doing this, where at the Crave restaurant you come the night before, I'll buy your first drink, and we got DJ going and just have a great place for everyone to come have fun the night before.
So I've always wondered from a visitor standpoint, the Labor Day, always having to travel on the Labor Day, do you feel slighted by that? Operationally, does it affect the way you go about things?
No, not at all. What was worse is when I played, there was going to be an Air Canada strike, so we ended up busing here. We bussed because there was going to be a strike.
It's the only way to get here.
Yeah, so we bussed and then we bussed back. And then, then the football club realized you can save a lot of money on taking bus trips, right?
I was going to say the riders bust.
Yes. Yeah. So we, I think until 2016, we used to bus back after the game, and we said no more. And worked with our local Calm Air, a great partner of ours, and charter in for both to and from, which is a big difference now. But I remember being on one of those buses and just outside of Brandon, we hit a deer on the way back.
Man.
So, but used to travel with Coach Ritchie and his wife Sharon would be on the bus. It was an interesting bus rides home sometimes. and you didn't win very many Labor Days. So, getting on a bus feeling sorry for yourself isn't a great thing to be doing. So.
Do you remember winning a Labor Day Classic here and what that felt like?
Yeah, we won a few, and but again, records go out the window for these next 2 weeks, and it's just a great atmosphere, and as a player, you just love to play those big games, right?
Oh, for sure.
Wade, I know you sort of look at the league sometimes, too, from an overall perspective. It seems like it's arguably as healthy as it could be, the ownership across the league. Pierre-Carl Pelado in Montreal, Amar Doman in BC, most recently the last two owners. Then you have Larry Thompson in Edmonton. But how do you view it? Because I know you're tied into this.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. The ownership across this league is fantastic. That game yesterday out on the island was phenomenal. What Amar is doing in BC is impressive to see. And they talk about, BC Lions football now. And you walk out there on a game day, and in downtown, there's people wearing Lion jerseys, and it's really starting to come around. And then exactly in Montreal as well, that's headed in the right direction. Obviously, they've got a great team on the field too, but so best group of owners that we've had in a long time, all committed and going in that same direction. I think being on CTV is going to be a big deal starting next week at the Banjo Bowl. I think that's great for the league as well. Having every Saturday for the rest of the fall on CTV is really going to open it up to other fans to get to watch the broadcast as well.
There's a lot of talk around BC right now and marketing money, and Amar Doman maybe pushing the envelope there. Does that just make it more competitive for everybody else, or how do you view the marketing money aspect of it?
I have no problem with that because if you look at the Winnipeg and Saskatchewan markets, we've been doing this for years, getting our players out in the community, and it's a way that we grow our fan base. And I really believe that that's a successful way for us to grow our fan base across this country, and players should be paid for their time that they go out and commit to the community. CFL players are the most accessible players in any professional sports and just give back to their communities in so many ways. And you see that in Winnipeg, you see that in Saskatchewan, you see that in other cities. So I have no problem with that at all.
We'll get you out on this because the Bombers started slow but have turned it around, still control their destiny to potentially get first place in the West Division. What's led to things changing with Winnipeg?
Well, it's, last year, last couple of years, we won every one of those close games. We lost those close games at the beginning of the year. So process doesn't change. You go back to work, got an experienced, operation, obviously with our head coach. And, we're not going to change what we do, how we do it. And those W's will come, and we've seen that.
Thanks a lot, Wade. It's going to be a fun couple weeks here, starting with the Labor Day Classic at Mosaic Stadium. Appreciate having you on.
Thanks, guys.
Next up, the CFL Commissioner, Randy Ambrosie, live on stage with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
For all the work you do on your farm and all the hours you put into your equipment, you need the best ag tires around. Get them at your local Integra tire dealer in Assiniboia and Grenfell. They have tires for everything that moves around your farm. Tractors, augers, sprayers, combines, swathers, balers, grain carts, semis, grain trucks. You name it, they have it. If it moves, they have tires for it. For all your rubber requirements on the farm, see the boys at your locally owned Integra tire stores in Assiniboia and Grenfell. Truly local.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea is proud to salute the agriculture producers. If you're looking for that perfect vehicle to fit your ag lifestyle, check out their new and used lineup at either location. With lots on the lot to choose from, they've got tons of new and used trucks now in stock. And if they don't have it, they'll get it for you. That's small-town service with a long-standing reputation of one of the province's premier GM dealers. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 65 years. NelsonGM.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions. Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena. rjsales.ca.
The government just asked us to save the world. They'll do it. They've made a few requests, so they want you to bring back floppy disks, pet rocks, and they all want Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Well, that last one we can do.
You don't want to miss a thing. That's why at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, they have so much to offer, like SaskTel wireless internet. Contact Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It is buzzing inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge live with Justin Dunk. Wes Cates and Randy Ambrosie joins us. You got to follow Darien Durant and Wade Miller. It's been a big hour.
It's been a big hour. Now I see a Bob Poley jersey out in the Canadians, and that's a big. That for me, that's a really big deal. Bob and I were teammates.
And that's awesome. Nice spot.
Yeah, and it's a great looking group.
Polecat, he's a beauty. I love Poley.
Yeah.
It's a great atmosphere in here, and it looked like, you can speak to this more so, a great atmosphere out in Victoria for Touchdown Pacific. I know you just came from there. What was it like?
Yeah, you know what, the whole, the entire time we were there, the city of Victoria was so excited to have a CFL game on, in their city. The province was very supportive. The mayor was phenomenal. She has been a great supporter and was a great supporter. We got a chance to spend time with members of the Canadian Forces, which was it's very special. But the atmosphere yesterday was just phenomenal. And everyone, that place, you couldn't have fit another human being in there. And the energy was off the charts. And I think it showed in the way BC played. As I expect, it'll show in the way the Riders will play today in front of all these great fans.
Indeed. Randy Ambrosie's segment is Thoughts with JD, brought to you by Redverse Agricultural Supply, your Kubota, Versatile, and Degelman dealer in Redverse. Visit redverseag.ca. You were out watching the BC Lions. You just got a fan asking a question about this. So much talk about marketing money in the CFL. I just asked Wade Miller about it. He feels like it's a great thing. Teams are spending money and having players go out and do marketing and be potentially out more in the community, even more than they are, but they're already out there a lot. How do you view the marketing money aspect of it, considering it may have brought Nathan Work back more quickly from the NFL? Matthew Betts came back perhaps more quickly from the NFL than waiting for an opportunity down there. They get back into the CFL.
Yeah, I remember I think it was actually in this room 7+ years ago when I first started the job as commissioner. And I remember people that were in this room right now, and they wanted to know what was the CFL going to do to better market its league. And people in this room and Rider Nation are passionate about the future of the league and the growth of it. And I agree with Wade. I think that the money the teams are spending to get our players into the community, getting them involved with, especially with young people and new potential audiences, it's so critical, and it's working. Look, here's the thing. Look at what's happening with our TV ratings. They're growing in a world where TV ratings across the board seem to be contracting. Ours are growing. We competed this year against Copa, Euro, and the Olympics. We held our own, and then
the Oilers going to the final.
And the Oilers going to the final, and then the 2 weeks after the Olympics, our ratings shot up again. We're seeing our social media numbers are off the charts. We're seeing our downloads of videos off the charts. So all of this thing, and again, I say this with the greatest of spirit and positivity. This is what all of you asked for. You wanted the league to do a better job of marketing itself, and it is. And I think it's something we should be proud of. And the other thing I should say, pound for pound, there are no athletes in the world of sports that do more in the communities than our players do. And it's something we can all be remarkably, and you know this firsthand.
For sure.
We should be incredibly proud of the time and energy our players devote to the community, speaking to kids and youth groups. And here's the one difference. Our guys don't have a limousine waiting to whisk them away to a nightclub. Our guys get themselves to an event. They stay until every autograph is signed.
Darien Durant walked to the stadium today.
I think it's evidence of just the quality of the players and the quality of the people we have in our league, and it's something I'm very, very proud of.
You mentioned the television ratings, and I think it's worth noting. Last week in Week 12, the CFL had its highest-rated week, non-Labor Day, since 2019. We're talking about television ratings from an English perspective that almost touched 600,000 on average. When you add in RDS, and their numbers have been huge this year, you get over 660,000 average viewers last week for CFL games. We know that this game right here, right now, the Labor Day Classic, is usually the highest rated game of the year. Last year, it was 975,000 average English viewers on TSN. So to your point about the marketing money, it is working. And there's another side to it, too, that when you talk to players and agents, they are now talking about football money and marketing money. Yeah. Because to get the marketing money, you have to go out there and earn it. So some players prefer to get paid football money, which obviously goes on the salary cap or the SMS. But to get that marketing money, you have to go earn it, right? So if the teams want to spend it, I don't see a problem with it. Doesn't sound like you do or Wade Miller either.
No, and look, I think we can be very proud of what Amar Doman has done in BC. Look, it wasn't that long ago. And I'm looking at this very informed and educated group of fans in front of us. And we know that one of the questions I'd be asked in every fan session is, what are you going to do to fix your major markets? Well, now BC's averaging 30,000 fans a game. Yesterday, it was the hottest place to be in all of British Columbia, was to be in Victoria at Royal Athletic Park. With the investment that Amar made in bringing in some acts to spice up the game, they are investing in their businesses, and the marketing money is just another part of that. Invest in your business, get your players out, get them in the communities. It is working, and it's one of the reasons why there's so much excitement around the trajectory of the league now. Like, we are now seeing that flywheel starting to turn in a very positive way.
Are we going to see touchdown Saskatoon, touchdown Prairies, touchdown Northern Canada, touchdown Windsor, touchdown Quebec City? I'm throwing a lot at you there. Yeah. But what's the next evolution, touchdown Atlantic to touchdown Pacific, from your view?
Well, we have already had several cities reach out to us and ask about the possibility of their city hosting a touchdown game. That's exciting. We're going to start the scheduling process, in the next week or two. We'll start talking about, what are we going to do with touchdown. Touchdown, in my view, is going to be, it's an important part of our assets that we have available to grow our business, to get into new markets, to welcome new fans. And so all of those markets you talked about, we want to talk about them. Where exactly we'll be in 2025, I don't know, but we'll be somewhere.
Now, we're talking about the marketing money. Is there a situation where you got fans, obviously, if you're a rival fan team, you see a team sign a player, they're getting marketing money. How are we kind of controlling or putting guardrails around? Are these guys actually going out and earning that money?
Yeah, so there is a very, very intense audit process that goes into every dollar that's spent in the marketing money category. They look at what type of event was it, how much did the player get paid, how much time did they spend, what's the fair market value for an event like that. So I can assure all of you, this is not just a blank check where teams can pay the players whatever they want. It's done under very intense scrutiny, and I think it's actually very well done. There's always something to learn. Look, one of the things we've got now, another topic for that's fascinating. It was only a couple years ago that one of the things we would have in a room like this was a concern about our quarterbacking. Like, was it 3 years ago that would have been a major? Today, we've got this phenomenal group of quarterbacks that are just shooting the lights out. And these are our game's biggest stars, and we want to get those players in the market because they are the ones that have such an opportunity to attract the next generation of fans. So, look, I think to your question, we monitor it carefully. There's a very careful audit done. There's always going to be more work to do to make sure we're doing it right, but I can assure all of you that there's a lot of tension and a lot of rigor that goes around making sure that it's done properly.
You used a couple words there, intense scrutiny. There's been a couple of cases, I guess we'll call them, that have deserved that from the CFL. I thought what you did with Chad Kelly was very well done. And so people are wondering, what is part of that last chance agreement that he has to adhere to stay in the league, and how did that come to be? Can you shed some transparency or light on that?
Well, it can't. As you know, the actual last chance agreement is subject to a confidentiality provision, and I won't violate that, but I can tell you how it came about. To his credit, when we met with him on the Friday, I think it's like 3 weeks ago, he started that meeting with an apology. And I found it to be very, very sincere, and we were together for quite a long time. And at the end of, before we were wrapping up, he said to me, Commissioner, I'm making you a promise. I'm making you a promise that I've learned my lesson and it'll never happen again. And I said to him, well, then I'm going to hold you to that. If that's a promise made, then that has to be a promise kept. And fundamentally, that's what the last chance agreement does. It says you made us a promise. Now be good to your word. So, I can't say anything else, but I think it is ultimately about that very principle of being a person of your word and making a commitment to learning from the experience and doing better going forward.
If he doesn't convert on that promise, let's say, or doesn't adhere to any of the stipulations of the last chance agreement, is it literally last strike and he would be out of the CFL?
Well, again, look, I think the phrase last chance feels kind of fairly obvious, right? And again, I can't get into the specific details of it, but what I can tell you is, our expectations are that he is going to honor his commitments, and we're going to hold him accountable to honoring those commitments.
The other more recent case, I guess we'll call it, is you just got out of arbitration with Sean Lemon, and the arbitrator ruled in the league's favor, upheld your indefinite suspension. What does indefinite mean? Will Sean Lemon ever play in the league again, in your view? Does he have to serve an entire year like some of the NFL players that were caught? Where do you come out on that?
Yeah, in the arbitration process, one of the questions the arbitrator asked me specifically was he wanted to understand what indefinite meant. So as I explained to him, you're looking at a continuum of options from permanent suspension at one end of the continuum to a specific penalty. So 1 game, 5 games, whatever that would be. And somewhere on that continuum is this word indefinite. And what it gives us is an opportunity to see whether or not a player demonstrates sincere contrition. Hey, I see the error of my ways. I understand I made a mistake. I've learned from it. I never should have done it. And ultimately, what I would say in this case is this is the Labor Day weekend. We've had a sellout in Victoria. We're going to have the largest crowd ever at Mosaic today for the Bombers and Riders.
You're stealing my thunder.
Hold on. We're going to see a massive crowd in Calgary tomorrow for a game between Calgary and Edmonton. And then we're going to go to a sold-out Tim Hortons Field in Hamilton. That's what the story is about. And everything else as it relates to Sean Lemon, we'll deal with it somewhere down the road. We're not dealing with it now. And I was asked, I said, that's for another day. Today, it's about being here in this beautiful city in front of all of you playing world-class football.
It's about football. It's about community. Can we get you to go on the record? Is this the best rivalry in the CFL, Riders Bombers?
This is one of the best rivalries in all of this. No, listen, let's be. Okay. Look, this is an interesting thing about yesterday being in Victoria with Amar Doman. One of the first things Amar talked about is he said he wanted to be part of Labor Day. Like he didn't want the Lions to be excluded from the Labor Day weekend. And what you all know is that most typically the 4th game of the weekend has never really seemed to count as part of the Labor Day Classic community of games.
Let's pull him in there.
I think we got to pull him in. And Amar wants to be in. And then what they did yesterday was special. And it created an atmosphere like we're going to see today. And that's great for the CFL and something very special. So, this is what you have here on this day against Winnipeg is very, very special. And the fact that you've all come, as you always do, you show up to cheer on your team. I think today's going to be, I think this will be one of the greatest Labor Day weekends of all time, by the way. And you should be proud because you're a huge part of it.
We've kept you over time. Thanks for coming on, Randy. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football
everyone.
On the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Haley Wickenizer here, and very proud to be from Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Also very proud to be a champion of the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, a group that's raising awareness around home supports for aging gracefully and well at home, keeping people out of the medical system, which reduces the burden on our medical system, at home with their family and loved ones, and in a place where they feel comfortable and secure.
Find out more about home supports and all SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca.
You know something? It's like selling a 6-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and Liquid Logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go along with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
To us auctioneers, equipment auction is open for bidding and starts closing Tuesday, September 3rd at 6 p.m. This sale features the estate of Jim Namath and others. Tractors, IH 1086, 3588, 6588, 806, Ford 8600, 1680 and 1688 combines, 1999 Freightliner deck track, 22 Polaris side-by-side, 69 GMC pickup, quads, scrapers, and more. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. 2S Auctioneers online auction house in Indian Head.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Troubleshooting sprayer problems is a breeze with a spray test from Spray Test Controls. One trip around the back of the sprayer and you can check your nozzles one boom section at a time with your wireless handheld remote.
Pinpoint the problem fast while saving time and money.
Service your sprayer with efficiency. Start with a spray test from Spray Test Controls.
Visit spraytest.com for more information on your next spray test or call 1-855-859-1200. Don't wait. Call today.
Harvard Media has been the flagship radio partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders for over 4 decades. The rich tradition with the green and white continues. This is the Rider Nation pregame show, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, AgCo, Sask Lotteries, Johnston's Grain, SaskTel, Bayer Crop Science, Capital Auto Group, your Sask Party Caucus, Connexus Credit Union. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's buzzing inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Green all over. I don't see any blue in the Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. That's the way Rider Nation likes it. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder alongside for the Rider Nation pregame show. Fellas, you got a tough act to follow. We had McGuire Abel, who's the 2-time, potentially 3-time defending watermelon-eating champion. Then we had doubles, Darien Durant in here. You want to take him on?
I'm taking on the watermelon eating champ.
Okay, we need to set that up.
Let's do that.
Next year, Labor Day Classic on the desk. I don't want to clean it up, though. But doubles was in here. Wade Miller was in here, giving us a little balance from the Winnipeg side. Then we just had the commissioner, Randy Ambrosie. So you guys got to keep up with that.
Thanks a lot. No pressure. Perfect. Welcome to Labor Day, everybody.
Luc always does. My man always brings the energy. Even more jacked up for the Labor Day Classic.
I was going to mention Wade Miller, but I think I won't do that.
Hey, Wade's a good guy, man. He's got the Blue Bombers going in a good direction from a franchise standpoint.
On YouTube, though, he made the laptop look like a cell phone.
Yeah, just like you, bro.
Yeah, he was up here taking about 4 slots of the screen. He eating good over there in Winnipeg. They don't eat watermelon in Winnipeg.
No.
Unless it's fried.
Oh.
No, Wade's a good dude, man. Sorry, Wade.
All right, boys, let's get to it. Setting the Stage, brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525.
For me today, guys, this comes down to we how often is the catchphrase connected football used, right? And I don't think if you're looking for an example of not playing connected football, look at the last 5 weeks for the Riders, right? It's been the offense rolling, then the defense has a little bit of a brain fart, and then sometimes the offense and defense are going, the special teams runs into some trouble. So for me today, you play 4 full quarters of 3-phase football, you're going to be just fine. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Listen, they have a lot of momentum. They were 1 fumble away from winning the game the last time these two teams played. I think that they're going to come in here, and if there's any universal message from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers today, it's, guys, let's be ourselves. And that's going to start with the run game. It's going to start with being a physical football team, and it's going to start and it's going to begin, and it also translates into a good defensive squad that's going to give up some first downs, but is really tough to score on. It's going to be a really good game. And what's craziest about this thing here is you've got this game, you've got the Banjo Bowl game, and you've got the bye. That's 3 weeks. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders at the end of that 3 weeks could be anywhere between first and last. So the parity and the sense of urgency about today's game, it's palpable, man. I can't wait.
I want to throw this question out there because I feel like from Winnipeg's perspective, we know who the Blue Bombers are. Stout defense, difficult to score points against. Brady Oliveira is going to be able to run the football in some form or fashion, ideally not today if you're a Riders fan. Zach Collaros hasn't been his MOP self, but he's still going to make some plays with Kenny Lawler, Nick Dembski, Ontario Wilson, the rest of that group. Who are the 2024 Saskatchewan Roughriders from a football foundation perspective, Luke?
From a foundational perspective, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are a team that's close-knit, but is searching to, like Dave said, that is searching to put together an entire game. And I think that it's one of the reasons why there's some trepidation amongst the fan base right now about the losing streak, but it's nowhere near the last couple of years, because I think that everybody can see that this is a really talented team. It's just a team that needs to put all 3 phases together. They need to be in sync. And we talk a lot about, obviously, the loss of Ken Miller to Rider Nation. That was one of the things that Coach Miller impressed upon us continuously in the locker room, is we have to be in sync. We have to have special teams working. We have to have offense working, and we have to have defense working. Let's all put it together, guys. And there's no better time than today.
To build on that, if you look at the foundation, in my eyes, it has been built by head coach Corey Mace and his staff. Number 1 pillar is nobody outworks us. And nobody has outworked the Roughriders in any game this year. Out physical, they out physically battle week in and week out. Their share of adversity, I would suggest they've had the most adversity that any team in the CFL has had. Look at the number of offensive linemen they've had to bring in. They signed Jamarcus Hardrick to be the staple on the O-line, and they lose him. So, to me, this team has faced their share of adversity. Now they just got to go ahead and find that one extra half step to get them over that hump into the win column, and I think that comes from full 4 quarters and, like you say, Luke, consistency.
And one of the big differences between these two teams, and today it might ring really important, is the fact that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are plus 16. Winnipeg's minus 8. Zach Collaros has 12 interceptions this game. And the one thing that makes Zach Collaros so special is he's going to keep slinging it. He's not going to get talked out of not throwing the football. What I do think they're going to do today, I think they're going to focus on, we're talking about foundation out here, Oliveira for sure, but I think we got to make sure we know where number 10 is all over the field today. In big game situations, Nick Dembski is the guy. And more importantly, in close game situations, every time Zach Collaros needs a play, it happened last week, it happened the 2 weeks before, he looks for number 10. Sure, the other guys like Lawler are going to get a bunch of highlights because they're going to make the fancy play, but the plays that they need that are dependable are the Nick Dembski throws. Yeah. And that is who you need to understand how they're rolling him out today. It's Nick Dembski.
I feel like from the Riders' perspective, we know that this defense is going to ball week in and week out. We know that they're going to take the football away. We know that physical presence from this team is going to be there. And I think they are a strong team mentally, but I would argue that we aren't sure what we get from the offense week in and week out. Trevor Harris comes back off the 6-game injured list, looks great against the Montreal Alouettes, and then goes into Toronto and throws 2 picks to give the Argos momentum in that football game. So that, to me, is where the question mark is. Who is this Riders team offensively? What can we rely on from them?
To me, it's the quick passing game, right? Because the run game, for whatever reason, just hasn't come to fruition, whether that be all the changes on the offensive line, whether that's A.J. Ouellette hasn't played. He's been dinged up all year long. So you can draw upon that, and you look at the numbers, right? Number 7 in the run game, number 5 in the pass game. So if you go ahead and you activate your receivers and get that short passing game going, allow them to connect and get those yak yards like Samuel Emilus loves doing, I think that's the identity of the offense. Move the ball, that the playmakers make their plays, and I'm pretty sure that's one of the things of many that Mark Buehler's got dialed up here for this afternoon, calling his first Labor Day Classic for the Riders.
Well, one of the things about the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense right now, I'd really like to see a lot more variation, especially when Clinton Rakovic's on the field. In 24 personnel, they're probably a 90% run team. Like, everybody sees that run coming. And if you're going to be that team, that's fine, but you're going to need some success in that personnel group to convince them that you're going to run the football, right? And you can do it consistently and move the sticks. The bottom line today is that the Saskatchewan Roughriders need first down success. They need 5 to 6 yards. They need, right? And they need it consistently. The reason they lost in Toronto, they were in far too many 2nd and 7+ situations, right? So 2nd and 7 all the way to 2nd and 10 beyond, right? They were in far too many of those situations. So they've got to figure it out. And one of the things that teams do when they have, for instance, the 24 personnel in, teams understand that that's probably a run, right? So let's get to the sidelines a little bit quickly with the football, right? Let's get Sean Bain, who needs to get a little bit more consistent. Maybe that's how you create some consistency within Sean Bain, is just getting the ball a lot more to him. But they needed to get it quick to the sidelines, right? That's going to spread the defense out. Then you can go back to that run game.
Let's see if they can get that passing game going based on the weather report, and we'll go to our pseudo weatherman, Mr. Dave Thomas. The weather brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
The more I dig into the forecast, the more I get it wrong. So it's simple.
What?
Clear skies tonight. Temperature's going to settle in right around 23, 24 degrees throughout the course of the ball game. There will be a little bit of wind to contend with from the south. 20 gusting to 33 at times. It's manageable. It'll keep the bugs down. It's going to be a gorgeous night for football. Don't worry about the weather.
Sure seems that way. Coming up on the other side, betting the odds and Luc's 3 keys to the game. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, and make sure you subscribe there. Plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code Green200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visitHealthyFutureSask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It is packed inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder alongside. Fellas, it is time for Labor Day Classic edition of Betting the Odds. The Riders, 2.5-point favorites, open the week around 1.5. So money has come in on the hometown team in Saskatchewan. And for those that don't know, Luke, I don't know if you know this, so I'm throwing it out there. The Riders are 38-21 in Labor Day Classics all time, but the Riders have won 15 of the last 18 Labor Day Classics.
This is our house, and this is our game. This is our game. Make no mistake about it. The Labor Day Classic is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, and it is our game. I think you take the spread. I see the Riders winning by at least a field goal, but this is our game. Now, next week, we'll figure that out when we get there. But this week, this is the Saskatchewan Rough. You expect to win this football game if you're down in the locker room.
Is it our game mortgage? Is it our game weekly paycheck?
Oh, it's like...
What is it? Lemonade sale?
Yeah, it's probably our game lemonade sale, though. Yeah. I mean, again, I think that Winnipeg's got a ton of momentum, right? They're starting to play well. Some of the things... But here's the... When you were talking earlier today... When is the last time you and the three of us have actually talked about this is the same 5 offensive linemen today as last week?
Yeah.
That never happens. Like, dude, we've gone through like 4 right tackles in the last 4 weeks. And today is literally the second week in a row where the Saskatchewan Roughriders have, and that's a lot of hours together. Right, that's a lot of hours together. So there are some positives here that are coming for the and you kind of look at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and now you're like, hey, they're a little bit like us now, right? They had to. There's this Alabama kid who they had to throw in on the starting front. Eli Asotui, he's been a guy that they've been developing but hasn't played much. So I like the Saskatchewan odds right now.
Well, and again, just to mention, so there's no Patty Neufeld, no Stanley Bryant on that offensive line for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and you talked about it. I think you got to give a lot of credit to Zach Fry. Like, again, he's getting significant reps, and it turns 24 on Tuesday. So, to me, he's made a huge stride forward, as I don't think anybody anticipated him getting the amount of time or touches or reps that he's getting.
He's been great, man, and you're right, Luke. I don't think the offensive line has been the same for 2 weeks in a row since before Jamarcus Hardrick got hurt.
Since week 2.
That's huge.
Boom.
It's a lot of hours together, right? It's a lot of practices. It's a lot of, and more importantly, the best part about it is that there's a lot of film involved there, right? You get to sit with Trayvon Tate now and talk through an entire game, right? And you get to talk through mistakes. Hey, man, when we had this call and he looped here, when I left, I needed you to stick on a little bit more before you turn to absorb the blitzer coming from the outside. Like those conversations can now be applied into every situation you got today.
Let's go to Luke's 3 keys to the game. I feel like we're getting into that territory quickly already. For Pattison Liquid Systems, experts in liquid fertilizer distribution. Fertilizer's just better when it's wetter. Pattison Liquid Systems expect the best, and we expect the best from our man, Luc Mullinder.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is there's a lot of sort of unique ways to look at this game. I think that we've talked about Nick Dembski, right? He's a guy that now re-enters sort of that order of importance for Winnipeg while they're playing the way they are. I think that they try to figure a way to get Lucky Whitehead involved. But the Labor Day game, one of the reasons why this is our game, this is the Saskatchewan Roughriders expectation here, is because you go into this game understanding what a physical battle you have to get in today. This is a fist fight. You don't come in here to shake hands. You don't come in here to be sportsmanlike. You're coming in for a fist fight today. And that's what we've always expected out of Labor Day. And that's why I think one of the keys is you have to come out on top when it comes to being physical. I've mentioned the second key to the game already today. First down success for Mark Mueller and this offense. We have to have it. We need 4 to 6 yards every first down. Or 5 to 6 yards every first down, right? We have to get in a rhythm. And you get into rhythms by being 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4, right? You can go, but too many times, especially in the second half of last week, the Saskatchewan Roughriders were stuck in that 2nd and 7+ yardage situation, and they just weren't good enough in that situation. So we need better first down momentum. And one of the big pieces is Brady Oliveira. You cannot let this kid go north-south. You have to get bodies on him early, and you have to get him moving east-west. That's the way to slow down, because he wants to run between the tackles. He's a north-south runner. He's one of the best north-south runners in the league right now. You get him hit early, and that involves playing on the line of scrimmage. That's why being physical is so important today. But you get him hit early, and you get him moving east-west. That is a huge factor in keeping Brady Oliveira off the impact sheet.
Just to maybe provide statistical proof to your first down philosophy, the Saskatchewan Roughriders this year are number 7 offensively in first downs. They only collectively have got 5.9 yards per first down this season. Conversely, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, tops in the league, they average 7.1 yards on every first down play. So again, are you 2nd and medium or are you 2nd and short? And if you're the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, you're playing a lot of 2nd and short.
And they're finding the balance, right?
Yeah.
Like we all know, Brady Oliveira is a really important part of their offense, right? But it's not about giving him the ball every single time. It's about balancing his skill set out with effective play calling and clock management, and that's what we need. We need it from Mark Mueller today. We need it from the coaching staff, and we need, we need to continue. So can't drop a lot of footballs today. Everything's got to be crisp.
The energy is building to kick off. These men alongside Darien Durant will have the call on the other side. Injury report and starters, plus we'll talk about those quarterbacks that Luke loves so much. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Make sure you hit that red button at the bottom and subscribe to get all our goodies, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Thanks to feedback from farmers like you, Massey Ferguson raised the bar with the 8S series. To protect you, design reduces cab noise and vibration while improving engine air quality and combustion. The industry-exclusive Dyna VT transmission delivers fuel efficiency with easy travel speed and RPM adjustment. When you have a straightforward and dependable Massey Ferguson 8S series on your farm, the work just gets done. See the MF8S series at Ag World Equipment in Canistano.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Massey Ferguson GC 1723E and 1725M compact tractors are available at Nick's Service. These are the perfect tractors for your acreage, doing chores around the farm, or just plain old yard work. Ranging from 23 to 25 horsepower, these tractors can be outfitted with a rototiller, mid-mount mower, front-end loader, and more. With unbeatable power, smart fuel economy, and the ability to multitask almost any job, these compact tractors provide outstanding value for years to come. Learn more at nickservice.com or see the Massey Ferguson compact tractors at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Labor Day Classic Game Day. Riders, Bombers at Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff just after 5 with these two fellas, plus Rider legend Darien Durant in the booth with the call live on 620 CKRM. So if you're at the stadium, get your earbuds going, put them in there so you can listen to Dave, Luke, and Darien on the call. I'm jacked up to hear the three-man booth. That's going to happen. Let's get into this, fellas. Injury report for the game brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, which provides cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, I know they're going to throw it up on a screen if you're watching on YouTube. Thanks so much. Make sure you hit the subscribe button so you can follow us along through all of the SportsCage endeavors. But what you're going to see right now for the injury report for the Saskatchewan Roughriders is that Amari Henderson, Bruno LaBelle are out game to game right now. It's great to see Bruno actually taking part in most drills. So he's been battling a leg injury right since training camp. So that's good news for Bruno LaBelle. Nick Wiebe, Jackson Ford, we wondered if they'd come off the 6-game injured list early. They will not. They will spend the entire duration of the 2 6-game lists essentially that they were put on, but they are both very, very close. The other one that's going to catch your eye today is the fact that Clint Rakovich comes back in after missing last week in Toronto, I guess essentially due to the ratio. Kosi Onyeka is going to come in, but Kosi's going to take the spot of Jaden Dalkey. So Dalkey was taking a lot of reps with Nelson Locombo nicked up at practice this week, but then Dalkey is going to actually be sent out. So Kosi's going to be the backup safety. And then Jackson Ford, who was taking a bunch of reps at safety. It was interesting to me that Jaden would be the guy that is going to go on the 1-game injured list for the day, essentially a healthy scratch. But again, you look at the injury report, the team is getting healthier. Just some long-term injuries that still are going to plague the team to A.J. Ouellette, Jacob Brammer, Jamarcus Harder, Philip Blake, Ryan Sevier, and of course on that defensive line, Anthony Lanier II. However, he has been back at practice, nowhere near participating, but good to see him back in the building.
That leads us into the starting lineup, which is brought to you by Visit Minot in North Dakota. It's only 4 hours away. Your easy getaway to family fun with a zoo, new children's museum, and more. Plan your trip at visitminot.org.
Well, for the first time, as I mentioned, since week number 2, the offensive line is the same back-to-back weeks. You'll recall week 2, Philip Blake started in Hamilton, and then he got nicked up in that game, and it's been a revolving door
seems like
ever
ages
since.
ago, man.
Doesn't
That's
it?
wild.
I know. So you got left to right, you've got Trevor Reed, Zach Fry, Peter Godber, Logan Furland, and, of course, Travion Tate. Zach Fry, as I mentioned, I think doing a terrific job at that left guard spot, turns 24 on Tuesday. The receiving core, you get both Myers and Johnson onto the roster, which is difficult to do with both American receivers, but then you bring in Emelis, Sean Bain Jr., Kean Schaefer-Baker going to be there as well. Trevor Harris, he gets the call today. And again, for Trevor Harris, amazingly, this is just his 4th Labor Day start, but Trevor Harris will quarterback your team with Frankie Hickson in the backfield.
He's never started this Labor Day Classic, though.
No, absolutely. Right?
First time with the Riders.
Of course, injured last year, right? So defensively, the defense is basically intact. You've got Miles Brown, who turns 27 on Wednesday, defensive interior, along with Micah Johnson. Those two play so well off one another. The ends are Carney and, of course, Brian Cox Jr. Then the linebacking core, you've got Thurman, Revis, and Eau Claire in the defensive backfield, which I think is sensational, including Nelson Lacombo, former U of S Husky, who is starting at the safety spot.
We need a little bit better discipline in our secondary today. I think that assignment-wise, we've been good on the piece about, like, hey, this is your guy, or hey, this is your part of your zone. But, for instance, if the down is 2nd and 10 and Coach Mace designs a defense that is going to blitz or is going to demand that the quarterback get the football out quick, if you as a defensive back are asked to play at the sticks, you cannot go beyond them. So let's say the sticks are at 7 yards. You can't go beyond 7 yards. Even though there's a wide receiver that's running his fastest on the waggle, you cannot back up any more than the allotted yardage in the defensive assignment. And the reason why is, again, it's football IQ. The ball has to come out early. So it may seem scary that there's a guy that's running his fastest on the waggle, but you got to remember the reason why you're lined up there is because if the quarterback doesn't throw it quick, he's going to get blasted. He's going to get plastered. So you don't have to worry about that. And I feel like in Toronto, for instance, there were a lot of plays in Toronto that got extended by the Argos, and it's happened a couple times in other games to where if the defensive backs or the linebacker had been in the space that they're needed to be standing and trusted the defensive call, it would have been a kicking situation come up next play. So little things like that today are going to play big when it comes to the overall result.
Let's go to the quarterback matchup, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca, and a couple of veterans going at it in the Labor Day Classic.
Remarkably, though, guys, I had to double check, and it's fact. Trevor Harris, this is just the 4th time he's ever started on Labor Day, like in a Labor Day Classic situation, because, of course, he spent time in Montreal. You don't have that Labor Day Classic matchup. So he's 1-2 in Labor Day. This is the first time he gets a start for Saskatchewan. While Zach Collaros, this is going to be his 8th Labor Day Classic start. He's 2-1 with Winnipeg. Yes, he's won 2 of the last 3 here in Saskatchewan. So 6-1 overall. Zach Collaros knows what Labor Day is all about, and we'll see what he can bring tonight, as he's had some problems throwing some interceptions along the way, but I think he's turning into form.
But that's the best thing about Zach. It's one of the reasons why he's one of the best players in this league, is you're not going to be able to talk him out of throwing the ball. Right? I don't care. He could have 20 interceptions on there, and the only people that care about it are going to be us, because he's going to come out and he's going to sling it, and that's what makes him special, and that's the worst part. And any given game day, that guy can either throw 2 interceptions or go for 600 yards. Right? So, and again, hopefully today it's the former, not the latter.
You know, I saw him in the hotel last night just calmly going about his business. I was like, what are you going to do? He's like, going to do walkthrough. He had his little play sheet.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't something that makes him nervous. And to me, that is a dangerous football player when they don't have those kinds of nerves. They're just going about their preparation.
As a player, you know, and no one's better who's going to talk to this than the guy you got coming up here next. There's nothing to be nervous about this situation. This is one of the greatest situations that you can be involved in as a player in the Canadian Football League. It's what you live for. The fans, the energy on the field, it gives you that extra juice. It's also the reason why you've got to make sure, and we've talked about this a couple times on this stage, guys, talking about our numbers, right? Talking about your effectiveness number out of 10. If you play your best football at a 7 in these environments where the energy is so high, when the expectation and everything seems a little bit more important, you've really got to fight yourself as a player to keep yourself at your number of where you're most effective, right? But man, this is the best situation. Look at outside. I mean, they've got like 3 minutes to get a $5 beer. They're going to flock in here, and it's going to get noisy, man. This is the best place to be on the Labor Day weekend in Canada.
He just issued the 3-minute warning. Perfect.
Yeah, let's do it.
You guys, I'm sure, are excited to have Darien Durant join you in the booth. You can listen to that call live on 620 CKRM. What other stations across the province can you catch it on?
Oh, of course, you'll hear us on GX94 in Yorkton, 96.3 Cruise FM in Saskatoon, and then, of course, some great partners up in Prince Albert, Melfort, Meadow Lake, and North Battleford.
All around the province of Saskatchewan, and you can hear it live on youtube.com/@SportsCage.com. You won't see it, but you can hear Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder there if you want to access it that way. Get in on the call. Dave, Luc, and Darien Durant, 3-man booth today, special for the Labor Day Classic. Fellas, enjoy it. We'll let you go.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Coming up next, we have a Rider legend in the house, 2-time Grey Cup champion and Regina boy Chris Getzlaff live inside Harvard Studio 620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com. Make sure you subscribe, plus be a friend and tell a friend, and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for a winter works inspection with genuine Case IH parts and service. Book now and take advantage of free trucking. Also, ask about our block labor promotion. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
This is what Opa sounds like delivered to your apartment. Opa. This is what Opa sounds like arriving at your house. Opa. This is what Opa sounds like delivered to your work.
Hey, can I get some of those fries? Sweet. And some of the tzatziki?
Get Opa delivered fast, fresh, and easy right to you with the Opa app. Download it today to place your order.
Rooted in tradition, leading in innovation, McDougall Auctioneers is your first choice for farm auctions. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. At McDougall Auctioneers, we understand that selling your farm equipment is more than just business. It's about peace of mind. That's why we offer a unique guarantee, a minimum value for your auction, ensuring you sell with confidence and comfort. Our promise is your security. Choose McDougall Auctioneers, where your satisfaction is not just expected, it's guaranteed. McDougallAuction.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
All right, we are live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge with Chris Getzlaff, a 2-time Grey Cup champion with your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Lucky to have him live on set. It's buzzing in here, man. Can you feel the energy for the Labor Day Classic or what, Chris?
Oh, you can feel it for sure. I mean, just walking into the stadium, nothing but green everywhere. Obviously, the odd blue jersey shows up, but, I mean, absolute best day of the year for when it comes to game day in Riderville. It's always slammed. I think it's a sellout. Should be a phenomenal game, fighting for first place. I mean, what more can you ask for in a game like this?
It definitely is a sellout, and I believe it might be the biggest crowd ever at New Mosaic Stadium. So a lot of people here for the 2024 version of the Labor Day Classic. When you think of Labor Day Classics, Chris, what kind of feelings come to mind for you? Do you get nervous? Do you get excited? What emotions come about?
Well, I was never a really big nerves guy. Even throughout my entire career, it didn't really matter the magnitude of the game. So excitement for sure. I mean, the warm-up and the anticipation to get out and run out of the tunnel each and every game, but obviously especially Labor Day when you know the crowd is just that much bigger every single time and it's going to be that much louder. That initial run out of the tunnel is phenomenal. Yeah.
What are some of your favorite memories on the field from Labor Day Classics? You've had some big moments in these games.
Yeah, I mean, I got several that come to mind. I was able to score several touchdowns for one, and anytime you score a touchdown, the adrenaline rush in front of the hometown crowd's amazing. So there was a number of those. I mean, Kerry Joseph's amazing run in 2007 on a QB draw for like 30 yards to win the game. Huge moment in that season to help propel the back end of it and eventually winning the Grey Cup. And then, pounding them 52-0 at home. I mean, I think that one stands at top of the list. It's one of the biggest blowouts that I've ever been a part of.
How does a blowout like that happen in professional football?
You just end up firing on all cylinders. It's rare. It's still going to be rare all the time. It doesn't even matter the matchup. That's a rare feat. But, when you get everything firing on all cylinders, offense comes out firing. You end up forcing a bunch of turnovers, so you got short fields. I mean, you just start piling up the points, and then obviously eventually the other team's going to get a little deflated, and that's going to affect their gameplay going forward.
What are some of your favorite moments off the field from Labor Day Classics, be it the crowd, the energy leading into the game, after the game? What comes to mind?
I mean, leading up to the game, we used to always have a gathering where people could come and get autographs. It was a big team kind of signing event, so, there'd be several different tents set up where fans could come and interact with the players and get some autographs. So I always thought that was a great event because, it really brought the community together and got everyone in there to, talk and see their favorite players. And they did it in a manner where there was a good chance that if you were there early enough, you were going to get to kind of see everyone you wanted to. So, those are one of my best, kind of pre-game leading up kind of memories for sure. I mean, after the game, just the feeling of winning and winning another week. And obviously you're flushing that pretty quick, but you can always relish in a win right after.
Do the Labor Day wins stand out close to your Grey Cup wins?
You know what? I don't know if I would go that far. I mean, obviously it's been a long-lived rivalry. I would consider Calgary our biggest rival during my tenure, just because we were always battling for first place. We always ended up having a meaningful playoff game against them, to try to get on and go to the Grey Cup. But this was always right there. It didn't matter what the records were. It was going to be a dogfight every single time that you hit the Labor Day Classic and the Banjo Bowl. And they're also going to be the two loudest games of the year. So it does have a special meaning each and every year, and this year brings back the true rivalry when you're really battling for first place in the West in a game of this magnitude.
One of your Grey Cups came in 2007. You mentioned Kerry Joseph's touchdown run in the 2007 Labor Day Classic that perhaps helped propel the Riders to that Grey Cup. How did that team complete that run to a championship in your first year?
It was just a team that could always come back and win. Like, there was just a belief, and it's not like we were blowing every team out or anything like that, but it was a team that constantly found ways to win, and that's what you need. I mean, especially down the stretch, you got to build that confidence and get that connection going with all of your teammates to create that belief that no matter the situation and no matter the opponent, there's always a chance that you're going to be able to win the football game. And 2007, they just had that belief. And I just joined the team mid-season, right? It was actually right before the Labor Day Classic is when I came back, because I was in Hamilton, who drafted me, and then I got traded before the Labor Day game. So I got to really jump on the train for the back end of that season. Obviously saw how the team and family atmosphere interacted within the locker room, and got some great coaching along the way. So I think that helped propel me into being a player that was ready to step on the field the following season.
You mentioned great coaching, and that was Ken Miller's lone Grey Cup championship as a coach with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Came really close a couple of times, all about that, in 2009 and 2010. But what do you remember about Coach Miller, who recently passed away?
I just remember that he's a coach that everyone looked forward to seeing each and every day. He always had his sayings and his little motivational speeches. That he wasn't a big rah-rah guy, but he always had something important to say, or some analogy about something in the past or in the history books that he could bring up as motivation for the team. And most importantly, I just felt like he treated everyone like men, and he had a keen interest in everybody's well-being on a personal level, not just on the football field. So he was always interested in how you were doing emotionally and at home, before he even got into anything about the actual team. So it made guys want to run through a wall for him. He was a unique coach, a great individual. He was always there. He was always in the community, and he always had time for everybody. So, I think that from a fan perspective or from a player perspective, everyone just loved him, and he was a great man.
Do you have anything that Coach Miller said that stays with you today? And I'll give you an example, because Kerry Joseph made 30 minutes available for me to interview him on the day after Ken Miller had passed away, on a Chicago Bears game day when he's the quarterback's coach. They were playing their final preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what Ken Miller meant to him, and he said that the week leading into that Grey Cup in 2007, Ken Miller said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but if you don't win the CFL MOP award, time will stop. And that still to this day gives Kerry Joseph goosebumps, and he uses some of Coach Miller's teachings with what he's doing now as the quarterback's coach with the Chicago Bears, teaching Caleb Williams, who has all this hype behind him, and the rest in the Windy City. So is there anything that you take from his teachings that's still present in your current life?
I guess, I'm just more reiterating what I've already said, is that if you focus on your personal relationships and your life outside of football, generally speaking, it will translate to your production on the field. If you're happy at home and you're taking care of your family and you're feeling comfortable, it takes away distractions and stress that can happen when you're playing the game of football. So it really allows you to focus and be mentally prepared to go out there and win in each and every game and each and every play. So I just know he's just an individual that when you talk to you, he always made you feel great. And it didn't matter the situation, it didn't matter what you were talking about. You could be going through a stretch of time where you're dropping more balls than you should be, and everyone goes through them. And it wouldn't even be his first topic of conversation, even though that's what a lot of coaches would gear towards, like, hey, like, we got to get this fixed. It would be like, hey, how you doing at home? How's Tia? What's going on? And then gradually work his way into possibly talking about, okay, what's going on the field. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I can take away from it.
Two-time Grey Cup champion Chris Getzlaff joins us live on the Rider Nation pregame show. You were a fantastic receiver, so let's look at this Rough Riders receiver corps right now. A lot of talk about a Joe. He's a Canadian like yourself playing this game. Not from Regina, though, like you. But people want to see him get the football more. Does he deserve it? And do you think he has this sky-high potential? And if so, why?
Yeah, I would like to see him get the football more. I think he's got every intangible that you can ask for when it comes to a football player. He's big, he's strong, he's mean, he's fighting in the box, making the blocks that everyone needs out there for successful plays on a regular basis. And his ability to turn, 6 into 60 is evident, right? He can break tackles, and he's got that top end speed. So, I think he's a dynamic player, and I would like to see him get the football more.
So I don't pigeonhole you on this one. Who are some of your standout receivers when you look at this receiving core currently that the Riders have?
I mean, I think they're fairly stacked as a whole. I really like Emelis. Again, he's got a lot of the same qualities. He's got that game-breaking ability. He plays mean. Like, he blocks his butt off out there. He's phenomenal after the catch. He's constantly breaking tackles. So, and a great route runner. So I really like him. I think he's dynamic. Bain offers, a little more shiftiness, a little more quickness in the game. I'd like to see a little more consistency probably with catching the football. But like I said earlier, I went through the same kind of thing. You're going to have periods of time where you have a little bit of struggles there. And I think he'll bounce back great. He's a good receiver. So, they have a lot of depth. I mean, Schaefer Baker, he's missed some games, but obviously the talent is there when it comes to route running and catching the football, and he's a big body as well. So, they're pretty stacked across the board when it comes to receiver, and when you got a quarterback behind center like Trevor Harris, who's extremely accurate, he understands how to decipher that defense, should be able to move the ball around to a lot of different guys.
There it is from Chris Getzlaff, two-time Grey Cup champion, Regina native. Lucky to have you join us live in person on set inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. We'll let you enjoy the game. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, on the other side, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace leading into the game against the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi, folks. Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
This summer, you can look hotter than the sun with a new wardrobe from Colin O'Brien. For everywhere you go this summer, from the golf course to that backyard barbecue to drinks on the patio or a day at the beach. No matter where you go, it'll be all about feeling good and looking your best. Comfortable summer casual wear for the man with impeccable taste. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. 1825 Hamilton. ColinO'Brien.com.
Hey, it's Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders. You know what I love as much as throwing touchdowns? Driving a great truck from Capital GMC. They have a huge inventory of trucks, SUVs, luxury cars, and more. You'll find something that suits your style and budget. They're also big supporters of the Riders and our communities. So, whether you're a diehard Riders fan or just looking for a great deal, check out Capital GMC today. They'll make you feel like an MVP.
Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina. We drive Rider Nation. Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Back Back inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge, counting down to kickoff on the Rider Nation pregame show. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Darien Durant, part of a three-man booth that will call this football game. And we had a chance to talk to Frankie Hickson with a little-known connection to Rider legend Ken Austin, who won a Grey Cup as a quarterback here in 1989 and as a head coach in 2007. The two spent some time together at Liberty University. Okay, we're going to go back to a break. So on the other side, you'll hear from head coach Kerry Mace. We'll talk about Frankie Hickson another time. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visithealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Beautify your yard this summer with your friends from Windsor Plywood, with locations in Regina, Prince Albert, Yorkton, and Saskatoon. From fiber-on and TimberTech decking to beautiful and modern Vista railing, Windsor Plywood has it all. Don't forget about the huge selection of treated lumber for all your outdoor projects. See the pros at Windsor Plywood, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon.
Windsor, the experts you need to know.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's coming up to kickoff time for the Labor Day Classic. Riders and Bombers in this one. And head coach Corey Mace, despite being on a winless streak that goes all the way back to July 19th, the last win the Riders had came against these Winnipeg Blue Bombers on that night at Mosaic Stadium, 19-9. Mace still believes that there is belief around the locker room within this team.
We definitely had it, right? We were winning. Man, when I tell you how these guys feel and the rest of the team feels of how we've been ending these games, unfortunately, has not turned out in our favor. And still having not only the belief, but just understanding the standard of what we know we can play like, and haven't been able to attain it for whatever reason. 1 second. Yeah, it's the Riders. That's a silver lining for myself. Earlier in my career and in my college career, I was on teams maybe who weren't so good, and you find yourselves in these situations, and the belief is almost gone. Not the case here, and I love that.
Corey Mace's commentary brought to you by Saloon Tire. They have you covered like a championship-winning defense. Cars, trucks, or SUVs, league-leading value and performance you can count on. It's almost time for kickoff. On the other side, Dave Thomas with your play-by-play, and Luc Mullinder plus Darien Durant in the booth for the call. Riders, Bombers, the Labor Day Classic is next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is hitting the field with high-performing canola hybrids, like the new 400 series, which delivers high yield potential, improved pod shatter genetics, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility, all in one bag. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
The all-new Case IH AF11 Combine provides productivity, technology, and efficiency. Powered by a 16-liter 775 HP engine and featuring a 567-bushel grain tank, this helps you cover more acres in less time. Take your harvest management to the next level with Case IH and the AF11 Combine. See your local Redhead Equipment for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Rider Nation, it's game day. Saskatchewan Roughrider football is brought to you by Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment, McDougall Auctioneers, Claws of America. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the first quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Absolutely gorgeous day for football, and it's also a gorgeous opportunity to remember as we join public address announcer Daryl Brace.
The Métis flag, Zach Lomsness, representing Métis Nation. It's with heavy hearts that we take a moment to pause and recognize the passing of a beloved member of Rider Nation, Coach Ken Miller. Now a look back at his time with your Saskatchewan Roughriders.
The head coach of the Saskatchewan Roughriders is Ken Miller, and here are the rest of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Like Gino said yesterday, play like you're eight. Have fun. Have fun. I ask you to win it for you. I ask you to win it for your families. And I ask you to win it for each other.
Ken Miller, head coach of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, going to the Grey Cup. You told us yesterday you had a sense that this team could accomplish something special today. Give us all a sense, as viewers coast to coast, what this means to this city and this province to win this game today.
I'll tell you, we are just so happy, so ecstatic. I'm so happy for the players, so happy for our coaches, our organization, and the entire province. Rider fans everywhere. We have a tremendous opportunity before us here tonight. Tremendous opportunity. Let's seize the moment. Seize the moment. Let's demonstrate our personality. Demonstrate our toughness. Demonstrate our determination. Demonstrate our effort. Man, let's play with all out. One play at a time. Win every play. One play at a time for the duration of the game. Let's finish. Let's finish every play. Let's sprint to the football. Let's do a great job with our effort. Men, let's play with great poise, great discipline. Men, what do Riders do? Ride. Let's ride.
Football fans, we now ask that you rise and join us in a moment of celebration as we recognize the life and achievements of Riders great Ken Miller. And remove your headwear as 620 CKRM presents today's national anthem. Here, during the 59th Labor Day Classic, the loudest fans in the CFL are going to perform the Canadian national anthem. Get ready to sing loud and proud. Here we go.
Performing the national anthem here in belief among CFL observers is that the season is made up of two halves, pre and post Labor Day, or a season with double meaning, if you will. Well, today, two arch rivals will double down on the first half of their season as playoff berths and positioning are on the line. Hello, everyone. I'm Dave Thomas, alongside Grey Cup champions Luc Mullinder and doubles. Yes, Darien Durant here at Mosaic Stadium for the 59th Labor Day Classic between the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. In Rider Nation, the faithful are hoping that they don't have double vision when it comes to long winless spans in a season. Yeah, see 2022 and 2023. Well, in 2024, the green and white haven't won since topping the Bombers in Week 7. The team has proven that they can dominate their opponents in all three phases, but the double-edged sword is that they haven't consistently been able to execute on offense, defense, and special teams at the same time. And when they've had an opportunity to knock an opponent out, they haven't been able to get a double takedown at the right time. For Winnipeg, after an 0-4 start, the Blue Bombers proved that their lack of panic wasn't just double talk. The team has gone 5-2 since, including a pair of impressive wins over BC. The biggest reason for the resurgence, though, is the double trouble that running back Brady Oliveira can provide, both running and catching the ball. The Riders will need to use their defensive double whammy in order to stop the Bombers' offense and get back into the double U column. So here's to doubles. Darien Durant joining us in the booth. Cheers, Saskatchewan. It's Labor Day. How about we make it a double?
Well, now I want a double cheeseburger.
Oh, boy. Darien Durant, welcome home, my friend.
Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here and be in this environment. I miss it so much.
Well, that's what we were talking about, man. It's a real different version or vision from up on the 50, but you were saying, and we were talking, this is literally the one time you really miss the game when you bring them out and the team coming out.
That's it. You just miss this part of the game, right? This is what brings the adrenaline. This is what gets you fired up. There's nothing like game day, and especially there's nothing like Labor Day.
When we were in the locker room together, I know what we were thinking, but when you had your offense and you knew you were going to take the field regardless of who goes out first, what were your main thoughts to that group?
Well, the main thing is to take care of the ball. You know, in big games, turnovers are going to play a major key in the outcome of the ball game. So you want to make sure you take care of the ball and be sure that you're sound on special teams.
Well, the Riders have won the coin toss this afternoon for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca, they've chosen to defer. So the Riders are going to go ahead and get the wind at their back in the opening quarter, and Brett Lather and the kick team comes out to kick this one away to the waiting Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Lucky Whitehead will be on the return, 9.3-yard average on kick returns thus far this season, while Brett Lather in his kickoff, 68.4 for the 7-year pro out of St. Mary's. The Riders wearing their retro jerseys. They've got the green top, the white pants with the green numbers, and of course the decal striping and that heritage S on either side of their helmets. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are wearing the white tops with the gold pants, blue socks, and of course the golden helmet with W on either side. As we get set to go this afternoon here at Mosaic Stadium in front of a packed crowd in what's sure to be a dandy this afternoon, with two teams looking to gain standing in the ultra-tight and ultra-competitive West Division.
For doubles, we got Kendall Randolph, who's starting for the first time in place of Stanley Bryant, one of the greatest tackles we've ever seen in this game. If you have a new left tackle out there in a game like this, what are you telling them?
Well, it's very important that you make sure that you don't let the crowd noise affect you, because, whenever you're on offense, false starts are going to be a huge thing today. So you have to, even if you're a little bit late off the ball, make sure you don't get penalties and put the team in second and long situations.
The CFL official is left at field. Brett Lather is going to walk off his approach for the Quality Tire kickoff. 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. He counts it off from his own 30-yard line. He's got the Rider Nation behind them on their feet at Mosaic Stadium as we are set to go Saskatchewan in the 59th Labor Day Classic. High end over end kick going to be taken by Lucky Whitehead down inside his 5-yard line on the far numbers. He'll cut back towards the middle, get up to the 20-yard line to the 25, and that's where he's brought down. And the Winnipeg offense will go to work with Zach Caleros at the helm.
The cover teams for the Saskatchewan Roughriders had one of the best returners winners in their sights last week against the Toronto Argonauts. Here they start off well, and they've been an efficient part of the group.
75-yard kick, 20 on the return for Lucky Whitehead. 1st and 10 for the Bombers on their 25-yard line. The crowd comes to life as the Bombers get set for 1st and 10 as we're just underway on Labor Day at Mosaic. Collaros is in the gun on 1st down. Brady Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield to his left. Pre-snap motion with Wilson. Handoff goes to Oliveira. He'll get to the line. Not going to go anywhere. Riders' interior defense do a nice job of climbing it up.
Well, Micah Johnson's been incredibly effective in the middle. Doubles, we see our first 2nd and long situation here. You've got the crowd at Mosaic Stadium. If you're Zach Collaros, how do you plan to roll out this 2nd and 7 against this defense?
The main thing you want to do is get a completion if you're Zach Collaros. The defense is probably going to be in some soft coverage here. Make sure they keep everything in front of them.
Bombers 42% conversion rate on 2nd downs. This is a long one. 2nd and 9 from their own 26. 5 receiver package. 3 to the far side. Collaros back to pass. Has time. Here comes the heat. The Riders get home. It's a Quill Plains sack on 2nd down. Brian Cox Jr.
Well, you've got a defensive stunt in the middle. Brian Cox Jr. is becoming a lot better. He's showing signs that it's beginning to turn on for him here. This is a one-on-one effort. He's simply winning a one-on-one against Eric Lofton. And we got our first kicking situation here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
5th sack of the season for Brian Cox Jr. And it's a 2-and-out for the Bombers to start with Jamison Sheehan on to punt, standing inside his 10-yard line, wind in his face. Comes in with the 9th best punting average in the league, just 44.1%. This one gets hung up in the wind. Mario Alford takes it at his 49. Going to dance to the outside of the sideline and then step out of bounds inside Winnipeg territory. And that's where the Riders will go to work. 1st and 10 with Trevor Harris coming onto the field.
So, hey, Double. So, one of the things that we talked about at the keys of the game was the Riders need to have some 1st down success. They haven't managed to really get some momentum. They've been in far too many 2nd and 7+ situations. If you're an OC here with this group, how do you think about this first series coming in?
Well, the main thing you look at here is just field position. Whenever you get great field position like this so early in the game, you want to make sure you can come away with points. So don't get too greedy, and let's see what we can do here.
1st and 10 for the Riders at the Bomber 52 right-hand hash. Harris is back to pass. Looks quickly out. That's batted down, though, at the line of scrimmage. Willie Jefferson able to get his mitts on it and bat it down for a 7th time this season.
Willie Jefferson, one of the best athletes we've seen in the Canadian Football League. He's so good at doing this. He gets his hands up. One of the things that I was talking about here in the pregame with a couple of guys is let's jump set Willie Jefferson, right, Doubles?
Absolutely.
If I'm an offensive lineman and I know Willie Jefferson gets up in the air, if I jump set him and don't let him get off the line of scrimmage, I might keep his hands down.
And next time, as an offensive lineman, you have to punish a guy. When a guy leaves his feet like that, you have to try to put him in the dirt.
2nd and 10 for the Riders on the 52 of Winnipeg. It's a 3-man set up on the defensive line for the Bombers. High snap. Harris holds it. Now he's going to look deep. Far side. It's up, and it's incomplete. Intended on that far side for Dante Myers. He was in an epic battle, though, with Terrell Bonds, and the rookie out of Tennessee State knocks it down.
Winnipeg is dedicating their linebackers and secondary into coverage. 3-man rush. Harris, good protection. He's going to go to the right side, right in front of the sideline. And our young man, Dante Myers, can't win a jump ball.
Yeah.
Hey, man, what's the key to those jump balls?
You know what? You have to try to high point it as best you can, but the defensive back did a great job of being in position and making a play.
Adam Korsak on to punt it away for the Riders. He'll let this one go from his 45-yard line. This is going to be a driving kick that Lucky Whitehead is going to chase to the near sideline up to the 11. He'll cut back to the inside, then get back and tackled at the 20. And that's where the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will start their 2nd possession when we come back. 12:17 to go in the opening quarter. We're scoreless on Labor Day. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
From right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world, we're helping feed the future. That's something we're celebrating. Over the last 65 years, Nutrien has become the largest producer of potash in the world and the largest private sector employer in the province. Join us for this milestone, one that's only possible thanks to the people of Saskatchewan. Nutrien, from Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Both teams trade 2 and out on their opening possession. That first one for the Bombers was quelled by a Brian Cox Jr. sack. Of course, sacks this season for Quill Plains. Chevrolet Buick GMC and Wadena taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. Darien Durant, Luc Mullinder, Dave Thomas with you, gentlemen. Do you get nervous on Labor Day? Because this is a pretty cool atmosphere.
This atmosphere could definitely make you nervous. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. You know how excited the fans are, and bragging rights can go into this game for sure.
I loved it, man. I love the uniforms that you get to wear on Labor Day. And I think on the defensive side of the ball, it's a different feeling, right? You're nervous, but you're excited. And I remember being part of these Labor Day games. I was just as much a fan of everybody else when our offense was out there, man. We were sitting on the sideline or on the bench cheering our guys on. It's the atmosphere and the energy here is unmatched.
Well, the Bombers are going to go 1st and 10 from their own 21-yard line. Ball will be on the right-hand hash. It's a 5-receiver look for the Bombers, who moved Nick Densky in motion to the far side. Collaros fakes a handoff. Now he'll throw it up near side, and that's intended for Drew Wolotarski. It's well behind him, though, as he was throwing back shoulder and falls incomplete.
We talked about the importance of Nick Dembski in the offensive scheme doubles. How do you look at Dembski in this defense?
Look, you have to always recognize where Nick Dembski is. He's the ultimate Swiss Army knife that can play every position. You have to recognize where he is.
And here you saw the linebacker and the halfback. They both bracketed him when he went low, and it left nothing for Zach Collaros behind it. Good coverage in the secondary. We're on to another 2nd and 7+ situation.
2nd and 10. Ball on the 21 of the Bombers. Right-hand hash. 3 receivers go to the far side for Collaros. Riders load up the line. Now they'll drop back into coverage. Going to rush 5, though. Collaros moves up into the pocket, slings it out far side. That's complete up across the 30, near the 32, and that'll be good for a first down for the Bombers.
First of all, they missed an offside call here on Kenny Lawler, and he's the guy who ends up getting this ball. He's just going to come from the slot over the top. He's a tough guy to cover.
Yeah, I don't like 2nd and long man-to-man situations. You get good receivers like Kenny Lawler going against linebackers, and it makes it tough.
Yeah, Adam O'Clair's played well, right, Dave?
Yeah,
since he's been inserted in the starting lineup. But again, when you got one of the elite receivers in the league, you want to get a skilled guy on him.
This is just Kenny Lawler's 3rd game back after spending the brunt of the season on the 6-game injured list with a broken arm. It's 1st and 10 for the Bombers from their 32. Fake the handoff, sling it far side. That ball complete, stepping out of bounds up around the Bomber 42-yard line. That was the receiver. I think that was Lawler that came down with it, or pardon me, Josh Johnson.
And here you see the benefit of having a good running game, right? You get the run fake, the play action look, the linebackers stay sucked up, doubles. Talk about how you can open up a defense when those linebackers are forced to stay down low.
Yeah, when you have the threat of a run and a great running back like Oliveira, your eyes are going to be in the backfield, and it opens up for the play action.
So it's going to be 2nd down and 1, and Chris Strebler comes on. He's carried the ball this season 76 times for 256 yards and 7 touchdowns. This is a short yardage situation on 2nd down. He'll go right behind the center, Kolinkowski, and should have enough for the first down as he does get dragged back after the play by Marcus Sales.
And the next second and short situation, if I'm Winnipeg, I'm looking at how Saskatchewan played that, because there's an opportunity for a shot downfield because everyone's eyes are in the backfield.
Well, we've seen that in BC. We've seen Winnipeg do that in the past, the Saskatchewan Roughriders. As a defensive lineman, the difference in that play was we were just too high with our pads. We got knocked back, and Strebler's just too big. You can't give that guy any more momentum than he can get by himself.
1st and 10 for the Bombers. They're at their own 43. We've got 10 minutes to go in a scoreless opening quarter from the sold-out Mosaic Stadium on Labor Day. 5 receivers set for the Bombers. Here comes the blitz from the Riders as 5 will rush. Flag comes down. Collaros throws it far side, and it's knocked down. Nice job by Marcus Sales to step in front of Kenny Lawler and bat it away.
This will be an offside penalty against Winnipeg. Good patience by the defensive back, specifically Marcus Sales. We've seen far too much separation in man at times, especially in those 2nd and long situations from our defensive backs.
Winnipeg number 10. That penalty is declined. Result of the play is an incomplete pass. It'll be 2nd down.
He plays with a lot more patience here.
So 2nd down and 10 for the Bombers. Ball on their own 43-yard line, left-hand hash.
What's your favorite coverage here, second down? What do you want to see out of a defense?
I want to see some type of cover 2 shell, rushing 3. It's always hard to throw against 9 droppers.
That's what apparently the Riders are going to do with only 3 down linemen here on 2nd and 10. But now they're going to bring the house. Here it comes. Caleros gets it away, throwing deep over the top. Finds Ontario Wilson. He's got it down to the 21-yard line. Caleros read the defense, and then he was able to burn him deep.
And this is what I don't like. It happened just in this drive early on 2nd and long. You can't put the DBs in man coverage with no help against a quarterback like Zach Caleros. He's seen every look there is to see.
Well, and the other thing about that is Winnipeg picks up the blitz perfectly, right? You see Brady Oliveira sift through. He picks up the guy coming on the inside. Zach Caleros is able to step into the throw, and he's deadly when he's got no pressure and he's able to step into things.
46-yard completion for a first down for Ontario Wilson, and they're knocking on the door of the red zone. 1st and 10 for the Bombers on the Saskatchewan 21 with 8:52 to go. Big play for the Bombers, who are used to doing that. I'll tell you about that in a moment. First, though, it's first down. Fake the handoff. Caleros swings it near side, and that's complete to Wolotarski, and he'll get inside the 10 down near the 9, which should be good for a first down.
Another play action look, right? Sucks up late Corte Moore, who's playing on that left defensive side. He gets far too down into the line of scrimmage when his tackle goes away, and it's because he's worried about Oliveira running the football. He's got to understand that he's the backside player in there. He doesn't have to make an impact on that play immediately. You're a guy that would love to take advantage of an RPO.
Absolutely. You use that against an aggressive defense whose eyes are in the backfield, and when that happens, somebody is going to open up for the opposing team.
Bombers are 8th in the red zone conversions for touchdowns thus far this season in the CFL, and right now they've got 4 receivers to the far side. They'll send a man in motion near side with Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield. 1st and goal. They'll swing it out far side. That's complete to Wilson. Gets to the 5, down to the 3. Riders get there to make the tackle. Nelson Lacombo amongst his friends come up with it and keep the Bomber out of the end zone.
This is good anticipation by the secondary and the linebackers, but it's a great effort by Kenny Lawler. He's one of the inside slots here, and he's the initial man blocking for the against the Saskatchewan Roughriders, DeMarcus Fields. He gets a good body on him, and that's the way they're able to get a couple yards out of that. Realistically, it should have been a loss.
2nd and goal upcoming from the 3-yard line for the Bombers as Chris Strebler checks back into the ballgame for the Bombers at quarterback.
And you have to look at this as 3-down territory. You look at this as the Bombers. You're going to go for it on 3rd down if you can pick up a yard or 2.
Strebler goes to his left. He'll be met right at the line. The Riders don't keep him out as he'll dance into the end zone as he'll extend that football far enough. And the Bombers will open the scoring on Labor Day with a Chris Strebler 3-yard touchdown plunge.
Pad levels are too high here. Habakkuk Baldonado, he's been playing well, but here his pads are way too high. Micah Johnson's not able to get low enough either. And again, Chris Strebler's like a dump truck rolling in there across the line easily. Doubles, talk about the momentum that gets Winnipeg here.
That's huge. I mean, whenever you're on the road and you can quiet the crowd with an early touchdown, you love points early, you'll take 3. But whenever you can get a touchdown early in the first quarter on the road, it's a huge advantage moving forward.
So if you are Trevor Harris now, what's your mentality coming into this next drive? Is it an important one? Is it, hey, let's stick to the script? What is it?
The main thing is just get a first down. Right. Your first drive, you throw 2 incomplete passes. You want to try to establish the run game. You want to see if Winnipeg came to play, if the physicality's there for the Bombers.
Yeah.
You just want to get a first down or 2 to get the ball moving.
And the Riders will try to do that when they come back. They trail 7-0 with 6:50 to go in the opening quarter. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
9-play, 89-yard drive by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Takes 5:47 off the clock. Zach Caleros goes 4 of 4 for 74 yards, and the Bombers are in front 7-0 here at Labor Day. And dare I say, gentlemen, that the Riders need to find a response.
Absolutely. This is critical that you don't let this get out of hand. You move the ball as an offense. You see Winnipeg is hot right now with the ball in their hands, so a 2-and-out would be devastating right now.
And again, you've got a really hungry defense led by Willie Jefferson, and I think Jordan Younger's been doing a good job here as the first-year defensive coordinator taking over for Richie Hall. But I think over the last 2 games, what you've seen is a little bit of that bend but don't break mentality from a Richie Hall defense. So I think that after that losing streak they went on, Richie Hall and Jordan Younger might have gotten together there and talked things out, and that's the benefit of having a guy like Richie Hall in your booth to really bring along your young defensive coordinator.
So Castillo puts the ball on the tee for a quality tire kickoff for the Bombers, fielded by Mario Alford back at his 10. He'll get up to the 20-25, and then he'll be steam rushed at about the 30-yard line, and here comes Trevor Harris and the aforementioned Saskatchewan Roughrider offense, like you say, gentlemen, looking for a spark or maybe to find some rhythm, as Harris was 0 for 2 in that first drive.
And very important that the Riders come out and can get some momentum going. I would like to see them hand the ball off, take the pressure off of Trevor, and let's see if the running backs can get some yards going here.
Yeah, it's interesting. They don't have their 24 personnel out there either.
6:46 to go. The Riders have the ball. When we come back, this is Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Rough Riders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget: classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party caucus.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
69-yard punt, or kickoff, by Sergio Castillo was returned 19 by Mario Alford, and the Rough Riders have the football at their own 30-yard line. Their second possession of the game. They trail Winnipeg 7-0 with 6:46 to go here in the opening quarter. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Darien Durant with you here on Labor Day 59th edition at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball right-hand hash. Bombers show blitz, going to hand it off to Frankie Hickson. He'll try to bounce it to the outside, but bounce being the operative word as he bounces into Blue Bombers' arms and is wrapped up after a gain of about 2.
Well, it's a great job by number 37, Brandon Alexander, coming down from his safety position and setting an edge on the defense. Doubles. It's really tough when your safeties are about that action, right?
Amazing job by Jordan Younger and Richie Hall in that defense of anticipating a run and loading the box and getting the safety in the box and making a play.
And now, Dave, we're in another 2nd and 8 situation, which we knew coming in here we wanted to avoid.
Absolutely. And on second downs this season, the Saskatchewan Roughriders convert 46.1% of the time, which is middle of the pack in the CFL.
3-man pressure.
Back to pass is Harris on second down. He'll sling it out near side. Hickson has it up to the 35, 40, and then he'll be brought down up at the 43, but he'll run with some YAC Auctions yak yards to get the first Bazendelski Agency's first down of the game.
Yeah, this is a bust on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers here. Adam Bighill, he's got to go with Frankie Hickson when he flares out of the backfield, and he gets there late. Hickson's a little bit too fast for our Hall of Fame vet, Big Hill.
Good job by Trevor Harris of going through his reads, hitting his third read out of the backfield and Hickson.
It's 5:25 and counting, 1st and 10 for the Riders. They're on their own 43-yard line. Twin tight end formation. Harris in the backfield. Fakes the handoff. He'll sprint far side. Yes, he ran it and then dumps it off to Keyshawn Johnson. That's complete for a first down up to midfield as the Riders and Trevor Harris move the pocket on the Bombers.
Yeah, and they gave them their double tight end look with Ratkovic as the left tight end, which they normally run out of. There you see a tendency beater as he pull it and throw it.
So 1st and 10, Bazandowski Agencies bring you first downs. Insurance and financial services, that's your first choice for insurance. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance, 12 on the reception for Keyshawn Johnson. And the Riders are set up at midfield.
Another double tight set from the Riders. Usually when you see this, you think of shot plays down the field.
Harris in the gun. Gonna fake it, sling it far side again. This one is knocked down. As jumping the route was Dietrich Nichols as he tried to time that up and almost came away as Kean Schaefer-Baker couldn't get back to the ball quick enough.
Yeah, Dietrich Nichols sees Keenan Schaefer-Baker break down quickly. He explodes off the back leg, and he's been such a blessing for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers since he's been back. But the guy to watch in that secondary is Tyrell Ford, leads them in interceptions with 4.
Yeah, tied for second in the league. Of course, the league leader wears 0 for the Riders and Roland Milligan Jr.
And you've got a quiet crowd now because, again, 2nd and 7 plus situation at 2nd and 10.
Ball right at midfield, right-hand hash for Harris in the gun. 5 receiver look. He looks to his left. Back to pass, has Schaefer-Baker and has a first down up inside the Winnipeg 40. Still going before finally being wrestled and thrown to the ground by Brandon Alexander. But it is a big first down.
So we've got another first down. It feels like we got some momentum doubles. What are you talking about in the huddle?
Well, you're looking for your shot play here. You've now moved into their territory. You know you're in field goal range. So now you're looking for tight coverage in order to take a shot downfield.
That's an interesting thought, though. When you talk about field goals, but your kicker's at 74% of the year, does that come into your head at all?
Absolutely. You have to always recognize that.
16-yard reception for Kean Schaefer-Baker. Riders are at the Winnipeg 39. 1st and 10, 3:35 to go in the quarter. Winnipeg leading 7-0. Harris fakes the handoff, slings it out near side for Sean Bain Jr. He's got it down to the 35, so a gain of 4, maybe 5 on the play.
Well, conceptually, we're good here, right? You've got 3 blockers. You've got a ball carrier. Unfortunately, you got to give credit to the Blue Bomber secondary. That's a physical group there, and every one of them fights through the blocks, especially the block of Dante Myers. That's a young kid out there. Welcome to professional football. You got grown men out there pushing you around, right, Doubles?
Absolutely. That's a good job by the Winnipeg defensive backs and being physical and making a play. 2nd and 6 versus 2nd and 7 plus.
There you go. That's the one you wanted, Luke, and they've dialed it up. Have the Roughriders here on the left-hand hash of the Blue Bombers, pardon me.
Another 3-man rush look for the Bombers, looking like soft coverage here.
Harris pumps once, has time, now going to pull it down, takes off, far side, 30, 25, slides down. He's safe for a first down for the Riders.
Great job by Trevor Harris of recognizing a 3-man rush. Whenever you have 9 defensive backs dropping, you know their windows are going to be tight, so good job of him being patient and pulling the ball down and making a first down.
You've got a few legendary plays breaking out the pocket and using your legs. Does that affect you on the next play? Like, are you trying to literally get back to handing the ball off, like something that takes less energy? How are you thinking about it?
Well, it just depends. You want to see what this free safety does here. If he's in the box, you best believe you find out that this is your opportunity to go over the top.
He isn't this time. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders on the 26 of Winnipeg. Right-hand hash. 3 receivers in motion near side. Harris fakes the handoff, pumps once, doesn't see what he likes. Now he's just going to throw it away into row number 1.
Really good job by Winnipeg here. They're solid on the run if it is a run, and B, coverage is good here. Nothing behind the safeties, right? Nothing available for Trevor Harris.
You can see the Winnipeg DBs, they're playing extra tight. It looks like they don't respect the speed of the Saskatchewan receiver, so let's see what happens here.
2nd down and 10 for the Riders on the Winnipeg 26. It's on the right-hand hash, a minute 50 to go as the Riders are moving towards the end zone to the north on our broadcast left. 5 receivers for Saskatchewan. Harris calls them to the line, back to pass. Now he'll shovel it underneath, a little bit of running room. It's got Samuel Emelis down to the 15, down inside the 14, and it's a first down, Riders.
I love this. Here's an effort to get the ball in the hands of your playmakers. You bring Sam Emelis from the backfield on the right, run this little shovel action at him, and it's unexpected.
And you're seeing a lot of three-down linemen on second and long, and the same thing Trevor did the previous one where he ran. You can see everything opening up underneath for all your underneath passes.
And when you get that as a three-man front on the defensive line and they start having some success, one of the things you start thinking as a D lineman, hey man, let's utilize 4 next time, right? Like, get us some help.
1st and 10 for the Riders in the Windsor Plywood red zone. Back to passes. Harris looks to the back of the end zone. It's up and it's incomplete. Looking for Kean Schaefer Baker. Lots of contact, but no penalty flags.
Great defense by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers secondary. Great poise and not panicking when you don't see the ball, so that's a great play.
And we're blessed over here with C.J. Rivas as our strong side linebacker, but I'll tell you what, Rada Cramdy is just as good. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers found a football player at number 6. The Rider Nation has seen the replay now, and they're asking Mace to throw the flag here because it didn't look like Rada Cramdy looked back at all. He didn't, but we play on.
2nd and 10 for the Riders on the Winnipeg 12. Harris calls the receivers to the line. He's back to pass, looking to that backside again. Touchdown, Riders! Sean Bain Jr. finds the end zone for Saskatchewan.
Great job by Trevor Harris. You see a double move by Sean Bain Jr. Look, Winnipeg has been showing the same exact look every second and long. Trevor Harris and Mark Mueller do a good job of recognizing it. Great call and great catch by Sean Bain Jr.
Yeah, and Bain Jr. is a guy that we got to get some consistency out of, and maybe that involves getting him the ball a lot more. Here you're looking at momentum builders, and this is a mismatch. Bain on Nick Hallett. Good job by Trevor Harris just situating Bain to get this mismatch one-on-one.
12-yard touchdown reception for Sean Bain Jr., his 5th of the season. And the Riders, pending the point after, look poised to tie the game as we're into the latter stages here of the opening quarter. As Hughes on the snap, Korsak on the hold, Lothar puts his foot to it. No doubt about it. We're tied at 7s with 12 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. This is the Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Bertie Brothers Auctioneers bringing you our sideline reports with Derek Goodwell. It's kind of noisy, Bidsy.
It sure is down here, guys. And you know what? When the team came out, naturally they came out house of fire. Tons of energy. And the defense had a great first series, as you saw. But then, of course, they give up that scoring play. Well, it was not only great for the offense to come back and counter the Riders' offense and put up a 7 of their own, but it really helped the defense rejuvenate, I think, their energy. And they're fired back up, boys. Let's hope that they can stop the Bombers in this next series.
Thanks so much, Bidsy. Nelson GM brings you touchdown drives for Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 65 years. 80 yards, 11 plays, 6.5 minutes, 5 first downs. Trevor Harris, 6 of 9 for 68 yards.
Hey,
guys.
I'm wondering how Scoop Carney's feeling right now. We've got Lake Corte Moore. He was inserted into the game a little bit earlier than we're used to seeing him. And Scoop Carney's got his helmet off. This is our starting defensive end. That doesn't look like he's going to step out on the field to lead this possession off for Winnipeg.
Well, for now, Lucky Whitehead is going to lead his Blue Bombers on the kick return up across the 25 near the 28-yard line and no more. And that's where Zach Caleros and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will get the football back with 6 seconds to go in the opening quarter, tied at 7.
From a coaching point, Doubles, I've always thought that if you're going to play the majority of your reserve guys, you play in between the 35s. Do you have any philosophies on that? Like you play in between the 35s, and then when the teams get into near the score zones, you got to have your guys in there.
For sure. I mean, you think about it, it's a long series going on, so you want to make sure you have your guys fresh when they get close to the scoring zone.
Right now, Malik Carney, Brian Cox Jr., and Micah Johnson all on the sideline. It's first down for the Bombers. They're going to swing it out near side for Lucky Whitehead. He just eludes a tackle, gets across the 30 near the 31. It'll be a gain of 2. The Riders got that close to a tackle in the backfield, but it'll be a second and long for Winnipeg.
Marcus Sales does a great job of getting beyond the block, gets an arm in on the ball carrier late, and CJ Rivas, who we see being dialed up from the strong side as a blitzer, he stops mid-play, comes back to the ball, and gets in on the tackle. That's phenomenal effort from CJ Rivas to get the Blue Bombers stopped, because that was a first down and more had CJ Rivas not reacted the way he did.
That's the final play of the opening quarter on the Quality Tire scoreboard. We're tied at 7. Quality Tire, 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, Rider Nation. This is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, SaskTown, AgCo, Capital Auto Group, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Sask Lotteries, Redhead Equipment, Quality Tire. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the second quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Start the quarter, 2nd and 6 in their own end. They'll throw it near side. It's intercepted. Marcus Sales picks off Zach Caleros. He's got the football at the Winnipeg 42-yard line. Marcus Sales with the flip in the end zone. Happy Labor Day.
Great job by Marcus Sales. He's the wide side corner here. He comes off of his man. He's reading Zach Caleros the entire time. Comes off of the guy he's covering and makes a great play on the inside half.
And we talked about it. One of the huge differences between these two teams has been the turnover ratio. That's Zach's 13th interception that he's thrown this year. And that one is humongous because we score off it. And again, you and I spent so much time in the locker room talking about how important turnovers were in the game. None bigger than in this game.
Huge. And now the Riders are in great field position, already in field goal range. The entire playbook is open at this moment.
Sorry, I forgot. He did not score. My bad. I was like, oh, yeah, that's basically a score.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
2 tight ends for Saskatchewan on first down inside Bomber territory. Fake a handoff. Harris looks deep, looking for a shot, feels the pressure now, slings it looking for a Joe, and he can't squeeze it at the Bomber 21. It'll be 2nd and 10.
You know, in situations like this, when there's a sudden change and a turnover, you're looking to go deep. So good job by Winnipeg of playing zone coverage and making sure they're sitting back.
And it's funny you say that, too, because I remember being in the Ritchie Hall locker rooms and on the sidelines and talking about that. Look, man, we just got a turnover. Okay, the next thing, they're going to go for it. They're going to go yard here. We got to be prepared. They were there.
That Olympic RTM's turnover, the interception, was the 3rd of the season for Marcus Sales. The Riders are now 2nd and 10 to the Winnipeg 41. Right-hand hash, 5 receivers set, 3 to the far side. Harris, here comes the blitz far side, flags fly. He'll swing it out, but that skips off the turf in front of the intended target. But Harris already pointing that Winnipeg jumped.
Yeah, we're going to get that back. It was Taiwan Garbot.
Offside. Winnipeg number 5.
Willie Jefferson offside. You know, even when I played against Willie, you know that you're going to get 1 to 2 against him a game. So good job with the cadence by Trevor Harris.
But I've always felt like you're willing to live with the 1 or 2 from Willie Jefferson because of the production you get on the other end of it. No?
You know he's going to make a play or 2 every single game, so you'll deal with the bad because the good definitely outweighs it.
We got an injured Saskatchewan Roughrider here.
It's one of the old linemen. I think it's possibly.
I'm hoping it's not Peter Godber, but it looks like it might be.
I think that's who it might be.
And so Peter Godber is going to come out, which means Noah Zur, who we haven't seen in action for an extended period, is inserted in this lineup in a critical down. You're at 2nd and 5. You've got a potential probably, 44-yard field goal coming up, Dave?
Well, and how about this? Zach Fry is likely going to move to center.
Yeah.
As he's taking the gloves off right now as the Riders approach the line, or at least get ready to go to the huddle.
And just when we talk about the Saskatchewan Roughriders finally fielding the same offensive line for 2 weeks in a row, we got one of them checking out. Hopefully he's okay.
And how is this an adjustment for the quarterback with the center mid-drive?
This is so tough, to come in as a center, you have to make sure you get a snap.
5 receivers set for Saskatchewan. Riders, Harris is back to pass, 2nd and long, slings it, completed to Myers. He's got it to the 20, spins away from the first tackle inside the 20-yard line for a Bazendowski Agency's first down.
Dante Myers is running this at about 10 yards. He cuts back inside. Good man coverage, but better job by Trevor Harris stepping up into the pocket. Doubles. Talk about your ability to move and adjust your launch points. How critical is it?
It's just about buying time. Trevor's not a guy who's maneuvering to try to run, so he's moving around trying to buy some time, and that gives his receiver that extra second to get open.
Sorry, go ahead, Luke. I was going to say that Trevor Harris talked this week about the chemistry he's built with Dante Myers by voice recording the plays that they go through in practice so that he can relive them after. I'll get your thought on that, Darien, in a moment. First, it's 1st and 10 inside the Windsor Plywood red zone. Handoff goes to Frankie Hickson, doesn't find room, tries to bounce it outside, meets a man, and then gets back to the line of scrimmage. Well done by Hickson, but again, trying to get on the same page with a young receiver is what Trevor Harris and Dante Myers have done together.
Well, the problem here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders is you inserted Noah Zur. He's the newest guy, and here Celestin Habit just does a good job absorbing his block, extending him, and then shedding him to get in on Frankie Hickson about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
It's hard for an offensive lineman to come off the bench cold and to come in a game against a warmed-up defense and expect to get movement up front. It's very hard.
2nd and 10 here, right? Are you conservative? What are you looking at here, knowing that you could potentially kick a field goal?
Well, you know you're in field goal range, so you want to take care of the ball. You have another 3-man rush here.
Ball on the 18 of the Bombers. Snap goes back to Harris. He'll fire it. Touchdown! Riders! It's Dante Myers. First CFL touchdown on Labor Day.
Great job by Trevor Harris again of just maneuvering in the pocket just enough to make sure he buys some time to get the receiver open. Sometimes you need to get to that second level of the defense, so good job by Trevor of sitting there being patient and allowing his receiver to get behind the linebacker.
And this is Nick Hallett again. Nick Hallett gets his eyes sucked inside, and it pulls him away from Myers coming over the top. Trevor Harris shows patience, puts it on the money.
I think moving on, you're going to see a little bit more man-to-man from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on second and long situations. Every second and long they've been in zone, and Trevor Harris has just completely torched them.
Well, the other piece around this is what you talked about. If you're a veteran group and you've got Nick Hallett out here who's already having a tough night.
Yeah,
Brett
two
Lather,
touchdowns.
Brett Lather puts the point after through the uprights. He's 27 of 27 on the season, and the Riders have a 14-7 lead on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with 11:57 to go here in the second quarter. We'll be back with more from Mosaic. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
You need a versatile utility tractor that won't let you down. The Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors are built to withstand your toughest demands on just about every operation. With up to 125 horsepower, whether you need it for hay production, dairy operations, loader work, or out in the field. See the Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Nelson GM touchdown drive for the Saskatchewan Roughriders ends with an 18-yard reception from Dante Myers and Trevor Harris. A 6-play drive for the Saskatchewan Roughriders takes 3:04 off the clock, a couple of first downs, and Harris 2 of 3 for 36 yards.
Your typical efficient Trevor Harris, you know you're going to get a high completion percentage from him. It's all about keeping him upright, making sure you don't allow the defense to collapse, and so for him to not take those hits.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the things that's happened here that they haven't been doing well is success on those 2nd and 7+ situations. You mentioned it, right? The Winnipeg Blue Bombers might have to come out of what they're trying to do because, again, the Riders have struggled on 2nd and long. Here, they're making the Winnipeg Blue Bombers pay.
Brett Lather on another quality tire kickoff gets this one up in the air. It's an end-over-ender that will be taken by Lucky Whitehead at his 13-yard line. He'll cut to the right, then comes back to the left, met by one man, and then Thomas Bertrand-Houdon gets down quickly and wraps him up at the 28. And here comes Zach Caleros and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And you mentioned it pregame, Luke.
Yeah.
Zach might throw 20 interceptions, but he'll be ready to throw the next pass.
It's not going to stop him.
Yep.
It's not going to stop him. Doubles. If you're throwing 2 or 3 in a game, you're still firing, right?
You have to. You can't let that bother you.
No.
We know Zach's the ultimate gunslinger, and he'll definitely bounce back, so be prepared.
By the way, Bertrand Houdon's going to get fined for wearing that. It's one thing to wear the extra layer of protection, but they've got to be labeled for the team. He's wearing an all-black one.
Oops.
Yep.
Way to go, Mr. Blackwell. Handoff goes to Brady Oliveira by the Bombers on first down. He'll get a couple of yards. The Riders' defensive line appears intact with both Malik Carney and Micah Johnson in on the play and the tackle.
And Micah Johnson's heading toward another All-Star nomination here. Here, he's in the middle and just dominates the line of scrimmage. It's so hard for a guy like Brady Oliveira to get going when the action's happening on your side of that line of scrimmage. Who are some of the better defensive tackles in your day?
Well, you have to think about Micah Johnson for sure, Teddy Laurent. I mean, across the league, there were some great ones.
2nd and 6 for the Bombers on their own 33, left-hand hash. Rider Nation on their feet. Caleros back to pass, looks, sees, hits over the middle. It's complete up to the 40-yard line. Drew Olatarski going to bring it in and should have a first down right around the 40-yard line of Winnipeg.
Yeah, good job by Zach Caleros of sitting in the pocket with pressure coming right in his face, stepping up and hitting Olatarski for a first down.
Yeah, you saw a stunt in the middle between the 2 tackles, and Scoob Carney with this inside move. I mean, he's falling in love with that inside move. We're seeing him use it a lot on the spin, but credit to Caleros. He hung in there knowing he was going to get clocked.
10:28 to go in the second quarter. Riders leading 14-7. It's 1st and 10 Winnipeg at their 41-yard line, left-hand hash. 5 receivers set for Collaros, 3 to the wide side of the field. He's back to pass. Going to load it up near side for Lawler. That's complete in front of Marcus Sales on the Riders' side of center, and it's a first down at the Saskatchewan 54.
Kenny Lawler, you know they're going to look for him. It's Dembski first, Lawler second.
Kenny Lawler, he's a sure-handed guy. He's Zach Collaros' favorite target, and, he's going to look for him in every crucial situation.
14 yards on the reception for Kenny Lawler, his third of the afternoon for 25 yards thus far. 1st and 10 for Winnipeg, who are looking to respond to a score with a score at the midfield stripe. 4 down linemen for the Riders on first down. Collaros sends 4 receivers wide side, fakes the handoffs, rolls that way to the wide side, looking for Dembski, but he overthrows him incomplete.
Well, massive opportunity missed here by the Bombers. First of all, they completely fool the Riders on the run-pass option look, and then they've got Dembski wide open in the flat. He's going to convert this 5 yards into at least 15 if he catches that.
Yeah, sometimes the hardest throw to make is when a guy is wide open like that, and, Zach Collaros kicking himself right now.
Now you got 2nd and 10 for a team that's done well against you in this situation.
9:27 and counting, ball left-hand hash. 3 receivers go to the wide side for Zach Collaros in 2nd and long. Wilson in motion pre-snap. That's where Collaros looks. Now he's flushed. Scrambles ahead. Up to the Rider 50. Dances away from a tackle. And he'll be close to the first down when he's finally brought down by Adam O'Clair. Depending on the spot, it could be a first down.
I love this. This is one of the things that Zach Collaros constantly reminds you of, right? Yeah, I can kill you with the arm. I can kill you with the football IQ, but don't leave me any room in the middle because I'm going to burn you with my legs as well.
And you can tell this is a big game for Zach because he usually doesn't take hits like that at going for a first down.
At least not this early, right?
Bombers going to go for it. 3rd down, Red Angus gambles. Of course, Moose Creek Red Angus.
Doubles, I like your thought process. You got to watch the pass here.
Strebler in under center for the Bombers on 3rd and short. He'll drive his legs, and he'll get just enough across the Riders' 45 down to the 44 for a first down. The Bombers were number 5 in the league, believe it or not, with Chris Strebler on 3rd downs. 25 of 29 conversions thus far this season. You'd think it'd be automatic.
Yeah, with a big quarterback like Strev, you'd think it'd be automatic, but you have to give these defenses a lot of credit. Yeah. They know what's coming when he's in the game.
Yeah. And today, we've seen a few of these situations here. It's just pad level's been the issue so far.
1st and 10 for the Bombers after the run by Strebler. Ball on the Saskatchewan 44. 4 receivers wide side for Collaros on first down. He's back to pass. Gonna load it up. Has a man wide open. It's Dembski. Touchdown.
Great job by Zach Collaros recognizing zone. You know it's zone when you have 4 receivers to the field. Your weak side halfback stays in the boundary. You know you have the defense outnumbered. Great job by Zach of recognizing that, finding a wide open Nick Dembski.
Yeah, it's just a seam right up the hash. And we talked about it in our pregame, Dave, is who is the guy here when things get tight? Zach Collaros is always going to look for number 10. Here, he finds him, and we're looking like we're about to get tied if they convert this extra point.
Zach Collaros, 44-yard pass completion. When it comes to big plays this year, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are tied for 8th in big plays offensively with 20. That would be their 21st of the season. And with a point after attempt off the foot of Sergio Castillo gliding through the uprights, we're tied at 14 with 7:31 to go here in the second quarter. We'll be back with more. This is the Labor Day Classic on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Darien Durant is getting love on the Souris Valley Industries text line at 306-936-6262. We love hearing from you, Saskatchewan. If you're in the field, at the lake, at work, wherever you may be, we want to say hi. Extending greetings like to Amanda and Brendan Cata, who are here celebrating an anniversary tonight. Of course, the text line for Souris Valley Industries in Weyburn, supplying Saskatchewan with precast concrete products for over 40 years. Call 306-842-5754 or csviprecast.com.
Oh my God, Dave. Remember when we were talking about the over-under, and what did you put the over at? 725?
725.
It is the second quarter at 731, and the 50-50 is at 727,000 and change.
$5 bill.
Yeah, you won $5, man. Yeah, that's.
And we talked about it, right, Luke? The gunslinger mentality.
Yeah.
Zach Collaros throwing a pick the previous possession, coming back, puts his head down, gets a key first down, and then finds Nick Dempsey on a seam route down the field. Great drive by Zach.
And as a defense, when you have that situation, when you see your quarterback throwing an interception, it's nice not to have to worry, right? It's nice to be like, don't worry, we're going to bounce back from that, because you get to verbalize that to your guys.
So Sergio Castillo with the kickoff following the touchdown is going to send it into the end zone, and here we go. It's another Rouge.
Oh, man.
And this one will put Winnipeg in front of Saskatchewan 15-14 with 7:29 to go in the second quarter. Back with the Rider offense on the field in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperator Roughrider Radio Network.
This is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. In this province, people love their trucks. And so do I. Whether you need one for hauling your camper, going to the lake, or just driving around town, you'll get a great deal at Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. They'll hook you up with the best-selling line of trucks in Canada for over 50 years, the Ford F-Series. All the best trucks are available now at Capital Ford Lincoln, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense is back on the field, but they may be missing a key piece. Let's go to the sidelines and Derek Bidwell.
Yeah, Dave, starting center Peter Godber, he got injured about, I guess it would be about 10 minutes ago now in real time. He came straight off the field, went straight into the injury evaluation tent. He's still sitting on the bench in there. They have brought the tent back down, but Peter's still sitting on there. He had his right shoe off. It is a lower body injury, purely speculation that it could be his right ankle. He did have his right shoe off, but Peter Godber doesn't look like he's going to be going in for any time soon.
Thanks so much, Bidsy. Sideline reports for Ritchie Brothers. Call Ritchie Brother Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com. So the Riders find themselves down a point after the kickoff Rouge.
Yeah, and if you're Jordan Younger, one of the things that you've done, especially if you're looking to blitz, is you've tried to figure out, okay, what applies the most pressure to that new offensive lineman in our scheme.
5 receivers, now 6 for Zach Collaros as he's going to look deep. Has a man, Kean Schaefer-Baker, but he slowed up just a tad and couldn't catch up with Dietrich Nichols in pursuit. Incomplete, second down.
Good job by the Rider defense of by the Bomber defense of recognizing the fake screen play to the outside and seeing the fade on the sideline.
Yeah, Schaefer Baker just seemed like he was too far away from the sideline, and he realized it, and he made an effort to get closer to that sideline. It just didn't happen in time, and you're back into 2nd and 10. Looks like you'll probably see this 3-man front again from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Indeed we do. Ball on the Saskatchewan 40 right-hand hash. 3 receivers far side for Harris, who's got time. Now he'll sling it out, looking for Bain Jr., but he was upended by Willie Jefferson and just couldn't get it into Bain Jr.'s hands. It's incomplete, a 2-and-out for the Riders, and here comes Adam Korsak and the punt team.
And that's the adjustment we talked about with the Winnipeg defense of getting Nick Halat from back in the secondary, moving him up closer to the line of scrimmage because he's been giving up some big plays, so they moved him up where he's not a liability to the defense.
And again, you've got a guy who seems to be fighting Father Time off quite well, and Willie Jefferson recognizes the fact that Trevor Harris is going underneath, plants that foot, gets back in on him. Incomplete.
Adam Korsak with the 5th best punting average in the league. Gets this one off into the wind, a spiraling backspin, if you will. It's taken by Lucky Whitehead at his 32. He'll run into a couple of Riders across the 35 at the 37, brought down there. And here comes Zach Caleros and the offense after a 7-play, 81-yard drive. Ended up in the end zone last time around.
During the return, holding Winnipeg number 47. 10-yard penalty. It'll be a first down.
And speaking of that, Dave, we haven't seen one of those yet in the game, I believe.
Second one. There was an offside earlier. Yeah. And I was thinking that too.
You always like to see those games that are played at a high level, but you don't get the referees don't have a massive impact on them, especially early on. You're getting here into the phase of that second quarter where there's a little bit of a lull in the energy before that final 3 minutes. And again, I think that one of the things that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are probably thinking about, how do we leverage the end of this second quarter, because they haven't been good in those situations over the last couple of weeks.
1st and 10 for the Bombers. After the penalty, they scrimmage at their 20-yard line, 1st and 10. 6:24 to go in the quarter. Bombers 15, Riders 14. Handoff goes to Brady Oliveira. He'll break free up across the 25, call it the 26 for a gain of 6, 2nd and 4.
You know, Doubles, I talked about that lull you get here. And again, you've got to do your best to keep your focus here. Habakkuk Baldonado just loses that focus. He knows he's supposed to be inside on the gap that he's manning, and he gets outside of that gap, and it's exactly where Brady Oliveira goes. You can't lose focus even in these lulls.
2nd down and 5. Not the nicest spot in the world for Oliveira, who leads the league in rushing. Ball is at the 25-yard line of Winnipeg. 3 receivers near side for Caleros, who's back to pass. Going to look to load it up over the middle. Has a man, and it's complete up near midfield. Bringing it in is Kenny Lawler, and Caleros found his man and gets a big first down and out of the shadows of his goalpost.
Yeah, confusion there in the Riders secondary. You can see when Brady Oliveira went out in motion, the Riders didn't know how to adjust to that look, and Zach Caleros made them pay with the wide open receiver.
One of the things Dave and I talk about all the time, Doubles, is how much of a difference in playbook accessibility you have in those 2nd and 5s. Like, truly as a quarterback, 2nd and 7+ versus 2nd and 5, how much of a difference is that?
Huge. Your entire playbook is open in a 2nd and medium situation.
Now becomes 1st and 10. They'll spot the ball just on Winnipeg's side of center with 4:58 to go before halftime. Oliveira gets the handoff, but he's met in the backfield. Nice job by the Riders to get there in a hurry and wrap him up for little or no gain.
Good job by the Rider defensive line, recognizing run, pushing the lineman back, and then making the play for a short gain.
And have a Baldonado on that tackle.
Yeah, he makes up for the mistake he made earlier on in the drive. And you've seen it happen a couple times where the Riders' defensive front has been sucked down too fast and then have opened themselves up for that run, pass, and play action look. There it didn't happen. It was forced the handoff.
2nd down and 9 as Oliveira gets a yard on the carry. Riders show 4 down linemen to the Bombers' 5 receiver set. Snap back to Caleros. He's back to pass. Runs out of time as Miles Brown was in his face, and he'll throw it to the turf. Incomplete. Kicking situation coming up.
Yeah, Miles Brown just takes advantage of the fact that Liam Dobson and Chris Kolinkowski don't block him.
Yeah,
you don't see that much. Technique, and he just walks through the guys. It's because Liam Dobson's looking out to his left, leaves Miles Brown all alone. Hey, that's a break for the defensive lineman. You work so hard in there. Every once in a while, it's nice to just get a free run.
And you wondered how the offensive line would adjust for the Bombers this week, right, with a new left tackle in Kendall Randolph.
Hey, Doubles, how's it feel to have a defensive lineman getting a free rush at you?
It's the scariest sight ever.
Kick by Sheehan is going to take a Ryder bounce. Goes off the hands of Alford. It's down near the goal line. The Bombers recover it.
And that's our guy there, Nick Hallat. He makes up for all of the touchdowns he gave up early in this first half by just hustling and making a big play for the Bombers. You hate to see a veteran like Mario Alford make a blunder like that.
Well, the kick goes up, and it just bounces in front of Alford, and it looks like a little bit of indecision. I think they caught him in one of those areas of oh, do I take this or do I not? Because of where the ball, when it bounced, was around the 3. So he was probably trying to figure out whether he should take this, and it careens off his hands. And you're right, Doubles. Nick Hallet, who's had 2 touchdowns put on him this game, great job flushing it and continuing to make play after play after play.
And you don't see that a lot, right? You usually get down in the dumps, you give up a couple plays, you start doubting yourself a little bit, but with hustle, as you can see, you can make up for it.
Well, and the best part about that is then it gives you a lot more confidence going into the next defensive series where you have been a little bit of a liability.
Exactly, and you can see his energy shift right now.
So Castillo on to try the point after. Early movement on the line. No flags, though, that I can see, and the point after is good. So Winnipeg extends their lead now to 22-14.
We've forced Zach Caleros into an interception, and now we've got a turnover thanks to special teams. You're looking at 1-1 in that category, and again, that was the big difference coming into the game with the Riders being +16 and Winnipeg being -8.
And we talked about it in pregame, right? In huge games like this, big-time atmospheres is going to come down to special teams and turnovers, and that was a huge one there.
We talk about the 3 keys to the game, right? The physical battle needs to be won, first down success, making sure we keep all of it. But you're right, it's the other, and that's what you talked about in the pregame, Dave, is this is a team that has yet to put together a 3-phase effort. We talked about that was what we wanted to see last week against Toronto, knowing the gravity of that game. And here, again, unfortunately for the Riders, you just can't see them getting in sync in all of those phases.
Well, stunned crowd, dare I say, at Mosaic Stadium as all of a sudden the Riders are down by 8 points with 3:41 to go before halftime. But a kickoff from Sergio Castillo will allow the Riders to get their hands back on the ball. Mario Alford gets it back right after the fumble, and he'll carry it up to the 25. Looks for a seam to the 30, and then he'll stumble his way to the 31-yard line, and that's where the Riders scrimmage 1st and 10, trying to answer a score with a score.
Hey, and guess what? Guess who that was making the tackle, Doubles? Nick Hallet.
Nick Hallet.
Here's a guy.
There he is, flushing the situations, not worrying about what happened, and just continuing to play and play hard.
I feel like Chris Collinsworth there. Now, here's a guy that has had 2 touchdowns scored on him and has made 2 great plays on specials.
So Trevor Harris and the Rider offense look to rebound. 1st and 10 on their own 32-yard line, right-hand hash. 5 receiver look for the Riders, 4 down linemen for the Bombers. Handoff goes to Hickson. He'll jump cut his way out across the 35-yard line for a gain of 3, maybe 4. 2nd down coming up.
Yeah, you see this, the one difference between the Riders having success and this run here, which is still 3 yards, is the fact that when they're successful, they're able to get those big linemen up to the 2nd level on the linebackers. Here, they were forced to keep the double team on the line of scrimmage, and it allowed Tony Jones to step up on mark to make the tackle short.
So Peter Godber still on the sideline. Zach Fry in at center. Noah Zare is at the left guard position on this 2nd down and 7 play. Bombers load up the line, but they'll drop back into coverage. Harris throws it far side, and that's incomplete. Looking for Samuel Emelis on that far side, flat just beyond his reach. It's incomplete and a 2 and out for the Riders.
Yeah, you can see the Bombers once again going to a 3-down lineman front on 2nd and long. Good job out of corner here of Ford of just ignoring his receiver, recognizing the play, and coming down and making it tough on the receiver.
Well, now you're looking at, we're going to go to break, Dave.
2:47 to go. It's the 3-minute warning here at Mosaic Stadium. Bombers leading 22-14. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visitHealthyFutureSask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Johnston's Logistics. That's the name for your truck freight forwarding needs. They offer you the best quotes in the industry on bulk hopper, deck, van, and reefer shipping within Canada and into the United States. Next time you're looking for a freight rate to haul grain or fertilizer, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking for a rate to move a piece of machinery, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking to move van or reefer cargo, you know the name, Johnston's. For a highly competitive quote, call 844-324-7778.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The 3-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young. More bushels per acre. We can get behind that. Visit brettyoung.ca for canola hybrids that are the best fit for your farm.
We're at the stage of the game where you're at 2:47 to go into the half that the Saskatchewan Roughriders just haven't been doing well here in the last few games in.
Yeah, I would like to see them get the running game going a little bit. I think they're leaning on Trevor in that short passing game a little too much, so I'd like to see the backs get a few more touches here.
So the Riders ready to punt the ball away here on 3rd down. As it's Korsak to kick. Gets it away from about his 25-yard line. Going to be taken by guess who? At the 29-yard line, going the other way around the 4 corner. That's Evan Holm as he's still on his feet to the 25. Can't get the corner. The Riders do a nice job of stringing him out. And Thomas Bertrand-Houdan finally spins him to the ground. And here comes the Bomber offense.
He's taking off the black beanie. Maybe someone told him that he was going to get fined. He's hoping if he takes that off early, everybody forgets that he's wearing it.
Well, it might be a situation where he only wears it. He only liked wearing it on the kick cover team. So that was when he had it on before, so I'm not sure.
On kick cover, is like he loved being a hammer and he needed that little extra layer.
You have to think about the wedge. You know, these guys going in and breaking down the wedge. He needs a little extra protection.
For you, having a defensive lineman run free was your worst nightmare. Mine was being involved in the wedge as a fullback.
So Zach Caleros has 2:26 to work with, scrimmaging 1st and 10 at his 29-yard line. He'll put the ball down on the right-hand hash. Tight end formation. The handoff goes to Nick Dembski, trying to get outside. Gets by Malik Carney. Going to be pushed out of bounds to the Bomber bench up near the 35-yard line. Call it a gain of 6, 2nd and 4.
This is where you see a guy like Dembski. You can be creative because he's so good in all facets of the game.
Yeah, I call him the ultimate Swiss Army knife. Even when I played with him as a rookie, this is a guy who could do it all. Return, receive, and be a running back. So you have to watch out for Dembski.
He's been a little bit of the Deshaun Jackson of the CFL his whole career. He's incredibly efficient.
9-year pro, of course, spent the first 3 seasons here in Saskatchewan before the next 6, including this one with Winnipeg. 2nd and 4 for the Bombers. Ball on their 35-yard line. 2:20 and counting. Handoff to Oliveira. Finds a hole, patiently looking for it, and gets across the 40 before Malik Carney brings him down to the 42. A gain of 7 and a first down.
And again, you got to play on the other side of the line of scrimmage when the Bombers are running the football, because Brady Oliveira, once he gets those legs moving and going north-south, he's as good as guys like Joffrey Reynolds, guys like John Cornish. Those power backs, Jerome Messam is a guy that comes to mind. Running between the tackles, they're like stopping a freight train with your face.
1st and 10 for the Bombers after the run. 2:03 to go before halftime. 3 receivers to this near side and a 5-receiver package for Caleros, who's back to pass. Looks over the middle, finds his man, but it skips off his arms and incomplete. 2nd down coming up as Wolatarski couldn't squeeze it.
Okay, so doubles. There's 1:53 left on the clock. You're in 2nd and 10, and you're in your end of the field. What's Zach Caleros thinking right now?
I think he's thinking just completion. You want to take something underneath. You don't want to force the ball into coverage because you're so late in the 2nd quarter and put the Riders in scoring position. So I think you'll see a safe, conservative play here by the Bombers.
And with 1:53, you're not in a rush yet, though, right?
Right. There's plenty of time.
2nd and 10. Bombers with the wind at their back here in the 2nd quarter. Caleros walks to the line, sizing it up. Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield. 3 receivers to the near side on 2nd and 10. Snaps back clean. Collaros back to pass. Looks over the middle. Finds Wolodarski. He's got it, and it'll be close to a first down before he's brought down by Adam O'Clair.
And what you see here by the Bombers is the exact same play. A lot of times that gets underestimated because coaches like to go down the entire playbook, but great job by Buck Pierce and the staff of calling the exact same play and recognizing the Rider defense.
So do you just walk into the huddle and say, same thing, guys, break?
Same play. Yeah. Let's go.
And I imagine, because you guys talk a lot more pre-snap than the defense does, are your receivers coming back into the huddle saying, hey, we need to call this again because I'm open on this?
Exactly. And
we reset the game clock to 1:49, please.
And Buck Pierce sees the exact same thing, right? He notices the coverage. He was a quarterback himself, one of the smartest quarterbacks to ever play the game, in my opinion. And he recognized the coverage, and he knew that he'd get something similar the very next snap.
And 1:43, there's still plenty of time here to create a scoring opportunity as this half closes out.
1st and 10 for the Bombers. Ball is at their 53. Collaros in the gun. Riders run 4. Collaros loads it up, looks far side for Wilson. He's got it down inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. A big catch for the Winnipeg Blue Bomber receiver.
And you're seeing Zach Collaros in his prime, essentially. Understands 4-man rush. He's about to take a massive hit from Micah Johnson. Puts it right on the money.
And you can see Kenny Lawler there. Look, this was what makes you a great receiver, when you can take the top off of coverage and get other people open because you know that you'll draw the most attention.
Yeah, and Ontario Wilson has been taking advantage of the attention shown to Kerry Lawler because he's having a heck of a season. 691 yards, 46 catches, 2 tugs.
1st and 10 for the Bombers, who are marching late in the first half. They've got it on the Saskatchewan 33-yard line. Right-hand hash. Riders show blitz from the far side. They'll bring it. Collaros eludes it. He's going to load it up. Looking far side. Ball's up. And it's incomplete, but we got a flag down to the play as Deontay Williams was mixed up with Kenny Lawler, and the flag comes out in the end zone.
And you have 2 flags here on the play, one in the backfield beside the quarterback and one down in the end zone.
Yeah, and generally where you see the location of these flags, they're both against the defense.
And Collaros is down on a knee. Lots going on here as Collaros.
We have 2 penalties on the play. Pass interference, Saskatchewan number 24. Ball was in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 1-yard line. We also had a major foul, roughing the passer, Saskatchewan number 90. Ball will be placed at the 1-yard line. First down.
You know, this is where we talk about the experience of Corey Mace, right? And the inability to really get his team to close out these halves. We talked about this drive opening up at 2:47. Now you got the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who've been in the last 4 Grey Cups, right? Sort of walking downfield. They get Collaros a break here probably because of the location of the ball in the field. He's still down. Hopefully for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, that's not something that's going to be an extended situation for them.
Yeah, you hate to see this for Zach. He's been taking some big shots throughout this season, more than he's probably ever had in his career, and you just hate to see that for a guy like Zach.
Especially the game he's been having. I mean, he's been lights out, using his legs, making great decisions, throwing the ball with accuracy.
Well, the Opa Souvlaki stat line on him, Luke, 12 of 18, 218 yards, a touchdown and an interception, and the fans are reacting to the pass interference call. Corey Mace is out onto the field, and I'm not sure if he's thrown his challenge flag or not, as the officials are coming over to confer with him. The conversation might be one such
I'll tell
that
you what.
You waited too long to throw it.
This is just a conversation, you know, to plant that seed in the ref's mind for the 4th quarter, right? You probably are not going to throw the challenge flag here because you've already got word from the booth that there was a pass interference. But this is just a talk to let the refs know, look, in the 4th quarter, you got to let us play a little bit.
So Chris Strebler will come on in place of the injured Zach Collaros. Injury breaks brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. But for right now, it's the Rider defense who are so good on the goal line last week. Can they equalize it this week? Nope. You're right. Chris Strebler is going to go ahead and put the ball across the line, and the Bombers have taken a 2-score lead.
Again, key number 1, you got to win the physical battle. The pad levels have been too high in these short yardage situations. Chris Kolinkowski and Eli Asotui, who, by the way, was inserted into this lineup because of the continued trouble they're having on their offensive front with the injuries, they're just pushing guys out of the way, off the line. Worst feeling when you're a defensive lineman is getting knocked back like that, knowing that you're going to have to watch that on film in front of the whole team.
Yeah, it's all about pad level when it comes to the trenches. When you're dealing with your big hoggies up front and the big D linemen, it's all about low man wins, and it looks like the Winnipeg Blue Bomber offensive line is taking advantage of that.
Well, here's the other thing, Doubles. I mean, it's 28-14, right? In your mind, do you as a coach, I mean, I always approach this as an aggressive situation. Like, look, we got 1 minute and 16 seconds to score. But again, the struggles of this team to close out these halves, I'm not sure if they approach it like that.
I think with a veteran guy like Trevor Harris, you put your trust in him. You really need a score here because it's an important part. You don't want to go into the half down 2 scores in such a big game. So even if it's a field goal drive here, you want to be aggressive and trust your veteran quarterback in these situations.
Well, 76 seconds to go before we get to halftime. And like you say, gentlemen, the approach is going to be interesting as Mario Alford and Thomas Bertrand-Houdin will go back to set to return this kick off the foot of Sergio Castillo. And if you go back a week, right, this is no penalty time, right? Because you can get yourself in a lot of trouble with a penalty with, the Bomber kicker can put it into the end zone, which he's already done once on a kickoff. So Castillo marks off his approach. The ball down on the 30 as we're now into the shadows here at Mosaic Stadium on Labor Day.
None of the trainers are near Zach Caleros anymore, so might be a good sign for the Bombers.
End-over-end kick from Castillo taken by Mario Alford back at his 2-yard line. He gets up to the 15, looking for a seam. Makes a man miss, then caught from behind up at the 19-yard line. No more. And here comes Trevor Harris in the offense without Peter Godber, who's gone to the locker room.
Oh, the kick cover units. Great job here by Winnipeg. Doubles. You're the quarterback. You got 108. Like you said, you need to score. What are you telling your offense?
Well, you were hoping for a good kick return in a situation like this, but now that you're backed up, you may want to be a little bit more conservative because the last thing you want to do here is force a throw and give Winnipeg the ball back with a chance to score before the half.
And Dave, you and I have seen this situation before where it's like a little bit of an experiment on this first down. Hey, if we get a big gain, we'll go for it, but if we don't, let's just run the clock.
All right, now Frankie Hickson is the lone back in the backfield. Extra bodies in on the offensive line for the Riders, who go upright. We're going to get a timeout from the Blue Bombers.
Timeout, Winnipeg.
Mike O'Shea did not like how that was shaping up, so...
Oh, I thought he was just trying to ice our quarterback.
That's a thing, is it, Labor Day?
Yeah, maybe.
I love Mike O'Shea. He's just such a chess player when it comes to this game. He recognizes when things aren't right, makes a smart timeout before you put your team in harm's way.
Hey, you guys both worked with Richie Hall. Now, of course, Jordan Younger is the defensive coordinator, but a heavy influence, I would suggest, still from Richie Hall. Do you see those tendencies?
Absolutely. This is a Richie Hall's defense. It has his imprint all over it. You can see across the field every set that this defensive end that Richie's behind it.
So play gets whistled in. Harris is in the gun with Frankie Hickson to his left. Harris looks near side for Dante Myers. He's going to try to make a man miss. Can't do so. Nice job as he's wrapped up by Terrell Bonds, but not before a Bazandowski Agency's first down at the 31.
And the thing about the Winnipeg defense here is all of their energy on this tackle went towards keeping him in bounds. They did not want to let Dante Myers get near that sideline, and they wanted to keep the clock going.
It is now under a minute with Harris back to pass on first down. Going to look far side. That swung out to Hickson. He's got it. 35 up to the 40. So a gain of nearly 8 yards for Frankie Hickson on first down.
Sense of urgency time, right? Get these guys to the line. Get the play called. Doubles, how do you look at this?
Two quick first downs by Trevor Harris and the Roughriders. Now you're putting yourself in a situation where you can push the ball down the field a little bit.
50 seconds to go before half. Riders down by 15. Handoff goes to Hickson. He goes to the left, cuts back to the right, gets up to the 45, and that will be for a first down Saskatchewan with 43 seconds to go in the second quarter.
So we're moving the ball here. We're almost in field goal range. There's plenty of time on the clock. We don't need a touchdown, so let's see what happens.
And defensively, Winnipeg is just saying, hey, it's cool. You can have these little dink and dunks, but you're not getting in the end zone.
Now here comes the blitz with Adam Bighill looking near side. Harris going to sprint out far side. Puck tucks the ball, takes it to the 50, reaches out towards the midfield stripe. He'll be close to a first down.
Good job by Trevor Harris of recognizing that there's nothing downfield, pulls the ball down, and gets a good gain of 8 yards.
Well, Doubles, you talked about Richie Hall still having his imprint on this defense, and for me, that is exactly what we saw there. All of our defensive backs on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers side just making sure nobody gets beat behind them.
Yep, that's what it's all about.
8-yard carry for Trevor Harris. It's 2nd and 2 for the Riders. He did get out of bounds to stop the clock with 31 seconds to go in the second quarter. Riders trail 29-14. 5 receivers set for Saskatchewan. Man in motion to the near side of the formation is Sean Payne Jr. Handoff goes to Frankie Hickson. He's going to get to the midfield stripe. Should have a first down pending the spot.
See, now, Doubles, knowing I'm going for it on 3rd down here, I don't like that call.
I don't like that call whatsoever. You waste so much time by running the ball. Right. You know you're going to go for it on 3rd down regardless, so you should push the ball in that situation.
So 26 seconds and holding until the sticks get set. 1st and 10, Saskatchewan at the midfield stripe. Harris in the gun, left-hand hash. Drops back to pass. Looking, can't find anyone to the left. Now he's going to be wrapped up down low as getting home quickly was Jamal Woods for his 2nd sack of the season for the Bombers.
And you've got Zach Fry playing center in place of Peter Godber. This is as good as it gets in terms of a 3-man rush. You talked about it. Woods, push-pull, extends Zach Fry and then pulls him forward, gets off the block, able to bring Trevor Harris down, and now all the cards on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers side. Their DBs are playing at the sticks.
Last play, perhaps, of the opening half as a pass is incomplete to Emilus. He started running before he caught it, and it bounces off his hands. And with 6 seconds to go in the second quarter, it's 3rd down, Saskatchewan.
And honestly, I believe that's a smart play by Emilus. I know he didn't mean to drop the ball, but in that situation, there's no need to take a hit there. You know you're not going to get the first down. 6 seconds to the half, so protect yourself in those situations, and we have to regroup at halftime.
So Adam Korsak will come on to punt. We haven't seen Lucky Whitehead the last 2 returns. Of course, return yardage this year brought to you by Ibaressa and Sons. So once again, back to return is Evan Holm.
Well, you talk about a regroup. This is going to be a massive regroup. We're down 15.
Korsak spiraling kick. Going to chase Holm back inside his 15. It'll skip out of bounds there, and with zeros on the clock, that'll do it for the opening half. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Winnipeg 29, Saskatchewan 14. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Justin Dunk, we're going to join him in Studio 620 coming up in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Roughriders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
For 65 years, we've sown the seeds of Saskatchewan's innovative nature. We have supported farmers here at home and around the world and helped feed the future together. Today, Nutrien is the province's largest private sector employer and the largest producer of potash in the world. Join us as we celebrate 65 years of potash production, as well as the hard work and dedication of the people of Saskatchewan. From Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
This is the Rider Nation Halftime Show, brought to you by Flamin Sales, McDougall Auctioneers, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Donk on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders trail the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 29-14 at halftime. time. The Bombers really took control in that second quarter, scoring 22 points to the Riders' 7 in the final 15 minutes before halftime. Halftime brought to you by Flamin Sales, a family business with family values and a small town feel in Swift Current, Moosomin, Yorkton, Southie, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon. It's now time for your halftime rewind, which is brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Brett Lawler is going to walk off his approach for the kickoff. Counts it off from his own 30-yard line. He's got the Rider Nation behind him on his feet at Mosaic Stadium as we are set to go Saskatchewan in the 59th Labor Day Classic. Caleres back to pass, has time. Here comes the heat. The Riders get home. It's a Quill Plain sack on second down. Brian Cox Jr. Harris calls the receivers to the line. He's back to pass, looking to that backside again. Touchdown, Riders! Sean Bain Jr. finds the end zone. 2nd and 6 in their own end. They'll throw it near side. It's intercepted. Marcus Sales picks off Zach Caleres. He's got the football at the Winnipeg 42-yard line. Ball on the 18 of the Bombers. Snap goes back to Harris. He'll fire it. Touchdown, Riders! It's Dante Myers. First CFL touchdown on Labor Day.
Dante Myers keeping it going as a CFL rookie, but the Riders are going to have to take it to another level to get this comeback in the second half, down 15 points after 30 minutes of play. On the other side, Derek Bidwell, our 620 CKRM sideline man, joins me live in Harvard Studio 620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation and streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Your Cooperators advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
This is Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. A team plays its best when everyone is working toward one common goal. That's why the folks at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram make such a great team. Everyone at Crestview Chrysler has the same goal, to get you into your perfect new or pre-owned vehicle at the best price. Trucks, SUVs, cars, and more. They have a full starting lineup ready for you to drive home today.
Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
Wondering what your equipment is really worth? Hi, I'm Riley McChesney from McDougall Auctioneers, your go-to appraisal experts. With our finger on the pulse in today's market, we offer the most accurate, up-to-date valuations for your machinery. Planning to expand or thinking of selling? Get the real value of your equipment with McDougall Auctioneers. Over 42 years of expertise at your service. Call us at 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders down 15 at halftime in the Labor Day Classic, trailing 29-14 to the visiting Blue Bombers at halftime. Our sideline man, Derek Bidwell, joins me live in Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. A lot of focus on the offensive line this season. Peter Godber limped off, looked like a lower body injury. Do you think he could come back into the game?
Yeah, as soon as he had that injury, he went right into the injury evaluation tent, Justin, and he took off his right shoe. So it's just speculation that it would be his right ankle, but he did take off his right shoe, and on the sideline, when the tent came down, he remained sitting on the trainer's table, and he was just rotating his right ankle. So, I mean, it looked very much like it was his right ankle. He then walked off the field, went to the dressing room with about 3 or 4 minutes left. And you could arguably say that Peter Godber has been the most consistent, if not their best offensive lineman this year. The Riders have had a lot of offensive line injuries so far this year. It's a tough one to see Peter Godber go down. Trevor Harris came up to him right away. Of course, you know the relationship between a quarterback and a center is a very important one, right? He's the guy that gets you the ball. And Harris came up to him, and Peter just kind of shook his head, almost like apologetically said, I can't go. So that's the first half. Who knows what happens in the second half, but it'd be great to see him back. It just didn't look very good when he limped off and went into the locker room.
What was your sense, Derek, of the mood around the team going into halftime down 15 points? Was there yelling and screaming going on, finger pointing? Were the guys upbeat? How did you feel?
You know what? I think they just got to pick their chins up. You know, after that Mario Alford blunder, if you will, where he touched the ball and then Winnipeg, of course, jumped on it in the end zone, that special teams turnover for a touchdown. I think they were kind of in a little bit of shock, really, and then, you know, it just kind of snowballed from there. So they got to go into halftime. They got to reset. They got to pick their chins back up. The veterans got to say what they need to say. Corey Mason needs to say what he needs to say, and they got to come back rejuvenated and fired up like they did at the start of the game when they come out in the second half, because, as you said, they're down 15. They got to get a score right away. They can't be moping around and feeling sorry for themselves because they're down by 15, and they got to get a score right away.
The defense has been giving up some big plays through the air, specifically that Nick Dembski touchdown that was essentially right down the middle of the field. Coverage bust there. What have you heard defensively on the sideline?
Well, the leaders are trying to speak up. Micah Johnson and, some of the other guys are trying to get guys refocused. But, yeah, you mentioned right through the middle. That's where they seem to be. The Bombers seem to have found a weakness in the Riders' defense, something they'll have to also shore up or address, obviously, at halftime if they're going to come back and eliminate that 15-point deficit and hopefully come away with a win in the end. But, yeah, they need to come out strong right away in the third quarter.
What's it like for you to be down on the sideline hearing this atmosphere? It could be, I stress. We'll get the official number here, I think, in the second half, but the largest crowd ever at new Mosaic Stadium. Yeah. Can you sense the energy in the building? You know, the energy, it was palpable. I talked to Brady Oliveira before the start of this game, running back, of course, for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and he said
the energy, the atmosphere, it's palpable. It's a real thing. Like, you can sense it. It's a real thing. You feel it. And we sure felt it at the start of this one with this crowd, this big crowd being energetic. And you felt that energy all throughout the stadium. Like I said, the riders and the fans need to mesh again like they did at the start of the game. Maybe the fans can help them out because they need that energy. They need that boost right at the start of the third quarter if they're going to come back from 15 points down.
Yeah, I bet the 13th man is going to try to do all they can do. We'll let you get back down to the sideline, Derek. On the other side, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Darien Durant with your call of the second half on 620 CKRM and stations around Saskatchewan. This is Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
Morris knows the pressure farmers face when up against a narrow planting window. We built the 10 Series air cart to relieve this pressure with the seeding experience you need. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. The high-quality 10 Series air carts looks the part with powder coat paint and stainless steel in all the right places with overbuilt, maintenance-free, electric-driven metering. The 10 Series air cart is designed to run for years. For more information, see morrisequipment.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Attention farmers, get a sizzling deal on the highest performing DeKalb canola lineup yet. Save up to $45 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex and DeKalb Liberty Link canola, and up to $65 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex Liberty Link canola when you book a minimum of 500 acres by October 11th. Visit your retailer to book now or dekalb.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bafford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Did you know cervical cancer is highly preventable and treatable when found? Anyone with a cervix between the ages of 25 to 69 should take action and protect themselves by going for a Pap test every 3 years. Book your Pap test today with your healthcare provider. If you don't have a health provider, visit the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency for more information on where to book a test. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. Visit saskcancer.ca.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football. Brought to you by SaskTel, Claws of America, AgCo, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, SigaPlayNow.com, Salford Equipment, Sask Lotteries. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the third quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Darien Durant with you on this Labor Day. We're at halftime. The Riders trailing by 15. Let's get you some good news. If you got a 50-50 ticket, oh my goodness, the jackpot now over $909,000 and climbing. Of course, all proceeds help support the great work of the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation. Get your ticket now at riders5050.ca. The other news, gentlemen, Peter Godber, center, has come back out onto the field and looks like he might try to give it a shot. While on the Winnipeg sideline, Lucky Whitehead is undergoing evaluation, and Zach Caleros has come out without pads and helmet here to start this second half.
Yeah, you're seeing Strevler warm up right now, and the other interesting guy warming up is Terry Wilson. I know they like him in Winnipeg. He's done a lot of good things apparently, and they feel like he might have a chance to get himself in the conversation about the future. But when you look at Chris Strevler doubles, the way I see it is when we were playing Montreal at the height of their power and Montreal lost AC, when Peterson went in, it was a completely different outlook. Defensively, we got a lot more confident. But how are you coming into this as Strevler now?
Well, the first thing you want to do is make Strevler be accurate. He's not known to be a very accurate quarterback, so you want to tighten up the coverage a little bit. You definitely have to play him a little bit differently than you play Zach, and make Strevler beat you with his arm. Don't let him run around the pocket.
And as a defensive lineman now, I'm thinking things like RPO, quarterback draws, right? So now my pass rush lanes and things like that become even more important.
The Quality Tire kickoff is taken by Mario Alford to start the second half. He'll scamper out of bounds up around the 40-yard line of the Rough Riders, who will have the wind at their back here to start the third quarter after deferring the opening kickoff. A return of 26.
During the return,
and here comes Trevor Harris.
Holding. Saskatchewan number 31. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Trevor Harris and the offense will start in a hole after the penalty.
You know, it's interesting when we got off air, Doubles, you talked about wanting to run the football more. I look at it from the point of the defense of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. One of the things I'm saying literally is like, guys, we know that they need to get the ball going on the ground, but more importantly, let's make sure they're not able to get to the sidelines quickly either, because that's how they're going to free us up on the run.
So after the penalty, the ball gets spotted on the Saskatchewan 20-yard line on the left-hand hash. Trevor Harris is 10 of 20 for 125 yards passing in the opening half, 2 touchdowns, but is also the team's leading rusher. But that'll change here as the ball goes to Frankie Hickson, who gets up near the 25-yard line. Gain of almost 5. It'll be second and medium for the Riders.
And that's what you want to see to start the half. Establish the run game. Establish your physicality up front, because that's something that you didn't show in the first half.
Yeah, and when you talk about physicality, it's nice to see your main receivers, Killian Schaefer-Baker in this instance, locking up the end man on the line of scrimmage and enabling Frankie Hickson to make the cut to the outside to get a little bit more than 2. You get 5, and now, like you said, the whole playbook's at your disposal.
And try as hard as Peter Godber did, he is not in the game. It's Zach Fry at center on 2nd and 5 for the Riders. Harris looks to throw far side. That is complete. He's got a man cutting across the near side, up to the 35, to the 40. He's still on his feet. 45, forced out of bounds at the 50-yard line. Killian Schaefer-Baker, biggest yak yard play of this day for the Rough Riders.
Great job by Trevor Harris of recognizing the coverage. Seeing you have another 3-man front by Winnipeg on second down. Great job by Trevor recognizing the underneath coverage.
So big first down run for Bazandowski Agencies, Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. So 1st and 10, the Riders set up on their own 52-yard line after the Killian Schaefer-Baker reception for 27 yards. 22 of which were yak yards for YAC Auctions. Harris fakes a handoff, now slings it to Keyshawn Johnson, He'll dive ahead, finally going to be wrapped up, but they'll call him down at the Bomber 45-yard line. First down, Riders.
And there you have it. When you establish the run early in a drive, you have play action here. You get your linebackers to step up, and there's the slant right behind Adam Big Hill.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing you're talking about is you're able to confidently throw that knowing that those linebackers are sucked up. Here, Trevor Harris does a great job of getting the ball out, and you're right, those linebackers just can't recover because they were thinking run.
So another first down for the Riders, who are marching here on their initial drive of the third quarter. They trail by 15 points, though. 12:54 to go in the third quarter. Lots of pre-snap movement. Harris is going to get sacked by Willie Jefferson as the snap from Zach Fry was low. Harris couldn't hold on to it, and it negates the play,
Well, what happened here is Willie Jefferson's on the right side of the line. We leave him alone. The tackle over top of him goes down, and what we want to do is we want to bring Trayvon Tate as a puller back. He's the right tackle, and we want to get him to seal Jefferson off, but he hesitates, and when he stops, Jefferson notices it, gets up the field, and gets to Trevor Harris. Now you're in a tough 2nd and 12 situation.
Ball in the left-hand hash for Harris, who's in the gun. 5 receivers set, 3 of which are to the near side of the formation. Hickson alone back in the backfield. 3 down linemen for the Bombers. Adam Big Hill steps towards the line. He'll back out. Harris is going to pull it down, looking for some help. Can't find it, and he'll throw it down onto the carpet. Incomplete, intended for Keyshawn Johnson.
Well, it's a great job here by the Winnipeg linebackers. They're in coverage, and as soon as Harris starts approaching that line of scrimmage, your initial reaction is go get him, but they hesitate just a little bit to make sure that that's what he wants to do, is get out of that pocket. And when he does, you see an explosion reaction, and they're able to get Trevor Harris to get rid of the ball.
And Brett Lothar.
Quickly and to nobody.
Pardon me, Brett Lothar coming on to attempt a 55-yard field goal. Wind at his back. 29 of 39 of the season. His previous long, 49.
Wow.
Good snap. Clean hold. Lothar steps into it. It's up.
There you go,
and
Brett.
It's good. Brett Lothar with a Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goal from 55 yards to cut into the lead. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866. And with 11:46 to go in the third quarter, it's Winnipeg 29, Saskatchewan 17. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, it's Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders. You know what I love as much as throwing touchdowns? Driving a great truck from Capital GMC. They have a huge inventory of trucks, SUVs, luxury cars, and more. You'll find something that suits your style and budget. They're also big supporters of the riders and our communities. So, whether you're a diehard Riders fan or just looking for a great deal, check out Capital GMC today. They'll make you feel like an MVP.
Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
29-17, the Bombers lead the Riders, but a long field goal from Brett Lothar has cut into that. Let's go to the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers and Derek Bidwell.
Hey, Dave. Yeah, thanks. Peter Godber update on his situation. He did come back out for the second half. He left with about 3 minutes left in the first half. Went to the locker room. He came back out. He is on the bench. He's trying to see if he can go. He's just working with a teammate here to see if he can put any pressure on that right ankle. His right ankle is heavily taped. It's just known as a lower body injury, but his right ankle is heavily taped. And before he went in the first half, he did have his right shoe off, so it appears to be his right ankle. Peter Godber is still a question mark. He's trying.
Thanks, guys. And, of course, your injury updates brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. 1st and 10, Chris Strevler into the game for the Bombers at quarterback. Going to hand it off to Johnson. He'll try to elude the pressure in the backfield. Can't get away as he's caught from behind by C.J. Rivas. It's 2nd and long.
We talked about guys playing at an all-star level. C.J. Rivas, right, recognizes changes the formation, sees the receiver on the other side coming from left to right. This is smart approach by Winnipeg in my mind, Doubles. Get the ball out of Strebler's hands and into the hands of your playmakers. That time it didn't work for them.
Exactly. Good job by the Rider defense and C.J. Revis of keeping his outside arm free and making sure that nothing got outside of his reach.
Strebler's completed 58.7% of his passes thus far this season. It's second and long now for the Bomber offense. Deep in their territory. Back to pass. Strebler can't get it away as Malik Carney was there and Strebler had to sidearm it and it bounces off the turf incomplete.
Well, and there's Chris Strebler for you, right? You know that he's such a physical threat, especially with his legs. But again, it's that Adrian McPherson thing in Montreal, right, Doubles? You know that when he came in the game, the pass wasn't going to be much of an advantage for the Alouettes in their prime, and it's the same thing here, in my opinion, with Strebler in the game for Winnipeg.
Yeah, good job by Coach Mace of switching up the defense and getting a little bit more aggressive, knowing that you can put pressure on Strebler and make him throw the ball.
Jamison Sheehan on to punt for the Bombers, standing at his 25-yard line. This kick, a high spiral. Mario Alford a little late getting to it. He does, and he'll run right into the arms of the tackler up around the 35-yard line, and that's where the Riders will go to work on offense when we come back. 10:37 to go in the third quarter. Winnipeg in front of Saskatchewan, 29-17. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When the growing season is limited, you need the right equipment at the right price. Redhead Equipment is your go-to for premium used equipment, including certified pre-owned Case IH Ag units. With 10 locations in Saskatchewan, we can find you the right unit to get the job done. Plus, you'll get peace of mind with a 12-month powertrain protection plan. You can also count on our Case IH factory-trained technicians to keep you up and running. Visit redheadequipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code Green200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Darien Durant. It's 29-17. The Bombers lead the Riders with 10:37 to go in the third quarter. Let's go down to Derek Bidwell on the sidelines.
Hey, guys, another injury update, this time from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They have confirmed that Zach Collaros will not return. Quarterback Zach Collaros will not return for the Bombers for this game.
All right, thanks, Bidsy. Of course, Sideline Reports brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctions.
Doubles, what does that do to the other offense, though? When you see the other team's backup quarterback, are there any discussions that take place?
Of course. I mean, you all recognize what's going on, and you want to make sure that you put the pressure on the Winnipeg offense to make a play.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. They'll scrimmage at their 35-yard line after the Eberassa & Sons punt return by Mario Alford. Handoff fake to Hickson, then they'll dump it off far side. Ball comes out, but the Riders are able to fall on it as a heavy hit was levied on the receiver for the Riders. But Johnny on the spot was Frankie Hickson after Sean Bain Jr. had it bounce off his arms after the reception.
I've always liked Brandon Alexander, man. He is such a hard-hitting safety. And here lays the lumber on Emelis, on Sean Bain Jr.
Wow. That's what we call in the game of Madden a hit stick.
Riders, though, come out of this at 2nd and 1 because they recovered the fumble.
Yep. Shea Patterson comes into the game for the first time today on a short yardage opportunity from his own 44-yard line. Bombers try to go low. Patterson goes high, but we'll have the first down across the 45 near the 47-yard line.
Hey, Doubles, I'll tell you what, man. I've gotten to know Shea Patterson a little bit. You'd love that kid. That kid reminds me of a young you.
Yeah,
right?
when I watch him play, man, he shows the toughness, the grit, the fight, everything you want to see in a future quarterback.
But more importantly, man, he does the work. Guy's the first one in the building, right? He's constantly pouring over his film. I admire the kid.
1st and 10 for the Riders after the Shea Patterson run. 9:10 to go here in the third quarter. Extra bodies on the O-line for the Riders as Harris drops back to pass. He'll be flushed from the pocket, going to pull it down, going to go for a run. He'll go down around the midfield stripe, and then he gets tackled well after he was down and had given himself up, and a late flag comes in from Tom Valesi.
Well, first of all, the entire 33,000 fan base here watching the game holds its breath every time Harris runs with the football.
Major foul, roughing the passer. Winnipeg number 45, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And I also feel like Winnipeg gets cheated here. I mean, you're just looking at a defensive lineman making an effort to make a tackle, and he does his job, and I think the crowd talks the ref into the penalty.
Yeah, there was nothing really malicious there. Just a great hustle by Winnipeg, and, too bad.
Celestion Haba.
First and 10 for the Riders at the Bomber 40-yard line, 8:53 to go. Here in the third quarter, they trail the Riders by 12 points. It's 29-17 Winnipeg. Ball on the Bomber 40 right-hand hash. 3 receivers far side and a 5-receiver set for Zach Caleros. 5 down linemen for the Bombers who will bring it on the far side. Harris is flushed that way, but he'll sling it out complete across the 20, 35, down to the 32-yard line. Nice reception there for the Riders as Harris had to scramble, but then was able to find Samuel Emelis for close to a first down.
Adam Bighill looks like he's supposed to be in this region where the ball eventually goes. I think his eyes got sucked up into the tackle box there, and Trevor Harris finds Emelis in behind him.
Call it a gain of 8.5 yards, so second and a long one here for the Riders at the Bomber 31-yard line. Patterson into the game once again. He's got company in the backfield, but they'll sprint out towards the line. Now it's an empty set for Patterson. He's going to go for a run to his right. He's got some room, gets across the 30, is caught from behind, but not before he gets a first down for the Riders as he was tracked down by Tony Jones.
Yeah, you can see the switch up there by Mark Mueller on second and short, putting a lot of guys in motion, and Shea Patterson does a good job of getting the first down and finding a little slither there for the first down.
And unfortunately, we've got another man down for the Riders, and it's Zach Fry.
Oh, no. So Zach Fry is now hurt. Noah Zer's already in the game. So Miles Brown
or Micah
Johnson is about to become an offensive lineman. You know, we talk about those small rosters, right, Doubles? And in the CFL, you got the 42-man rosters.
Yep, and there you see Micah Johnson, who has switched his jersey. He is now wearing the number 57 running onto the field. And, believe it or not, I think he will probably excel because he's a tough guy.
Yeah, no kidding.
And, he has fight, and that's what you need as a guard.
Well, the other piece of this, too, is now that you're seeing the injury to Noah Zer, Peter Godber is now putting a lot more pressure on himself to get back into this game.
And you saw the effects of Godberg going down on that previous possession with the snap on 1st and 10 being in the dirt and going on the ground and putting us in a 2nd and 16 situation.
How many times in your career did you have to go to the defensive line / O lineman? I don't remember a lot.
Yeah, I don't think I can recall ever a time when we had to get a defensive lineman coming in for significant playing time. Always on the goal line, but never in an infield situation.
Well, and here comes Peter Godber checking into the game. So he's rolling back out there. I mean, football's about toughness, right? He's going to try to tough this out at the center position. As defensive linemen, Dave, we always act like we're set where we can play O-line in practice. We act like we can kick set and we can't do any of that. It's just, we might be able to run block, but that's about it.
Micah told me that when he went in for a couple of plays a couple of games ago, he said, you know what, the guy beside me was just telling me what to do. He said, Godber told me where to go. Like, I didn't know. I hope for the best.
And you have to worry about the playbook here, right? With Micah Johnson in, he doesn't know a lot of the calls. I'm sure he gets very limited meeting time. So interesting to see how the offense looks here.
1st and 10 for the Riders after all of this on the Bomber 29-yard line. Harris hands it off to Hickson, and he'll get down inside the 25-yard line, running behind the makeshift offensive line for a good gain on first down.
Well, first of all, Micah Johnson goes out there and looks like an all-Canadian at right guard. And the other piece of this is Logan Ferland bumps down to center, and he does a great job chipping and getting to the second level where Gauthier is their linebacker, and that's the reason why Hickson's able to get to the second level and get about what they give him there. It looks like they gave him 6 The clock is the play clock is all messed up between the sticks and the down marker.
We got her. 2nd and 5 up here on the 24 of the Bombers. Harris in the gun. Fakes the handoff, looking near side. Can't find anyone. Now he'll dump it off underneath to Hickson. Makes the first man miss. Dives ahead. First down for the Riders.
I'll tell you what, Micah Johnson gets his first pass pro look, and he does a pretty decent job here teaming up with Logan Ferland, making sure that nothing really seeps in front of Harris. Good job navigating a little bit of pressure there by Trevor and finding Frankie Hickson.
And like I said, if there's a guy that can step in on the offensive line without playing offense and make an impact, it's Micah Johnson.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, football is based on violence. 1-to-1, man-on-man violence.
If you'd have told me in the Labor Day Classic Micah Johnson was vying for the offensive game star, I might have called you on it. 5:54 to go. Handoff to Frankie Hickson on first down for the Riders in the Windsor Plywood red zone. He's wrapped up immediately, dropped after a gain of maybe a couple.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jake Thomas, number 95 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, doesn't give two hoots about us praising Micah Johnson for his ability to switch sides, because here he manages to get inside of Micah Johnson into the outside of Logan Ferland, the center, to get Frankie Hickson behind the line of scrimmage. Jake Thomas has done this for such a long time. Really one of those underrated guys in the league, eh, Dave?
Absolutely. 12-year vet who seems to not be losing a step at all.
2nd down and 9 as they'll give Hickson a yard on that carry. Ball on the 16 of the Bombers. Harris in the gun. 3 receivers near side. Harris pumps once, throws it up to the goal line. Incomplete. In and out of the arms of Samuel Emelis, who went up to try to get it, but he couldn't squeeze it in tight coverage, and it'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, these are the type of plays you would like to see Samuel Emelis make. You look at him and you refer to him as a elite receiver in the league, and this is what you want to see from one of your top receivers. You have to come down with this catch. Good throw by Trevor Harris.
You can tell he's thinking about that goalpost that he's leaping up against, but you're right. He's good at, here's the thing about Emelis. The reason you say it doubles is because he's capable of making the play. It'd be a different thing if he was just another guy out there.
Exactly.
But when you got your elite guys, you need them to make that play.
So the Riders will have to settle for a 25-yard field goal attempt as the snap is back. Lothar puts it up and through, and Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals bring you another field goal, and that cuts into the lead now 29-20 with 4:52 to go in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a timeout and come back with more. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visithealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics, so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, the current 50-50 jackpot, $1,020,708 here at the Labor Day Classic. And even if you're not here, you can get your tickets now. Just go online and help support the Saskatchewan Roughriders in their 50-50 endeavor. The Riders Foundation for all games this year includes away and home games. And now, like I say, over $1,020,000. Get it online at 50-50. That's riders5050.ca.
During the break, Doubles and I were talking. Micah Johnson's not playing on the offensive line. It's definitely takes away from the defensive front. Caleb Saunders is going to be asked to share the load a lot more than he's used to.
Well, Chris Streveler into the game for the Bombers, who are without Zach Caleros. Riders bring the heat. Malik Carney gets there, but the dump off underneath complete to Dembski. He'll be forced out of bounds by Deontay Williams up around the 50 of Saskatchewan. Should be good for a first down.
And you can see the defensive line and the linebackers. Now they're starting to attack that line of scrimmage. They're okay with Streveler throwing the ball. That's one of those things that may have been a disconcerting play to the fans, but as a defensive player, you're not going to be able to do that all game, right?
Exactly. You have to tighten the coverage, make a guy who's known to not be so accurate beat you with his accuracy.
So 1st and 10 for the Bombers at their 50-yard line. 4:09 to go in the third quarter. Winnipeg leading 29-20. A little missed timing with a handoff to Brady Oliveira, but he makes the most of it, gets across midfield for a gain of almost 7.
And there you see Coach Mace again with the blitz from the outside. You can see that he's a lot more aggressive against Chris Streveler than he was with Zach Caleros, and understandably so.
Even in these 2nd and 4 situations, right, you'd probably want to load that line up. It's going to be interesting to see what they call in here. But here's the other thing, too. On 2nd and 4, Winnipeg's got access to Brady Oliveira.
Streveler's in the gun. 2nd and medium for the Bombers. Crowd comes to life. Handoff to Oliveira. He'll meet the Riders in the hole up at the 50, but it'll be close to another Bomber first down.
Unfortunately, the Saskatchewan Roughrider defensive front, they get a little bit too aggressive, and they stunt down hard inside, and Oliveira sees it, cuts outside immediately, and gets that first down.
And this is what we talked about with Micah Johnson being, having to fill in on the offensive side of the ball. You're now missing that toughness, that strength on your defensive front that can slow down that Winnipeg Blue Bomber run game.
You don't have anybody else playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage.
You don't have the league leader in sacks on your defensive line. So 1st and 10 for the Bombers. Chris Streveler in the offense. In the middle of the field, ball on the Saskatchewan 50. 2:44 and counting to go in the third quarter. 2 receivers near side. Handed off to Oliveira, looking for a hole. He'll get up near the 45-yard line, drag the pile a yard or two beyond that. But a 2nd and medium situation coming up again for the Bombers, who are content to hand the ball to Brady Oliveira.
Well, the one thing that you can't do as a defensive lineman is wait on an offensive lineman to approach you in the run. And that's exactly what Brian Cox Jr. does here. He's got number 65 in front of him, and number 69, and he just sort of waits on Kendall Randolph to attack him. And because you waited, you're giving Brady Oliveira a chance to get his big body moving north-south.
Gain of 5 for Oliveira on first down. It's 2nd and 5. Extra bodies in on the offensive line. Streveler trying to get the snap back and get his offense set.
I would expect another run here, being that Micah Johnson's not in the game.
And they're going to fake the handoff, and Streveler is going to try to get to the outside. It's a race with Roland Milligan Jr., who gets there and knocks him out of bounds after a gain of maybe a yard. Third down coming up, Bombers.
Roland Milligan, Agent Zero, one of the best pound-for-pound players in this league. This is a great reaction by the entire unit for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They knew the run was coming in some way, shape, or form. And as soon as Chris Streveler declared himself as the primary ball carrier, everybody just sprints to the sideline. It's great tackling angles, and it's forcing the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to keep this field goal attempt at 52 yards.
Sergio Castillo good on 34 of 41. His long is a 60 on the season. He's done it twice. This time from the left-hand hash. Crowd comes to life for Castillo.
It could be trouble if he misses with Mario Alford back there.
Castillo, clean snap. Kick is up. And he puts it through the uprights to extend Winnipeg's lead to 12 points to make it 32-20 as he's good from 52 yards with 1:30 to go here in the third quarter. Back with more from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
At Redhead Equipment, we want to help you find the perfect trailer to get the job done regardless of the application. That's why we offer a hand-picked selection of new and used trailers from some of the most trusted brands in the industry, including BWS, Trail King, New Star, Decap, Gincor, and Sidumper. From equipment to grain trailers, belly and end dumps to lightweight aluminum options, we'll help you haul more faster. Visit redheadequipment.ca or one of our 10 locations. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Darien Durant back at Mosaic Stadium. Riders are down by 12, but they've got the ball back, but maybe not with the entire offensive line intact. We go downstairs to Derek Bidwell.
Yeah, the offensive line just being decimated, guys, for the Riders. Zach Fry now has his left arm in a sling. Peter Godber is back in the injury evaluation tent. I think they're trying to retape his ankle. That's where we are with those two fellas.
Thanks so much, Bidwell. Of course, our injuries are brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada. So 90 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Well, this quarter's flying by too, right, Dave? And you're still down 12. I mean, it feels like this is a must-score situation here for the Riders. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, you need points.
Trevor Harris and the offense will try to do just that. Starting at their 40-yard line, 4 down linemen for the Bombers on first down. Riders send 4 receivers to the far side of the formation, fake a handoff, and now they'll sling it out far side that way. It's complete. Nice job to come up with it. I believe that's Sean Bain Jr., and he'll just dive ahead near the 42-yard line, and that's Emilus, pardon me. So it'll be second down and medium for the Riders.
Yeah, a little RPO right there by the Riders. Good job by Trevor Harris of getting the ball outside and, getting some positive yards.
I've always felt with an RPO with a guy like Trevor Harris, you're not going to convince the defensive front. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not really looking at Trevor as a threat to run.
Well, Opus Suvlaki, a statistical anomaly. Trevor Harris was our leading rusher in the first half.
Surprise!
Second down and 8 for the Riders. Ball on the 42-yard line. Harris in the gun. He's back to pass. Looks over the middle. That ball is in and out of the arms of the receiver. Tried to find Kean Schaefer-Baker coming across the middle, and Schaefer-Baker had it for a second, but it pops out on contact. Incomplete.
Big hit by Evan Holm coming down from his halfback position. Richie Hall is known for playing quarters coverage with guys sitting back and being ready to attack on in-breaking routes.
This is the problem, though, Doubles, and we've seen this sporadically this year, is dropped balls on plays that you got to make. And KSB, I mean, this is a perfect throw from Trevor Harris in this situation, and you can't drop the ball when you're one of their premier playmakers.
Lucky Whitehead back into the ball game is Adam Korsak going to boom a punt back inside the 9-yard line of the Bombers. Some room to run for Whitehead, who steps out of bounds at the 25, not seeing much of a running lane there, and with 20 seconds to go, that's where the Bombers will start their next drive.
Well, you know what? I don't know how you feel about this, Doubles, but if I'm Buck Pierce, I've got to think that you look at something like, a quarterback option, like maybe you make Chris Strevler your primary running back, right, in certain plays, because the defense is going to be keying on Oliveira, but do you go to Strevler as your premier runner?
I think you have to do a mix of things, right? You know you're going to lean on your run game, and Winnipeg is definitely going to attack this Rough Rider front with Micah Johnson being on the offensive side of the ball. So look for heavy run game from the Winnipeg offense.
They brought their extra offensive linemen in every single down, it seems.
First and 10 for the Bombers. Backfield empties. Strevler hits Oliveira out of the backfield, and Brady Oliveira has got number 4 when it comes to yardage in yak yards this season when he catches the ball in the backfield, and he gets another one there.
Just a tremendous all-around back in Brady Oliveira. There's nothing he can't do, and what a weapon to have when you're down your quarterback and you can have such a good back to lean on.
So 3 quarters are in the books on the Quality Tire scoreboard. It's Winnipeg 32, Saskatchewan 20. Quality Tire, 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, this is Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm not on the field, I trust Capital Ford Lincoln for all my vehicle needs. Whether it's buying a new or pre-owned vehicle, getting service, or finding the right parts and accessories, Capital Ford Lincoln has it all. They're also great supporters of the Roughriders and Saskatchewan. That's why I'm proud to be part of their team. So if you're looking for an amazing experience, visit Capital Ford Lincoln. You'll be glad you did.
Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is ready to hit the field with our standout rookie, the all-new DK 401 TL, our highest yielding canola seed ever. It's sure to become a new fan favorite. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to book this star in your lineup today. Always read and follow label directions.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football, brought to you by the Cooperators, McDougall Auctioneers, Capital Auto Group, Connexus Credit Union, Bayer Crop Science, SigaPlayNow.com, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the fourth quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Bombers start the fourth quarter 2nd and 1 from their own 35-yard line with the clock already counting down and having a 12-point lead to the Bombers over the Rough Riders here in the 59th Labor Day Classic. Chris Strevler in at quarterback for the injured Zach Caleros. Replaced him late in the first half. He's in under center on this second and short play, and he's just going to crash across the line and get a first down to extend the drive for the Bombers.
Yeah, Saskatchewan's played with pad level that's just too high in every situation here when it comes to the short yardage. I was thinking about the play earlier. They got 9 yards from Brady Oliveira, but one of the reasons why is you could tell with Strevler back there, they are looking at him as another running back, and he froze them just by having the ball, and Brady Oliveira got out to the flat unguarded.
Exactly. They're loading the box, expecting to run. Good call by Buck Pierce to switch it up a little bit and throw it with Chris Strevler because you're really not expecting that.
1st and 10 for the Bombers at their own 38-yard line. Incidentally, the Bombers, when leading after 3 quarters, are 4-1. The Riders are 2-2 when trailing after 45 minutes. As the handoff on first down goes to Brady Oliveira, and somehow that pile just kept moving and moving up near the 45-yard line, and a great gain on first down of almost 7.
Well, this is advantage Winnipeg. This is what they want to do. They want to own the tempo. They want to slow the game down, and they want to pound the rock here in the fourth quarter. They're at 2nd and 3 now with 2 running backs, right? So this situation is perfect for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And it's a little scary right now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Rider Nation comes to their feet. 2nd and 3, a critical down with 13:19 to go in the fourth quarter. Riders trail by 12. Ball's on their own 45-yard line of Winnipeg. Strevler in the gun, one back to his right. He'll hand it off to Oliveira, who's met right at the 45-yard line and won't have a first down. Great penetration there by the Rider defensive line to negate the run as Miles Brown, a couple of days ahead of his 27th birthday, gets in on the stop.
Well, it's a great job, too, by Jameer Thurman.
Yeah, up front, you can just see they sold out completely with the run. Good call by Coach Mace to make sure that if anything is going to beat you, it's not going to be the run.
Yeah, because here's the other thing, too. They've continually put Micah Vanderpool, their extra offensive lineman, in the game at the guard spot and told Eli Asotui to be their fullback. So they're now fully committed to this run game for the rest of the fourth quarter.
12:27 to go. Jamison Sheehan on to punt. It's a sidewinding punt that Alford takes at his 18. Heads up the field, steps out of bounds at the 30, and here comes Trevor Harris in the Rider offense with 12:19 to go in the fourth quarter. Back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
For big fans like you.
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
33,861 in attendance at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium for Labor Day 59. And thanks to everyone joining us across the Rough Rider Radio Network. And, hey, taking a moment to text in doubles and welcome them back to Rider Nation on the Souris Valley Industries text line. Souris Valley Industries in Weyburn, supplying Saskatchewan with precast concrete products for over 40 years. Call 306-842-5754 or see sviprecast.com. Again, the text line, 306-936-6262. I want to send a shout out to Kev and season ticket holders had truck trouble this morning, couldn't get to the game today from Alberta. They say listening to you doubles helps take the sting out of it. So happy anniversary, you two. 35th wedding anniversary, and glad that you're listening in today.
What are you thinking here?
You have to be aggressive here. You're down 2 scores. Almost under 12 minutes here. Let's see how it goes.
1st and 10 for the Rider offense at their 30. Harris looks near side. Dante Myers has it. Nice timing route to step out of bounds at the 40.
Good throw by Trevor Harris. Timing routes is something he excels at. Great throw. First down, Riders.
And also a real familiar feel to the secondary approach in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with Jordan Younger and Richie Hall. You see guys playing off the line, right? Just sort of allowing things to develop in front of them. Again, you have that bend but don't break mentality. You also want to leave it in their hands of your very capable defensive front.
Myers gets the first down, so it's 1st and 10. Saskatchewan on their 41-yard line. Harris is in the gun. 3 receivers near side. That's where Harris looks. Can't find anyone. Has to pull it down. Takes a step forward, then just throws it into the feet of Adam Bighill, and it'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, you can see Richie Hall's defense and Jordan Younger, they're just being conservative.
Yeah.
They understand the time and situation of the game, and they're making sure that they keep everything in front of them.
And you had trips to the right side of Harris, and the communication from those defensive backs on who needed to cover what when the trips and the bunch left after the snap, it was perfect. Everybody was covered.
2nd down and 10 for the Riders at the 41. 4 receivers go to the wide side, left side of Harris. Back to pass. Hit as he throws, but he's got Dante Myers, and he hangs on after a huge hit into Bomber territory to the 42.
And that's typical Trevor Harris. That's what we love about him. He'll sit in the pocket. He'll make all the tough throws. He's been extremely accurate, and you see there him being accurate once again.
Now, one of the things that you love about receivers, are they tough? This is a hit that Dante Myers knew he was going to have to take as soon as he made his break. Soon as he just sort of inched his way towards the hash on the right side, he knew he was going to have to take a hit, and he made the play.
27-yard reception for a Bazandowski Agency's 1st down. Riders set up at the Bomber 42, 1st and 10. Ball right-hand hash. Harris, far side, complete up near the 35-yard line. The pile is going to move a little bit, but Keyshawn Johnson hauls it in for a gain of about 6.
There you have it, another RPO by Trevor Harris and Mark Mueller. I like how he's mixing up this offense. He's still showing some threat of the run while keeping the pass game active.
And the other thing about this is generally the spot when you're nearing the red zone that Jordan Younger and Richie Hall are going to ask a little bit more of the coverage, maybe tighten down a little bit, and especially let's get active on this defensive front.
2nd down, and they call it 3 for the Riders. Ball on the Bomber 35. Backfield empties. Harris to throw. Near side complete to Keyshawn Johnson. Still on his feet to the 20. Going up to the 15 before he's finally wrestled down and pulled back by Evan Holm. But a big first down for the Riders and Keyshawn Johnson.
Again, soft coverage by the Winnipeg Blue Bomber defense. Trevor Harris does a great job of hitting his underneath receiver and moving the chains once again.
And Keyshawn Johnson's done this since he came to the Saskatchewan Roughriders in camp. Catch after catch, he's a very dependable player, but he runs hard too. Once he has the ball in his hands, he's able to pick up some yak. Winnipeg is comfortable in this situation.
1st and 10 for the Riders. On the Bombers 16. Handoff goes to Frankie Hicks, and he'll jump over a man at the line of scrimmage and be wrapped up midair. After a gain of 3, maybe 4, it'll be 2nd down for Saskatchewan.
Well, it's a fantastic job here from the linebackers. This is the defensive end. I think it's Celestia Haba. Either way, there was a lot of separation created because they had downward action from the tackles, and whoever that defensive lineman was extracted all the space out and got in on Frankie Hickson right on time, because Frankie might have taken that for an easy first down.
2nd and 6 for the Riders in the Windsor Plywood red zone. The Riders 53.6% proficiency in the red zone for touchdowns. Ball near side for Keyshawn Johnson. He'll have a first down up near the 5.
Once again, Trevor Harris taking advantage of the soft coverage by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers secondary. He's super accurate on all these short throws, and he shows it once again.
Yeah, and this is where the soft coverage is going to disappear against this defense, right? Now they have their backs to the wall. They've got their feet on the goal line. It's going to tighten up here. I wouldn't be surprised to see some blitz.
1st and goal from the 6-yard line for the Riders. The Bombers' defense in the red zone are tops in the league at stopping their opponent from getting in the end zone. Harris, pump fake, Keyshawn Johnson, wide open, touchdown, Riders!
There you have it, an amazing double move there by Keyshawn Johnson. During the entire drive, Trevor Harris took every single underneath throw. Great call by Mark Mueller, setting that up the entire drive by taking the short throws, and then when you get close to the end zone, you hit them with the double move.
And I'm shocked that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers approached it schematically like that. They left Keyshawn Johnson on the island. They gave the defensive back zero help. And you're right, that double move froze Winnipeg's defensive back, and it's money time. This is a critical kick here, too.
Point after attempt to come from Brett Lothar in towards the south end zone. Kick is up, and it's through. And the Rough Riders have cut into the lead now. 32-26. Winnipeg leads with 7:31 to go in the 4th quarter. Back with more from a sold-out Mosaic Stadium. This is the 59th Labor Day Classic on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm on the field, I need a strong team to back me up. When I'm off the field, I need a reliable vehicle to get me around. That's why I trust the experts at Mercedes-Benz Regina. They have the best selection and the best service anywhere. For a luxury vehicle that any MVP would be proud to drive, make your way to Mercedes-Benz Regina and score a touchdown deal. Proud vehicle suppliers of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Mercedes-Benz Regina. We drive Rider Nation. Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by SIGA, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
32-27 now. The Bombers leading the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 7:31 to go here in the 4th quarter. Brett Lothar with another quality tire kickoff after the Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea, they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 80-yard drive for the Riders. 4:35 off the clock. 4 first downs. Trevor Harris 6 of 6 for 76 yards, including the touchdown pass to Keyshawn Johnson for 6 yards. And the Riders are back in business, just trailing by 5.
And I'll tell you what, for the first time in this game, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are going to have to contend with 33,000 fans in Mosaic.
Now the pressure has completely switched over to this Winnipeg offense and Chris Streveler, and we're going to see if he can put the ball in the air and make some plays.
Lother end-over-end kick will be taken by Lucky Whitehead at his 19-yard line. Stutter step across the 30 and no more, and that's where the Riders and the Bombers offense will go to work when we come back. 7:27 to go in the fourth quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
7:27, it would appear, gentlemen, that the momentum has shifted to the home sideline. Agree?
Yeah, whenever you can go down and score and get the crowd involved, and now Winnipeg has to deal with their backup quarterback, and you know this Rough Rider defense is going to force him to make some throws and show that he can be accurate, and we're going to see if he's able to do it in one of the toughest environments in the league.
Biggest thing from a defensive standpoint here, alignment, assignment, execution. All the pressure's on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We can't have a bust here and allow something to sneak through the cracks. We're at a critical junction. The nice part about it is this is exactly what you want as a defensive player. You want the pressure on the offense, and you want to have your home crowd at your back because they're about to get loud.
7:25 to go. 32-27. Winnipeg leads the Riders. They're 1st and 10. Ball on their 32-yard line. Crowd comes to life. Streveler back to pass. Looks over the top. He finds a man coming across the 45-yard line. Big first down to Drew Wolotarski, who's able to haul it in for a gain of almost 12.
What a throw by Chris Streveler. This is exactly what he needed to do in this situation. Show that he can sit in the pocket, be accurate, and he throws a dart to Drew Wolotarski.
Yeah, and he got hit by a defensive lineman too. And if you're the defensive backs and you're okay though, right? You still don't believe that he can do that consistently, but you do need to tighten up.
1st and 10 for the Bombers after the Wolotarski reception at their own 49-yard line. 6:37 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. Two receivers far side for Streveler. Take the handoff or do give it to Brady Oliveira, but nothing doing. A little run-pass option, and both options were covered.
And what's impressive here is that this Rough Rider defensive line is controlling the run game without Micah Johnson up front.
Yeah.
You know, he's such a beast, and for this team to be holding the Winnipeg run game down without him is amazing.
Yeah, well, the other part of that, too, though, is the way that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are zone running that plays into the hands as a defensive lineman because you're able to backdoor and allow yourself to use your athleticism a little bit more than if they were just attacking right up front.
2nd and 9 for the Bombers. Crowd on their feet at Mosaic. Ball on the Winnipeg 50. Riders bring the house. Throw it far side. It's incomplete. Riders pick it up off the turf. I think it's going to go as an incomplete pass as opposed to a lateral, but it'll be a third down nonetheless.
And that's why I was saying as a defensive player, you're okay with Streveler making a throw that you're not used to seeing making earlier on, because you know at some point when the pressure's on, the high likelihood of him making a bad throw is there.
Exactly. He's not a guy that's known to be accurate on a consistent basis, and there you have it. Rough Rider defense playing man-to-man and making him be accurate with the ball, and he can't do it.
So when you're on the sideline right now, Doubles, you're getting your huddle together. What are your thoughts? What are you talking about with the guys right now?
Well, the main thing is you want to get first downs. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're in second and long. You know the Winnipeg defense is going to play soft coverage, so we'll see how the Rough Rider offense comes out and handles this situation.
Jamison Sheehan on the punt for the Bombers. 2 returners back for the Riders, and Mario Alford and Sean Bain Jr. The kick is an end-over-ender that'll be taken shot by Sean Bain Jr. at his 12-yard line. He'll make the first man miss, scamper up the sideline, step out of bounds at the 23, call it the 24-yard line, and the Riders' offense comes back onto the field with 5:18. The punt return for Ibarasa and Sons, celebrating 100 years as your trusted in-it-to-bin-it dealer. Visit ibarasa.com. 12 in the return for Sean Bain Jr.
I like your approach of just getting first downs here, right? You got 5 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock. You're right. You don't have to rush it, because you also know if you're able to manufacture a drive and get the points, all the pressure goes back to a quarterback that can't beat you with his arm.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball's at their 24-yard line. 5:09 to go in the fourth quarter. The green and white trail by 5. Harris in the gun. 4 down linemen for the Bombers. Harris back to pass, has time, finds a man, but it's dropped. He was a little overthrown, but still falls incomplete, intended for Sean Bain Jr.
Yeah, you hate to see this from Sean Bain Jr. He dropped such a crucial pass, even though he's going to take a huge hit here. But big-time receivers need to make plays in the fourth quarter, regardless of what's in front of them.
Well, Doubles, and that's the 3rd drop ball from a primary receiver. We've seen it from Emilus, we've seen it from KSB, and now we've seen it from Sean Bain Jr. And you can tell he knew he was about to get hit here. Now Winnipeg's chomping at the bit here. It's 2nd and 10, right? The advantage is with them on this situation.
3 down linemen for the Bombers. Big Hill's going to show blitz, then stops. Throw over the middle. That ball complete. Riders bring it in across the 45-yard line. Nice job by Kean Schaefer-Baker for a first down.
That's what you want to see. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time situations.
Especially when you're going over the middle. You know you're going to take a big hit. In these situations, you have to come down with it, and he does a great job of catching the ball in traffic.
Now, if you're Jordan Younger, you have to be looking at the clock, saying to yourself, okay, well, you know, how long can I try to hold them off here? Right? How long can I hold off on throwing a blitz at them and tightening down on this coverage?
Riders bring an extra body in on the offensive line on this first down play. They hand it off to Frankie Hickson. He'll go to the left. Not a lot of running room. Will get a couple of yards up to the 39.
Well, I don't like that.
Yeah, here we are. We're in a 2nd and long situation here. Still plenty of time. Even if you have to punt here, you did a good job of getting a first down or 2 where you can punt and flip the field and hopefully make a stop if you can't convert this 2nd down.
You know, but that's going to cause a lot of anxiety in Rider Nation. This is a fan base that's watched the last 3 minutes of a game. I mean, it was an advantage for us at the beginning of the year, and the organization and the team just hasn't been able to manufacture victories in the last 3 minutes of the game as of late.
Hickson gets 4 yards on that carry at 2nd and 6. Saskatchewan on their own 40. Here comes the blitz. Harris sees it, throws it, and it's incomplete. Knocked down, and the Riders are going to have to kick it.
And we talked about this, Luke, right? We talked about when would this Blue Bomber defense decide to bring some pressure and make Trevor Harris get rid of the ball. If you allow him to just sit back in the pocket, he'll pick you apart.
Yeah, they commit to it, right? This is Mo apples and bananas all when you're Richie Hall. That's the call. You bring in the house. Trevor Harris does what he needs to do and try to get the ball out quickly, and this is not a good sign here. They got a Hall of Famer in Adam Big Hill down, clutching his knee.
Yeah, you hate to see this. You know, Big Hill is such an amazing player, and when you're laying on the ground like that and you're grabbing your knee, it's never a good situation.
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, he got his foot planted.
And so when I say, folks, Mo Apples, in Richie Hall's defense, Mo means middle and
Timeout.
blitzing.
Saskatchewan.
And Apples stands for A-gap. So that was their call. Mo Apples, right? Bring the mic in the will, bring the mic in the A-gap, and that is why Adam Big Hill's down, because he took a mean cut. But the cut was timely from the Saskatchewan running backs. You got to throw that block, Doubles.
Exactly. I mean, you have a guy like Big Hill coming downhill, running full speed. No running back in this league wants to take him up high. So a good block by the Rough Rider running back, but unfortunate to see Adam Big Hill down on the turf.
So knowing Big Hill's down, strategically now the thought process changes, because you're going to punt the ball, right? And it's going to be interesting to see how Corey Mace approaches the next series, right? You're going to be in that 3-minute mode. Do you now engage your blitz?
I think we'll see a lot more creativity on this drive from the Winnipeg Blue Bomber run game. This is not the time to put the ball in the air and put the game in Chris Streveler's hands. But you have to show some creativity. No more zone runs up the middle. The same thing you've shown for the previous 2 or 3 drives. So we'll look for some creativity from this Blue Bomber offense.
You guys know better than anyone. Everybody in the world knows you're going to run the ball.
Yeah.
How difficult is that? Because on an offense, you're not fooling anybody. On a defense, you know you got to get there, right?
Well, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. At some point in time, when you're an offensive line, you say, stop us, right? Yeah. Stop us. You know what we're going to do. This is why the 3-minute mark of a game is so important, because even though you know what we're going to do it anyway. And that's where champions are made, right?
And not only that, we talked about the pad level all game.
Yep.
This is when pad level is so important. We're going to see, because the low man always wins.
Key number 1, right, Dave? Win the physical battle.
Absolutely. And Adam Korsak going to put one up in the air that Lucky Whitehead will take at his 21-yard line. He'll bring it up to the 30, has a lane to the 40, still on his feet. Finally tackled up at the Winnipeg 51-yard line, but a good return for Lucky Whitehead. And again, a lot of field position there for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers as they'll flip it thanks to that return.
Good return by Lucky Whitehead. You really needed a good coverage snap right there to make sure that you can kind of pin the Blue Bombers back a little bit. But now with the ball almost being at midfield, even if they have to punt, there's a long drive ahead of the Riders if they get the ball back.
And some of these situations have called for Corey Mace to blitz, but there have been times where they've been delayed blitz. If you're going to delay, if you're not going to show right away, timing is critical. You have to be perfect when it comes to timing if you are blitzing here.
31-yard punt return by Lucky Whitehead has the Bombers set up 1st and 10 at their 51-yard line.
Here it comes.
Fake the handoff. Streveler dumps it out far side to Dembski. He'll make the first man miss. Has room to run. Across midfield. Steps out of bounds. But right at the first down stick with Nick Dembski and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And that's how we'll get to the 3-minute warning. 2:38 to go in the ball game. Bombers 32. Riders 27. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
I knew it.
Power meets precision with a T9 series with PLM intelligence from New Holland. The 6-model T9 lineup delivers up to 699 peak horsepower, a redesigned cab, and new levels of precision technology, including optional dual IntelliView 12 display. Get more of everything in a T9 with PLM intelligence from New Holland. Check out our new lineup at Redhead Equipment, your New Holland dealer. RedheadEquipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The 3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. Get the seed selection you need from a brand you can trust to explore our wide selection of canola hybrids. Visit brettyoung.ca. 2:38 to go. 5-point deficit for the Riders. Time to make a defensive stand.
You need it. You got to make it, right?
We talked about it. We knew that Winnipeg would come out and show something a little. Well, I knew that Winnipeg would come out and show something a little bit different. The entire second half, they've been running the ball up the middle, running it up the middle. I knew that at some point they would try to go on the outside, and you know the ultimate Swiss Army knife in Nick Dembski. He's going to be the guy they look for. Great call by Buck Pierce to get the ball on the perimeter.
We were talking about it in pregame. When the game is close, when you get into those situations, they're going to look for number 10. They're going to figure out a way to get the ball to number 10. Lawler's their big play guy. When they need a play, though, they go to number 10.
1st and 10 now for the Bombers. On the Rider 49-yard line. There's 2:23 and counting to go in the football game. Handoff goes to Oliveira. Tries to bounce it outside, but he's stuck right at the line of scrimmage. The Riders make the tackle, and it'll be 2nd and long Winnipeg.
Well, this is actually Malik Straker, I think, who's being inserted into the game. And this is a great job by him joining. Actually, no, sorry, it's DeMarcus Fields. This is a fantastic play from a rookie. Recognizes the run. They've probably been talking about it the whole time in the huddle, right? And adds himself as the end man on the line of scrimmage to hold one of the best running backs in the league to 1 yard. Fantastic physical play.
Now, interesting matchup here because you're going to have DeMarcus Fields come out, so you got to put somebody into the secondary, which is going to be either Kosi or Godfrey Onyeka.
Well, I'm wondering
right?
Well, I'm wondering if you put Godfrey back at safety and just move Lacombo over, right?
But this is a situation where I wouldn't really worry about who is in my secondary. You have a 90% probability of a run here or some short throw.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll force the ball into the teeth of the defense and try to make a play with Strevler. So if we could just protect the perimeter, I think the Riders will be in good shape.
Well, and just like when they went to number 10, the first, 2nd and long, you've got to make a tackle too, right? Let's use our fundamentals.
2nd down and 9. 2 minutes and counting in the 4th quarter. Snap to Strevler. He pulls it down, tries to get outside, breaks a tackle, still on his feet up to the 50, and then he's brought down. Malik Carney hauls him down with some help from Marcus Sales, and it'll be 3rd down.
We just mentioned fundamentals, right? You get Malik Carney starting the tackle, and then you get number 8 Marcus Sales, a vet himself, adding and setting the edge on that defense. Strevler can't get anywhere, and they're forced to kick a field goal.
56-yard attempt.
Now, Dave, we got one of the best returners in the league here, back here, and if they miss this, you might see some trouble.
Sergio Castillo, 101 from 52. This is a 56-yard effort. Nelson Lacombo late coming onto the field. Now we're set. Ball's back. Down, kicks up. And it's good. Whew. Castillo makes it an 8-point advantage, 35-27 Winnipeg.
You know you need it.
Clutch kick by Castillo, 56 yards. The thing about this Saskatchewan and Prairie wind, if you can have it in the 4th quarter, you have it at your back, it's to your advantage. And, Coach O'Shea, he knows all about that.
It was barely blowing, but it was blowing just enough, right?
So the Riders are going to have to take a kickoff, as that is the rule in the final 3 minutes of play. They'll have to try to get a return with 95 seconds to go. By the way, the 50-50 jackpot at $1.2 million.
You know, this is the first time I actually don't care about the 50-50 jackpot. I'm anxious, man. I'm anxious. We're down by 8. All right, doubles. What's the conversation now? Well, you got 90 seconds.
You know you're in no huddle, right? You have to be swift. If you get in a situation where there's traffic, do not try to fight to break tackles. Make sure you get down. We need to get back to the line of scrimmage lineup. You need to get in as many plays as you can.
And Winnipeg knows you need 8 points. So they're actually you're going to be able to get a few catches here.
Absolutely.
What Winnipeg's saying is you're just not getting into the goal line.
There's going to be soft coverage.
Yep.
Trevor Harris knows that. Just take what they give you and get down.
Castillo's kickoff. Going to be taken by Thomas Bertrand-Houda back at his goal line. Had to go over his head to catch it. Does, and brings it up to the 20. And that's where the Riders will go to work.
I don't like that move by Mario Alford. You can see the trajectory of the ball the entire time. You have to go receive that ball. You're one of the elite returners in the league. You have to field that ball.
Bertrand-Houda was like, what the heck?
Hey,
why am I getting this?
Give him credit, because if that ball goes into the end zone, it's a 2-score game.
No.
Great catch by him, but I would have loved to have seen Mario Alford receive that.
All right, like you said, Doubles, you're going to see some soft coverage here. I doubt you're going to see any blitz action. Willie Jefferson's going to try to play a role somehow. Looks like we got a 3-man front to begin with.
And if you're Micah Johnson, what are you thinking? As he's lined up right now.
Do the best you can, right?
Right guard. First down. Harris back to pass. Looks, finds Emelis up across the 30 near the 32-yard line. That'll be good for a first down.
Good start. You mentioned Micah Johnson, though. Willie Jefferson, he's on that side to Micah, and he goes an inside move and slips both Micah and the right tackle.
First down, Riders. Ball on their 33, 122 and counting, trailing by 8. Harris to pass, far side, wide open is Keyshawn Johnson to the 40, puts his shoulder pads down, gets up to the 45.
And you can almost hear the Winnipeg Blue Bombers saying, oh, that's all right. You can have those all game, right? You got to get down to the goal line and cross it. You can have those. And it's exemplified by the amount of space that the receiver had when he caught the ball.
Yeah, they're definitely sitting in soft coverage. The Riders are definitely taking advantage of the underneath.
1:09 and counting to go. Riders get the snap back to Harris. Looking, can't find anyone. Now he's going to sling it out of bounds.
Smart decision by Trevor. You don't see anything downfield. You can't take a sack in that situation. Good job of throwing the ball away.
And again, great communication by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the strong side of their secondary. They had 3 receivers to their right, and again, as the receivers move out of their pre-snap formation, they communicate it well, and they go with the right guy, and Trevor Harris has nowhere to go with the football.
Second down and 10 for Saskatchewan on their own 44-yard line.
Unique look here by the Winnipeg defense. You now have Willie Jefferson right over the center and guard, so let's see if they can take advantage of that.
Harris throws it far side, complete. It's just inside Winnipeg's side of center as Kian Schaefer-Baker brings it in.
Yeah, and the nice thing about that is Trevor Harris, throws it quickly, but because Willie Jefferson's in the center, Doubles, he's throwing to the outsides.
Yeah, you have to take away his ability to bat the ball down.
57 seconds to go. Riders trailing by 8. First and 10 on the Bombers' 54. Harris back to pass inside. Keyshawn Johnson's got it. He'll be wrapped up and brought down by Tyrell Ford. But again, he'll be close to a first down inside the 45.
I've actually been in this situation as a defensive lineman in this type of defense. Now you start to say, all right, guys, enough with the soft coverage. Let's go make a play on the football.
First and 10, Saskatchewan. 49 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, trailing by 8. Harris calls his receivers to the line. He's back to pass, looking over the middle. That's caught down to the 33-yard line. That's coming up with Kian Schaefer-Baker again.
Strong catch by Schaefer-Baker going across the middle. You've seen that countless times in this fourth quarter of him making big catches in traffic. Another huge catch there.
Yeah, and you know what? I really love the decisiveness of Trevor Harris this drive.
First and 10 for the Riders at the 31 now of Winnipeg. Throw it far side. It's deflected and falls incomplete. Almost intercepted. Intended for Emelis. It's second down.
Well, this is a really good reaction from Tony Jones. They did this at the beginning of the game against the Bombers where they sucked the linebacker inside and then threw to where he replaced. He almost falls for the same thing, but he manages to recognize it at the last minute and leaps out to get a hand on it.
Second and 10, Saskatchewan, 34 seconds to go in the ball game.
Where are you going with the football?
You still have to continue to do what got you here. If Winnipeg is going to play soft defense, it's still over 30 seconds left. Take the underneath throw.
And you're in 3-down mode.
Second down, Harris throws it near side. That's complete to Joe. He's trying to move forward, not going to get much down around the 27 for a gain of 4. It's third down.
I don't like that. I feel like that's worst case scenario.
Well, you're in a third and manageable situation. You're the third and 6. You still have, we consider third and 6, second and 6 as a medium situation. Okay. You still have your entire playbook at your disposal. And this is a good situation for the Riders because you can predict coverage in these type of situations. And I don't think Winnipeg is willing to just give up an easy first down here.
So Trevor Harris comes to the sidelines. for a conversation with the coaches after the Riders call a timeout with 29 seconds left in the fourth quarter. It's 3rd and 6. Riders down by 8. Ball is on the Winnipeg 27-yard line.
This is it.
Riders break the huddle.
And it looks like Winnipeg has gone back to a 4-man front. They were in a 3-man front this entire drive. Now they're looking to get a little bit more pressure on Trevor Harris.
They're tightening down, too.
Here comes the pressure.
Here it comes.
The snap comes back. Harris to throw. Hit as he throws towards the end zone. Caught at the 1. Riders bring it down. Samuel Emelis at the 1 with 24 seconds to go.
Fantastic job picking up the blitz. Trevor Harris. He's been decisive all drive. Doubles, talk to me.
Way to sit in the pocket, man. You know you're going to take a big hit. Trevor Harris sits in there, takes a hit, gives his receiver a chance. And this is what we expected from Emelis early in the fourth quarter when he dropped a huge pass across the middle. You have to make these catches across the middle, and he does a good job. This is what big-time receivers do in crunch-time situations.
They're reviewing the play to see where Emelis landed when he did catch the ball.
They say it's at the 1, and they whistle it back in. So the clock is ticking. It's 1st and goal. Harris stays in. He's under center, goes to his right. Flags come down. Harris to the goal line. No signal yet.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think Winnipeg's offside here. They might be.
I don't like keeping Trevor in the game there. If you know you're going to run a sneak, there's a high probability chance that you're going to get it. You need to put your sneak quarterback in the game. I don't like Trevor being in there in that situation.
So the officials are conferring right now as to what the flag was. No touchdown signal, so Harris is right now listening in. He's right in the middle of it and being pushed away.
Harris is just simply trying to advise them on what happened.
So the officials still confer for a simple offside or illegal formation. You wouldn't think it would take this long.
Yeah, it didn't look like Winnipeg was offside, but again, we're on the angle that's...
Of course they're offside.
Well, here comes Tom Valesi with the call.
The previous play is under review by the command center.
Oh, great. That's what nobody here wanted to hear.
Wow. So... Doubles, you're in this situation right now. It's going to be either a touchdown or it's going to be on the 1-yard line with 14 seconds left. 3 quarterback sneaks if necessary.
Absolutely. You put Shea Patterson in. He's your sneak guy. Give him, in case you get stopped on 1st down, give him a chance to get it on the 2nd or 3rd try.
They just showed that one of the Bombers' defensive linemen may have had his hand over the line.
After review, we have a touchdown.
There you go. All right, so now we go for 2.
Offside, Winnipeg will be declined.
Now you got to go for 2. What are you thinking having to go for 2 here?
Yeah, you have to throw the ball here. Look for some type of pick play or rub play.
Yeah.
Something underneath where you can cause some confusion in the Blue Bomber secondary. You know they're going to be a little bit more aggressive here, so I would look for a pick or a rub to get a guy wide open underneath.
Well, we've seen both. We've seen the rubs to the sideline, and we've seen the picks to get guys freed up in the middle of the field right below the safeties.
Here we go. 2-point convert to tie it. Harris in the gun. And now we're going to get a timeout by Winnipeg.
Timeout, Winnipeg.
How often are you practicing your 2-point convert play?
Oh, it's essential. You practice these things every single day because whenever you have a 2-point conversion to win the game, you realize how important this situation is. So it's definitely something you go over on a consistent basis.
Situational football is the best thing to do during practice. It's the funnest thing as a player because you're competing, right? And you're putting yourself in the exact position they're in. All right, guys, here's the situation. Offense, we need a 2-point conversion. Defense, we need a stop. Boom, let's go.
All right, 14 seconds on the clock. That's inconsequential as it's a 2-point attempt by the Riders.
Hey, let's keep in mind, we got a defensive lineman playing right guard.
Absolutely.
Got to protect him in this situation.
Ball on the 3-yard line. 2-point convert, Harris in the gun. Back to pass. Loads it up, fires it, and it's knocked down. Incomplete. Harris can't believe it. And the Bombers knock it away with 14 seconds to go.
And Winnipeg actually did the opposite of what I thought. I thought they'd be more aggressive here, and just smart call by Jordan Younger to sit back in coverage. Look, they have all 8 guys in coverage. They're in zone. Smart call defensively, and that's the game.
Well, and Tony Jones, they put him in the middle when Adam Big Hill was out, and you've got an athlete out there who's a little bit younger, and it's clear he can move around a lot better than Big Hill does, and because of the fact he's able to get in on this play, get his hand on the ball, the Riders now, and I'll tell you what, Doubles, you are now on the outside of having to go to Winnipeg in a must-win situation.
Yeah, you have to. This Labor Day Classic game is a game you have to get because the odds are certainly against you when you have to go over to Winnipeg for the Banjo Bowl. It's not a very friendly environment to be in.
Not a friendly environment.
We rarely win there, so this is a game you had to have.
We were talking in the pregame. This is our game. This is the game you're supposed to win.
Well, there's still 14 seconds. Can the Riders dial up a miracle at Mosaic?
So here comes an onside kick, obviously. Now, here's the nice part about this situation. Lowther is very good at these, and he's also very good at kicking it to himself. So you're going to have 2 options here.
And you see to the far end by the sideline, Joe, who's one of your better athletes. If you can get the ball in position where he can jump up and knock it out of bounds, you give yourself a chance.
So here it comes. Onside kick attempt for Lowther has the ball on the right-hand hash. It's up in the air. It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders say they have it. Officials waiting for the signal as the battle and pile of players is right there. Riders have it. Riders have
it! Well, the first thing that you're going to note is the Bombers' hands team hesitates to block anybody. Lowther kicks this ball up in the air, and Winnipeg stands and watches the ball. Doubles, you've seen this in special teams meeting. As the guys getting the ball, you have to attack the opponent that's kicking. Winnipeg sits there watching, guys, and that's the reason we're able to get hands on it.
First and 10, Riders have the ball at their own 46-yard line. Into a bit of a breeze here at Mosaic, 12 seconds left.
No timeouts. Lowther's got to get ready.
First and 10 for Harris, back to pass, looking over the middle. Receivers run into each other, and it's intercepted. The flag comes down. It's intercepted by Holm, and he's just going to dive down with 3 seconds left on the clock right at the Rider bench, but there's a flag down in the Bombers secondary.
This is the right call, by the way.
And it's going to be pass interference against the Bombers.
And more importantly, it's of the 15-yard variety.
Or is it a spot foul?
Oh, well, hold on. If it's a spot foul,
pass
it's still good.
interference. Winnipeg. Spot of the foul.
Boom.
Automatic. First down.
Hey, man, listen. We talk about legendary stories. We've all seen it, right, Doubles? We've been in these games. How cool would this be for as much criticism as Brett Lowther has taken as of late to be able to kick the game winner in 2024 in a humongous game with standings implications? This would be fantastic.
This would be huge. He's shown throughout his career that he is money in these situations.
He's deadly in game-winning situations.
I hate the fact that the wind's picking up. Oh, they're backing the ball
and
up.
They're backing the ball up.
They're backing it up.
The command center is adjusting the spot of the ball. So it's now going to be a 60-yard attempt for the win.
We're looking at a 60-yard attempt against the wind. It seems to be dying down a little bit here. Let's see what happens.
Coach Mace can't believe it. As again, this is a command center call, as much as I hate to say this. But the Riders are...
I would hate to be Andy Fantuz right now in this situation, having to make such a crucial call.
60-yarder for Brett Lowther from the right-hand hash. Rider Nation holds their breath as Adam Korsak gets set to hold the kick from his own 50-yard line. The snap is back. The kick is up.
Short.
Lowther is short. It's going to land 5 yards short, right down the middle. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will win the 59th Labor Day Classic by a final score of 35-33 as the Command Center moved the ball back 8 yards after the fact, and that was 8 yards that the Saskatchewan Roughriders needed to win the game. Darien Durant, welcome home. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, it's been a blast.
Welcome, Brad.
You guys are the best.
You did
I had
a great job
such
today.
a good time with you guys, and what an amazing game. This will go down as another one of those classic Labor Day games, and I'm just happy I could be up here and share this moment with you guys.
We can't wait to honor you as you are rightfully inducted into the Plaza of Honor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Coming up, it is the fifth quarter post-game show on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Make the final: Winnipeg 35, Saskatchewan 33. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. The fifth quarter post-game show is next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Hi, this is Riley McChesney with McDougall Auctioneers, the largest privately owned auction company with the most locations across Canada, specializing in agriculture and heavy equipment. For over 4 decades, we've set the standard in asset auctions, appraisals, and consulting services. Our experience and commitment to innovation and transparency have made us the first choice for customers across the nation. Our expert team of over 90 staff is ready to serve you, and we ensure every auction is a success. McDougall Auctioneers, where every bid counts.
The game is over. Time to break it down. This is the fifth quarter post-game show brought to you by KFC, Western Ag, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, SaskTel, Johnston's Grain, Sask Lotteries, AgCo, Quality Tire, Capital Auto Group, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Justin Dunk with you from Harvard Studio 620 Lounge as your Saskatchewan Roughriders lose in heartbreaking fashion in the Labor Day Classic 35-33. It looked like they were going to pull it out at the end, but the command center adjusted the spot after a pass interference penalty was called on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and Brett Lawther comes up about 5 yards short on a 60-yard field goal. We'll have to ask head coach Corey Mace what explanation he got from the officials as to the adjustment on that spot foul for the pass interference call that was made. Valiant effort by the Riders at the end. Trevor Harris drives them down the field. Sam Emelis makes an athletic catch to help get Trevor Harris in the position where he could sneak the football in for a touchdown. 2-point convert knocked down by Blue Bombers linebacker Tony Jones, but the Riders recover the onside kick. It just was not to be for Saskatchewan on the evening against Winnipeg as they fall 35-33. Trevor Harris, pretty good from the quarterback position, 30 of 49, 368 yards and 3 touchdowns with no interceptions in the football game. Frankie Hickson from the running back spot, 10 carries for 32 yards. Difficult to run against that Winnipeg D, but Trevor Harris did use his legs. 4 carries for 27 yards and a touchdown in this one. The rookie Dante Myers continues to be productive for this offense, led the way with 86 receiving yards on 5 catches and had his first career CFL touchdown in this game. Keyshawn Johnson just behind him, 8 catches for 84 yards and 1 touchdown. Kean Schaefer-Baker, 5 catches for 79 yards. Sam Emelis, 6 catches for 72 yards. And on defense, who else but Roland Milligan Jr. leading the way with 6 defensive tackles, including a thumper on Chris Strevler. Knocked him out of bounds there in that second half. Ultra physical defensive back CJ Rivas had 5 tackles in this one, including a tackle for a loss. As part of the 5th quarter post-game show, you're going to hear from head coach Corey Mace outside the Riders locker room, live on 620 CKRM and across our radio dial around the province, but also live on youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Make sure to hit us up there. You can see everything live in color, including head coach Corey Mace. It's now time for your post-game rewind, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
As we are set to go Saskatchewan in the 59th Labor Day Classic. Collaros back to pass, has time. Here comes the heat. The Riders get home. It's a Quill Plains sack on second down. Brian Cox Jr. Strevler goes to his left. He'll be met right at the line. The Riders don't keep him out as he'll dance into the end zone. And the Bombers will open the scoring on Labor Day with a Chris Strevler 3-yard touchdown plunge. Harris calls the receivers to the line. He's back to pass. Looking to that backside again. Touchdown! Riders! Sean Bain Jr. finds the end zone. 2nd and 6 in their own end. They'll throw it near side. It's intercepted. Marcus Sales picks off Zach Collaros. He's got the football at the Winnipeg 42-yard line. Ball on the 18 of the Bombers. Snap goes back to Harris. He'll fire it. Touchdown! Riders! It's Dante Myers. First CFL touchdown on Labor Day. 4 receivers wide side for Collaros on first down. He's back to pass. Gonna load it up. Has a man wide open. It's Dembski. Touchdown. Kick by Sheehan is going to take a Rider bounce. Goes off the hands of Alford. It's down near the goal line. The Bombers recover it. Chris Strevler is going to go ahead and put the ball across the line, and the Bombers have taken a 2-score lead. Good snap. Clean hold. Lother steps into it. It's up.
There you go,
and
Brett.
It's good. Brett Lother from 55 yards to cut into the lead to the wide side, left side of Harris. Back to pass. Hit as he throws, but he's got Dante Myers, and he hangs on after a huge hit into Bomber territory to the 42. First and goal from the 6-yard line. Harris, pump fake. Keyshawn Johnson, wide open. Touchdown, Rider! Castillo. This is a 56-yarder. Ball's back. Down, kicks up. And it's good. Whew. Here comes the pressure. The snap comes back. Harris to throw. Hit as he throws towards the end zone. Caught at the 1. Riders bring it down. Samuel Emelis at the 1 with 24 seconds to go. It's first and goal. Harris stays in. He's under center. Goes to his right. Flags come down. Harris to the goal line. No signal yet. 2-point convert. Harris in the gun. Back to pass. Loads it up. Fires it, and it's knocked down. Incomplete. So here it comes. Onside kick attempt for Lother has the ball on the right-hand hash. It's up in the air. It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders say they have it. Officials waiting for the signal as the battle and pile of players is right there. Riders have it. Riders have it. As Adam Korsak gets set to hold the kick from his own 50-yard line. The snap is back. The kick is up. Short. Lother is short. It's going to land 5 yards short, right down the middle. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will win the 59th Labor Day Classic by a final score of 35-33 as the
Rough Riders fall in the Labor Day Classic. You'll hear from head coach Corey Mace coming up. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
This is Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. A team plays its best when everyone is working toward one common goal. That's why the folks at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram make such a great team. Everyone at Crestview Chrysler has the same goal, to get you into your perfect new or pre-owned vehicle at the best price. Trucks, SUVs, cars, and more. They have a full starting lineup ready for you to drive home today.
Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
From the job site to the farmyard, Redhead Equipment is all about productivity. That's why we want to offer you one of our most capable backhoe loaders, the Case N Series. With an upgraded power drive transmission, these machines can tackle steep inclines and carry heavier loads at ease. And models with the optional power lift feature can give you up to 40% more lifting power than other brands. Break new ground with Case N Series backhoe loaders. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall in heartbreaking fashion in the 59th Labor Day Classic, 35-33 to the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Fellas, that one was a wild finish. You called it so well up in the booth with Darien Durant. How was it from you, Dave?
It's just a heartbreaker. It is an absolute heartbreaker. You look at the end of this one, the Riders gave up 3 plays that cost them the game. A long 45-yard reception by Ontario Wilson on a second down play. Then they give up a 44-yard touchdown to Nick Dembski. And then, of course, you've got the fumble recovery in the end zone by the Bombers. So 3 plays going to be the thorn in the side.
And we do have Coach Corey Mace live with us. His post-game comments brought to you by KFC's new spicy and original recipe Snacker Wraps. They're here, and right now you can get 2 for just $5. Coach Mace, I'm curious on the spot at the end of the game that was changed from the command center. Did you get an explanation from the referees?
Coach? I didn't.
Do we have Coach Mace with us?
Well, this is awkward.
Doesn't seem like we have Coach Mace with us. We'll go back to him in a second. So, what did you guys think about that spot that got adjusted at the end of the game?
Sorry, say that again?
The spot that got adjusted at the end of the game.
Well, listen, I mean, I'm not sure what went into the call. I thought that the Saskatchewan Roughriders were going to be in a situation where they were going to be in field. You know, as far as the respot, as far as the respot, it is what it is. I think that Dave said it best. The reason I asked you the question, I was looking at the stats. I mean, everything kind of went in the Saskatchewan Roughriders' way today, and give credit to the Bombers. I think that they went out and executed to win that game with Strevler for the entire second half. That's probably a situation that the Saskatchewan Roughriders were salivating over, right? And they just found ways to make plays today. We talked about it in the pregame, right? You had to be physical today. There was times where the pad level was too high. You knew that in close situations they were going to find a way to get the ball to Nick Dembski, and they did. And it's pretty outstanding, I think, to see the Bombers playing the way they're playing. That team has run the table. They had a horrific start to the year, and now they're sitting in a spot that they're looking at the rest of the West in first place, right? Like, you got to give them credit.
We do apparently have head coach Corey Mace downstairs, just outside the Riders locker room. Coach Mace, we were just talking about, did you get an explanation from the officials as to the respot at the end of the game?
No, man. I asked. They just said it was the spot foul, and that they moved it back. I asked about the time on it. Yeah, they just said that it was moved back. So it was tough because we had already, sent out the team there. But makes it a tough kick now, but that's what they gave me.
Coach, you can hear the emotion in your voice. At some point, you just have to question the football gods because you've got guys like Micah Johnson that are going and playing offensive line. The work ethic's there. The installation is there. The belief is there. Everything that you would check on a checkmark list is there. Just the result isn't.
Yeah, it's tough anytime, you got to go into a game with playing a defensive lineman pretty much for the whole second half. It's not on your bingo card, so to speak, but, I'm extremely proud of how the guys were able to operate in the second half, man. We dug ourselves a hole going into halftime, but we made a push for it towards the end of the game. I thought we were able to put ourselves in a good situation to go win a game. So there were some things in the second half. The execution was great. We got to start the game like that instead of waiting for the second half. That's kind of what we talked about there. But I am proud of the guys' effort. All things, all different circumstances with how things turned out injury-wise. Yeah.
Hey, Coach, talk about the sense of urgency that the team feels now. I mean, we have a back-to-back here with Winnipeg, and then we got the bye week coming in. In terms of prep, do you feel like this is a must-win game coming into next week now?
Yeah, man, Luke, I think, I thought this was a must-win.
Yeah.
They're all freaking must-wins right now. The West is tight, man. I just heard you guys talking about where Winnipeg was before. Now where they're at, just hitting a little run right here. And, we got a lot of Western opponents coming up. And we're all kind of hovered right there, within a game or two. So they're all must-win. And that's how we're going to attack it.
Coach Mace, can you take us through your conversation with Mario Alford after that botched punt return?
Yeah, we talk about it. There's just, just tough break for Rio. He's a vet. He's been in so many different situations like that. So there was a chance, obviously, not something again that you want to happen, but we turn around and, at that point, you can't just bury the guy. You got to lift him up. We got the rest of the game to play. And he's an explosive guy. He can score for us, so we got to bounce back, put our team in good field position. So there's more uplift instead of, bury him at the time. There's no need for that. He's a vet. He knows.
Coach, given what you said regarding, of course, the importance of next week's return matchup in Winnipeg, how do you approach this week to get yourself set?
Yeah, first thing is just figuring out, all the different injuries, what we're going to look like roster-wise. Once I sit down with the medical staff after all the interviews and stuff like that. We have a plan of attack as far as how to game plan in these back-to-backs like this. So, once I get a little bit of information on how banged up we are or we aren't, I think that'll help us, develop the practice week. So, but as far as scheming and stuff like that, obviously they got some things they got to look at, as far as health-wise for them as well. So, I'm sure they're thinking the same thing.
Coach Mace, it's really clear that the fight in this team is still apparently there, coming back right down to the wire. Even when it looked like after that knockdown on the two-point convert that the game was over, you recover the onside kick, have a chance to get the win. What does that say about your football team?
I mean, we've proven that. I think I'd say outside of a game or maybe two at the most, that's the kind of team that we are. It's why it's so frustrating that we can't find a way to to get out of these with wins because these guys battle their tails off, man. I mean, I'm just proud. I'm proud of that. But we got to find a way to win because there's no dubs handed out for just being proud.
Thanks for the time, Coach Mace. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
Hey, listen, Coach Mace made the best of a tough situation there. You're going to hear it's really easy to spin that, oh, this team played down to the last whistle again, right? And, oh, man, they battled. But as a competitor, at some point, you just, at the end of the day, there is no sort of positive way to look at it, right? You lost the game again in the last little bit of the game. And as a competitor, it just hurts. And now this team has to figure out how to dig a little bit deeper. You can tell they've been going into and scraping the bottom of their well in terms of effort, in terms of focus. Like, they've done a great job mitigating certain circumstances. The injuries, right? They're not the only team that's having these injury problems, right? So as a competitor, you've got to figure out now, what is that extra piece, right? And as admirable as it is to fight to the last minute, the evident thing about this team is the same thing that we talked about in the pregame. This team has yet to put together a three-phased effort. Offense, defense, and special teams. They haven't managed to navigate three of those things all in the same game. There's always been something that they've come up short on. Here it was, all right, special teams, where you allow a score, unfortunately, off of that turnover. But this team has to find a way to get in sync. They need to find a way to put together a three-phase effort. Otherwise, they're going to continue to get their hearts broken.
Coming up on the other side, we will have our game stars from the offense and defense. Stick with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Make sure you hit that subscribe button there as well, and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The Fendt 500 Vario is the right fit for your farm. Whether you have a large cattle or dairy operation, mid-sized grain farm, or hay production that defines your operation, the Fendt 500 has the ability to adapt to meet the needs of your farm to increase the bottom line. And that means more money in your pocket. See the Fendt 500 Vario at Ag World Equipment in Canistano.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford's Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and E. Barassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Here comes the stretcher. Looks like the medic's saying he needs to put something cool on his knee. Here they come with the New York air conditioner and a generator to plug it in. Okay, folks, a York air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating is the best on the market, but it's not meant for, well, our man is back up, helmet on, and he's back in. Look at that.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs. ReginaPlumbing.net.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall in heartbreaking fashion 35-33 to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the 59th Labor Day Classic. It's time for our defensive game star. Even though he spent a chunk of the game playing along the offensive line, it's Micah Johnson. And our Game Star selections brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Micah, what is it like to go back and forth from defensive line to offensive line, put on a different jersey, and all the rest that you had to deal with?
It's different. It's different, but it's just honestly just comes down to you not wanting to let your guys down. So for me, you know what I'm saying, when my number's called on offense, I'm ready to step up. And that's really all it is, just accountability and just trying to be there for your team.
You know, Micah, hats off to you because that's incredible in the effort that you put in today. Going from defense to offense, I can only imagine the athleticism and the mental fortitude that it took. But in saying that, what's the belief right now in the locker room? Is it just seems like it's one small thing each and every week?
We just got to keep fighting, man. Nobody lost confidence. Nobody's losing confidence in each other. We just got to keep fighting. And eventually, things will turn and things will spin our way. I feel like it's been some crazy stuff that's happened down this stretch of losses. And there's so much good things we're doing out there on the field. So, for us, we just got to keep chopping and just figure out, you're talking about losses, difference between, 2 to 3 plays, sometimes one play being the difference. So I think we just got to continue to learn and just understand, how detail-oriented we have to be, and it's just the small things that, eventually could catch up and add up to a loss. And we can't have mental mistakes, man. I just think we've been making too much mental mistakes on defense, and, you got to make an offense earn it, and when you just giving, free things up like that, it's going to be tough to win.
Micah, when you guys knew that Streveler was going to take the reins of that offense in that second half, did it change your mentality? How did you look at having him and his unique skill set be the guy on that offense?
Right. It's just kind of like what you said, man. We understand that he has a unique skill set, so you'll get different play callers, and you understand that he's definitely a threat to run the ball, quarterback design things, and ability to get out of the pocket and throw. So as a defensive line, you kind of, you don't tailor back your rush, but you're aware of who's behind center.
One of the things that you as a leader can bring to the table in that locker room now is experience, right? You're going to have those young guys reading reading social media. You're going to see the parity in the league. You're going to see whatever the result is between Calgary and Edmonton tomorrow. That's going to obviously sneak into people's minds. What do you talk to your guys about when it comes to the parity and just having to win a really tough game coming on this back-to-back?
I mean, just guys understanding the moment and understanding it's only going to get tougher from here. Every game counts. Every game, will be, it'll be under a microscope from here on out. So for us, it's just understanding the situation, just telling the young guys that, we have to find a way to play mistake-free football. And, you guys just do your job. And it's just the belief in, just doing your job. And a lot of times when you start losing like this, you have guys trying to do too much and, things get worse. So just trusting in the staff, trusting what we're building, and just guys got to do your job. And I know it's super cliche and simple, but, you got 12 guys on the field at the same time, and we can't just take turns making mistakes.
Micah, what was Coach Mace's post-game message to the team in the locker room?
He just told guys he fought hard. He was proud of how we fought, but he said we have to start like that. At first, we were talking about finish, and we didn't get out to a good start, but we finished strong. But it wasn't enough. So he's just telling us we have to put a complete game together, man, from start to finish. And I think everybody's confident in the talent in the room. He hasn't lost faith in anybody in the room. He continues to build us up. So for us, man, honestly, I just want to win for them, win for the staff. I think they're doing an amazing job with us, and a lot of things that done happen. It's just we got to do better as players.
Micah, I call upon your veteran viewpoint for this. How close is this team? How close is this team to not just getting into the win column, but figuring it out?
I mean, we're right there, man. We're right there. I mean, you're talking about literally like 2 to 3 plays, and that's a difference from us being 5-6 and potentially being 6-3, or 7-3, something like that. So it's tough, man, no doubt about it. And you just got to try to stay locked in and keep the belief up, especially when the losses are piling up, like this. So for us, man, it's just about just keep continuing to grind.
Thanks for your insight and time, Micah. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Coming up on the other side, our offensive game star selection. We'll hear from him just outside the Rough Riders locker room, live and in color on our YouTube channel. And if you're on our YouTube channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Be a friend, tell a friend. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
What's Gleaner's secret to harvesting? Actually harvesting. Because if you're in need of maintenance, you're not harvesting. And if you're not harvesting, you're losing time and money. That's why Gleaner makes the industry's most reliable combine. Year after year, it gets the job done no matter what. Be ready to actually harvest. See the Gleaner S9 combine at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford's Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall in heartbreaking fashion in the Labor Day Classic, the 59th edition. That is 35-33 to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Fought all the way to the end. The offense put together a great drive led by Trevor Harris down the field to get into the end zone with a chance to tie with a 2-point convert. Didn't happen. They recovered the onside kick. Brett Lawther couldn't hit from 60 yards out, though. A little bit of a magnifying glass on the respot from the command center after a pass interference call in this one. Could be, 3 weeks in a row now where Rider Nation's throwing their arms up about the command center.
Oh.
But as we wait on our offensive game star downstairs, just outside of the Rough Riders locker room. Oh, he actually is ready. Let's go to him. Our offensive game star is Kian Schaefer Baker, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea for all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. That's for our post-game rewind. But our Game Star brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. KSB had 5 catches for 79 yards on the day. It was a productive day for the offense. Kian, over 30 points, but you fall just short. What's the feeling with you and around the locker room?
Yeah, I think guys are just really trying to keep their chins high after that one. It's never easy coming in a game and leaving everything out there and, not finishing with the win. Unfortunately, there was just not enough time on the clock for us to keep going, but we just got to be real thankful and grateful for that opportunity just to be out in front of such a great crowd and community and just doing what we love.
Kian, Coach said that we've got to start on time. We've got to start quicker. What wasn't going right off the hop?
Yeah, a lot of things, I mean, just offensively, we struggled a little bit. We were getting into a couple 2-and-outs and couldn't get no momentum going, and that's just giving the defense a shorthand and making them having to play extended drives. So I think we need to just keep drives going as an offense. Defensively, they leave it out there every single week. They're nose to the ball every single time, and we just all got to be better, each and every single one of us. We all just got to look in the mirror and not point any fingers, and each and every single one of us can give some more. I can assure you that.
Hey, Ken, we talked to Micah Johnson here before you jumped on, and he sort of repeated what we were thinking. This team has yet to put together a 3-phase effort, right, in the last little bit. How do you guys get in sync when it comes to offense, defense, and special teams?
Yeah, I think it just comes down to chopping wood and carrying water. Day by day is just laying a brick down, not trying to build a brick wall at once. It's laying brick by brick as perfect as we can, just one by one. And once we stack all them together, we're going to look back and have a brick wall and no one's going to be able to run through us.
Kian, I've got the opportunity to watch practice every day. You can clearly see the care, the compete, how hard this team works, and the camaraderie that you've got. At any point, do you have to, I know this sounds ridiculous, guard against trying to do too much and play outside of your bounds, if you will?
No, I don't think so. I think, everyone's hurt tremendously from this loss. Personally, and just from the standpoint of all of our fans and families and coaches that we've let down. So I know this is weighing heavy on my heart, and we're going to all be back in here tomorrow and giving everything we got day in and day out to reach the end goal, and that's to get a Grey Cup. But we got to just take it 1 week at a time, and unfortunately we didn't go 1-0 this week, but we can't do anything about that now. It's in the past, and we got to look on to what's next, and that's going 1-0 again in Winnipeg next week.
Kian, during this winless stretch, the team has lost a number of games by very close margins. How close is this team to breaking through and being on the other side?
Yeah, we're right around the corner, This team believes and has so much fight. Every single day we come in here, and we're continuing to build relationships and bonds that will never be broken. I'm just honored and grateful to be playing alongside these guys, and they make me a better man every single day, so I'm going to continue to push them to be better men every single day.
Kian, how much inspiration do you have from the effort Micah Johnson has coming in along the offensive line? Like, I'm losing count the number of O-linemen that have gone down this year. Like, how much does that change what you do when you see so much change in front of the quarterback?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't change what we have to really do, because it's always just next man up mentality, and whoever comes in, we know the standard, and even Micah having to step in that O-line, he knows the standard and what he's got to bring every day, and that just speaks volume to his character and just who he is as a man, and he's such a great leader in this team, and just watching him being able to go out there on offense and defense and leave everything out there every single play is, not anyone can just do that stuff, so we appreciate him and all he's done, and we all need to just learn from him and take his tenacity that he brings to this game every single day.
Kean, we'll get you out on this. How do you refocus and go into hostile territory in Winnipeg at their home stadium for the Banjo Bowl?
Oh, yeah, you got to love a little adversity. You know, all the trials and tribulations that we've gone through, this has only brought all of us together. And we know when we all play together, nothing can stop us and no one can come in our way. So we're going to continue to just keep building, keep stacking, and, man, just don't flinch. We ain't flinching. That's all we know. We ain't never going to flinch.
Thanks for the time, Kean. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Have a good one. God bless.
Hey, listen. I appreciate what Kean Schaefer-Baker said here, but respectfully, you're not going to be able to cliche your way out of this. Micah Johnson said it. Kean Schaefer-Baker said it. You can be this close, but you can be this close for the rest of the season. And at the end of the day, all you were was this close. This team has to find another level, right? I'm telling you guys right now that it is not enough to be one play away for an extended amount of time. That's fine when it's like 2 or 3 weeks, but you're going to have to figure out a way. And it's on coaching, but it's also on the guy. You're not going to be able to brick by brick this away. You're not going to be able to get in there and just say, you know, everybody's got to work. You have to find it. You have to. So if you want to be known as a resilient team, if you want to be known as a bunch of guys that are going to, then eventually the lights got to come on in terms of making that one extra play, right? You can't be, it's one thing to be this close, but it's a completely different thing to be this close for an extended period of time. And at the end of the day, you don't get an asterisk next to the season saying, oh, well, they were this close, right? And the reason I'm saying that is not to critique. The reason I'm saying that is because that is what myself, I think Doubles, I think Cates, Getzlaff, that's what we'd be saying to each other in the locker room. We wouldn't be sitting there talking about, oh, yeah, you know what, we're this close, guys. We'd be telling that to the media. That's fine. Kean Schaefer-Baker did exactly what he probably should have done when it came to us. But when you're in that locker room, you don't accept this close. And I was down there in the Toronto game. I heard a little bit of the players-only meeting. Those guys are emotional, right? They're going to have to find a way because you can't be this close. That doesn't get you to the next level being close. It's about winning. And this team has to figure out a way to execute. Because, again, we talked about this next 3 phases, or 3 weeks, excuse me. We talked about the Labor Day Classic. We talked about the back-to-back and then the bye week. You're literally looking at going from first to last, potentially, if you don't handle business. So right now, outside of the cliches, outside of everything, guys are going to have to look each other in the eye and say, fellas, we got to handle business, period.
Well said, my man. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1972, Rightway has combined innovative design with quality and workmanship. From rock pickers to harrows to the greatest selection of land roller sizes to fit every field, Rightway engineers incorporate advanced technology, strength, and versatility into the equipment you need to get your field ready. A proud Saskatchewan company, Rightway helps you get the job done. See the full list of products at rightwaymfg.com and farm the right way with Rightway.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us, and you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Are you in transition? We understand that hard work pays off, so let McDougall Auctioneers make it rewarding. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our retirement auctions are designed to honor your legacy and maximize returns. With our tailored approach, selling your asset becomes a seamless, profitable journey. Trust us to turn your hard work into a golden retirement opportunity. You earned it. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Back inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall in a nail-biter. It came down to the last play, 35-33 to the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Dave Thomas, give us those stats.
Well, Opasuvlaki's stat line greatly in favor of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. In the first down department, the Riders had 31 to Winnipeg's 20. Rushing yards, the Bombers had 68 to the Riders' 64. Passing, the Riders throw for 368 yards compared to the Bombers' 264. So net yards, the Riders net out at 423 yards offensively to 327 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The turnover game, both teams turned the football over once. Of course, the Riders fumbled the ball into the end zone, allowing the Bombers to score a major, while the Riders did capitalize on an interception of Zach Caleros in the first half before he left the game. Individually, Trevor Harris threw the ball 49 times for 368 yards and 3 touchdowns. Zach Caleros, before he left the game at half, 12 of 18 for 218. And then Chris Strevler came in and only threw the ball 6 times for 46 yards in the second half. Rushing the ball, the leading runner for the Riders was Frankie Hickson, 10 carries for 32 yards. Brady Oliveira, 12 touches for 42 on the ground. Leading receivers, Keyshawn Johnson for the Riders, 8 catches for 84 yards. Dante Myers, 5 for 86 and a touchdown. Also catching a touchdown pass was Sean Bain Jr. as he ended the night with 2 receptions for 16 yards. On the Winnipeg side, Drew Wolotarski was the favorite receiver for the Bombers. He had 6 targets, 4 receptions for a total of 48 yards. Leading the way was Ontario Wilson with 75 yards receiving here tonight. Defensively, Roland Milligan Jr. racks up another 6 defensive tackles and a special teams tackle.
Agent Zero.
That's right. Malik Carney and C.J. Rivas each had 5 tackles for the Riders. The interception, of course, made by Marcus Sales. He also ended up with a knockdown. Tonight, your statistical story for Opasuvlaki.
Final thoughts, fellas, before you go?
I think my final thought is what I said here before the commercial break. It sounds good to say, hey, look, you got to keep chipping away at the rock, brick by brick, all that. But at the end of the day, you got to handle business. And the facts of the facts right now is this team needs to put together 3 phases of a football game: offense, defense, and special teams. They do that, they're going to compete. They continue not to do that, though, they're going to continue to have problems. And again, I can't state the sense of urgency here of their situation. This next game here, you've got to have it. Like, literally, you're looking at going from first to last. And at the same time, yeah, you just can't cliche your way out of it. You got to figure out a way. You got to dig deeper, and that's going to start with everybody. It starts with the coaches and and also the guys in the locker room, obviously.
Again, razor thin edge between winning and losing right now, and unfortunately, this team is now starting to find a few more ways to lose than what they were at the start of the year when they found ways to win.
Right. the things that were making them successful here at the beginning of the year, right? Strong second halves, fast starts in the first quarter, great execution in the last 3 minutes of the game. It's all turned around. And I get it, right? Like, that's going to happen. But, right, this is one of those things where you're going to find out who the guys are that just know the cliches and who the guys are that are just are really about that action. Because, again, I'm telling you guys, in the locker room, you don't do that. Right now, this team is probably really disappointed in the things that they're putting out on the field because they're not equating to a W.
If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, it'd be Christmas every day.
Feels far from Christmas.
Thank you.
For the Saskatchewan Roughriders. There have been 19 Banjo Bowls. The Bombers lead that series 12-7. So the Riders do have 7 wins in those Banjo Bowls. Fellas, great call, especially, not to highlight the quarterback too much, Luke, with Darien Durant doubles up there. Sounded professional, if I do say so myself.
Hey,
that was freaking awesome.
That was, personally, that was huge for me, man. Doubles is my guy, and to be able to sit out there with Dave, who's been doing a fantastic job all year, and talk ball with my other guy, I mean, man, yeah, selfishly, that was really fun for me. But at the same time, it would have been a lot better if the team had managed to pull out a W.
Hopefully it's not the last time Doubles is in the booth. All right, Wes Cates will join me. Dave and Luke are done. They're off to enjoy the night or do whatever they're going to do. Dial us up on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or toll-free 1-866-767-0620. And I say that because Luke has a bevy going already.
Hey. It's all right.
Enjoy the night. It's Labor Day weekend, man. Dial us up on the Echo Sound hotline. Give us your take on the Saskatchewan Roughriders in the Labor Day Classic. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi, folks. Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and Liquid Logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Here comes the stretcher. Looks like the medic's saying he needs to put something cool on his knee. Here they come with the York air conditioner and a generator to plug it in. Okay, folks, a York air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating is the best on the market, but it's not meant for it. Well, our man is back up, helmet on, and he's back in. Look at that.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs. ReginaPlumbing.net.
Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. Brought to you by Western Ag Professional Agronomy, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, McDougall Auctioneers, Salford Equipment, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union, Redhead Equipment. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. The Roundtable is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dog and Wes Cates on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Joined by Barney from the SportsCage as well. If you want to get at us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. That is our toll-free 1-866-767-0620. There's going to be a special SportsCage on Labor Day Monday to break down this heartbreaking loss, Barney. But what are your initial takeaways from the game?
I don't know. It's probably like a lot of Rider Nation. It's like another loss when we think, we're right there. You look at the stats across the board. You would never think that we lost that football game. Winnipeg came out with a great game plan, I thought, especially when Claris was in there against that zone and what they were getting through that zone. Again, Riders, tough break on the offensive line. And then, to be honest, I don't know. I was asking you guys off. I thought we deserved some time back on the clock when that penalty's thrown. But I guess maybe I don't know the rules totally, so.
Yeah, I thought the spot, to me, was the key thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you spot the ball. They said it was a spot foul.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden it gets moved like 8 to 10 yards?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Like they moved back 5, and then they were like, no. I think we need a few more.
It's just like you avoid all this conspiracy stuff from Rider Nation, command center and officials. I'm going to give you some free advice. When you spot the football once, not like you said, multiple times.
It was very small town football when you used to go in the ref style.
Yeah,
it's like, no, we're going to spot it. We're going to spot it over here. It's like, and then I thought 3 seconds was light.
Yeah. No, definitely 3 seconds was short because any football play doesn't last 10 seconds. So if there was 15 on the clock and they lost 12 when it was a quick pass too, right? So even if the ball was hung in the air, which it was like a 10-yard pass, so you say maybe 6 seconds go off the clock. So they should have had at least 6 to 8 seconds, and that's plenty of time to run another play in the CFL. They could have got it closer. And with the spot, I thought any pass interference was at least 15. But if it's like 40 yards downfield, okay, it's a spot foul. But it's at least 15, so I think the refs are going to be making some apologies tomorrow morning. Well, I guess it's the holiday tomorrow, so maybe Tuesday. But something was off.
I don't know if you guys talked about this too. Like, Justin, do you think I don't know if Brett's got that kick in his leg anymore, that distance?
I don't know. He looked pretty good earlier in the game from 55.
But
cleared
60,
it with some
most kickers don't have
space
60,
left.
though.
Makes a different kick for sure.
That was a tough spot to put him in, and that's where I was like, what do we need? Another 6 yards there somehow with maybe 8 seconds on the clock or 9 seconds on the clock, something quick.
Yeah, well, when they first lined it up on the first spot, I was like, oh,
yeah.
57, that's it? Or no, what was it, 52 or something like that? I was like, that's in his range. And then they moved it back, and I was like, yeah. Then they moved it back again, and I was like, oh, he ain't going to make – in my head, I'm like, he's not going to make this. Like, that's damn near 60 yards. Like, what are you going to do with that? Any kicker I think the best kicker in the league might go – in any league might come short on a 60-yarder in the clutch like that. That's
Sergio Castillo's hit a couple over 60, but I think he's the first kicker in CFL history to do that multiple times in the same season. Brett Lother's career-long field goal attempt is 57 yards. So it's close, but to your point, a little bit closer to 50 is better than closer to 60 for sure. Barney, you're going to be doing a special SportsCage 3 to 5 tomorrow on 620 CKRM. Give us a little tease as to what's to come.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe it's like that whole 24-hour rule when you're a parent with kids. You don't. Maybe people want to call.
I don't know kids, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Call in. You know this, right? When you don't yell, you don't go to the coach. You give a 24-hour buffer. So if they don't get in on with you guys here in a bit. Maybe they want to wait till tomorrow between 3 and 5. They can call in and text in. We're going to have Dave Thomas on. Darien Durant's going to be on. We're going to break it down with Darien and also one of the Rider coaches. We're not quite positive on who it's going to be. One of the Rider coaches will hopefully be joining us as well. So if people want to call in, text in tomorrow, there's your chance if they don't get in or they want to cool their jets a bit with you guys tonight.
All right, probably smart. Barney, thanks for joining us, giving us a tease for the Sports Cage tomorrow. Sure. Labor Day Monday edition, a special one, 2 hours, 3 to 5 p.m. on 620 CKRM. And if you want to talk to Wes and I tonight about the Rough Riders, Echo Sound Hotline, 306-936-6262 or toll-free 1-866-767-0620. On the other side, your calls and text messages. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 is 28% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at two of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
The Echo Sound hotline already getting loaded up, and it is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Just before we get to your calls and text messages, let's go to our moment of the game, brought to you by the keg-sized moment of the game. Locations in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Here comes the pressure as the snap comes back. Harris to throw. Hit as he throws towards the end zone. Caught at the 1. Riders bring it down. Samuel Emelis at the 1 with 24 seconds to go.
That probably should have been a touchdown, but the refs didn't want to give him that either, man. Get no calls.
It was kind of close. It was splitting hairs. It was right. I'm like, it was on the 1-inch line. They could have gave it to him or whatever. But the weird thing about the CFL is if it's inside the 1, it comes back to the 1. So that could be a big mistake on the refs if they don't get it right. But they didn't, something about the command center. I don't know. I'm starting to feel like they're not Rider. They're definitely not Rider fans. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what they come out with when they address it. I think there's a couple of things to address.
If they even do, man.
Maybe
I know there's
not.
been some talks behind the scenes with regards to the command center to have some explainer videos after close calls are made, but I got a feeling that there ain't going to be one for this one. We'll see, though. Let's go out to the Echo Sound hotline. Derek from Moose Jaw. What did you think of the 59th edition of the Labor Day Classic?
Well, I thought that it was a really, really good game. I had a big weekend. I was in College Station, Texas last night, watching Notre Dame. Landed, and I went to the Labor Day Classic, of course. An unreal weekend for as far as football is concerned. I feel like the Riders, the defense is outstanding, especially the run defense. You get the offense, you see the stats, you just heard the stats. I think the special teams have been the X factor the last 5 weeks. There's been a gap, usually 1 or 2 plays, especially due to the losses, where you see the momentum has really shifted for the other team on a special team, a simple special team play, whether it's a big run, Jabari Grant, Toronto, or this weekend, there was the touch and the touchdown, like tonight being. But I think they're that close. I'm not sad about the team being what it is, but I'm seeing that there's a lot of growth, and it's a really promising future if they can clean up that special teams thing. I think that's the biggest difference. But what a weekend of football I had. It was the best weekend ever.
If you're watching live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, you can just see that Mario Alford blunder that Derek was referring to. So make sure you go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Be a friend, tell a friend, hit that subscribe button as well, and you can see Wes and I live in color and also the highlights from the game that we're going to roll through as we talk to the callers and take their text messages as well. Derek, thanks for being the first caller and checking in with us. That does sound like an epic weekend, but both his teams lost. Notre Dame beat Texas A&M, and the Riders lost to the Bombers, so we need some good luck in Rider Nation. Okay, let's go to Darren out in Rush Lake. What did you think of the Labor Day Classic between the Bombers and the Riders?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, boys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Hey, we like those. Darren, first-time caller, man.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
Yeah, I'm great. I got a few macro points and a few micro points. Which ones do you want to hit first?
Hit them all, but be concise.
Okay. So macro, is this the Craig Reynolds football team we're going to put up with? Like, we've had 4 years of Craig Reynolds football, and this is what we get. Close, but never close enough. We've seen Nathan Rourke sign. We've seen Matthew Betts sign. We see Austin Mack signed, and we're never signing anybody, and we're like the richest team in the CFL, and I just question, why does this happen? Any comments?
I mean, Craig Reynolds has been around a little bit longer, but he's had teams underneath him that have gone to multiple West Finals and been also close. I know that's not Grey Cups, but I think there's a different renewed energy with Corey Mace here, and Reynolds would have had a hand at least in that selection process. But, as to your point for potentially bringing in a Nathan Rourke, you have Trevor Harris here. You've committed to pay him just under $500,000, so you're not likely going to make a change at quarterback. And I don't think Rourke, based on my own sourcing, Darren, was going anywhere other than BC.
Right.
He was born out there in Victoria on the island where he played in Touchdown Pacific, and he referred to that team as being a family, and he is a man of Christ and deep faith. And when he talks about that, that really means something to him. Matthew Betts, I feel like, was a little bit similar in that way, where he was with the BC Lions before, and he knows that defense, so he can come back to the CFL and play at a high level very quickly. We saw him with a sack in that touchdown Pacific game, and you mentioned Austin Mack too. Similar situation. If you're Austin Mack, you want to go back to a team where you know the offense under Jason Moss, you won a Grey Cup with Cody Fajardo, and you're comfortable. It makes for an easier reassimilation, I'll call it. But I kind of understand where you're going in terms of spending the money. But the Riders did go out in free agency and pay Marcus Hardrick and some other guys to come out here, like Malik Carney, who's playing very well.
Fair enough, he got hurt. All I'm saying is you sign those guys for 20, 30 grand more, you sell that in jerseys, and you get that back so quick, man.
But it's not easy. It's not just as easy as saying, well, you sign him for 20 or 30 grand more, because realistically, with all due respect, Nathan Rourke wasn't coming here. Matthew Betts wasn't coming here. Austin Mack wasn't coming here.
Nathan Rourke, okay, I'll give you that one. Okay, well, let's move on to the game. And so I get we signed O.J. Ouellette, big free agent signing, awesome, loved him, great guy, eats raw meat, all that stuff. That's awesome. But then
raw meat
is a totally different backup than the running back Ouellette is. So why wouldn't we sign a running back who runs similar style to Ouellette to be the backup?
Who would your example be?
Wow. I mean, there's 1 million down in the States. There's 2,000 running backs come out of there every year. There's got to be some dude that's got a
But Wes,
skill,
hold
right?
up. Let my man Wes get in on this.
Yeah.
They're not proven, though.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And if you have A.J. Ouellette, you want a change of pace back. It's very rare that one year you're going to find two running backs that run similar. As a matter of fact, I don't know if that even exists in history. Everybody's got a little bit something different to their game.
You want that thunder and lightning,
Yeah,
you know?
you want a little change of pace because that throws defenses off. At the end of the day, even if you got two big
If
backs
they're both
or two
playing
small
at the same
backs.
time, I'm on your page there, yeah? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
and,
I get you.
And last thing, and I'll let you guys go because I've loved the debate. It's been awesome. Do our receivers need to squeeze the ball a little more tighter? Is some of that on them tonight? Because I feel like we're dropping a few balls we should be catching.
I would agree. Sean Bain Jr. needs to catch a football more consistently.
Considering he's their main, he came into the season as their go-to guy, so he needs to be their most reliable receiver. He needs to have the best hands on the squad just based off of the way they lean on him and the way they feature him in the offense. But at the same time, receiver is a lot harder than people realize. You're running one way, the ball's coming a different one at a very fast velocity. Sometimes you're not going to catch them all, simple as that. But, yes, you get paid to go out there and catch them, so you need to make those plays, especially the important ones.
Darren, man, enjoyed it. We disagreed on your first point. We kind of met in the middle on the second one, and the last one we agreed. So
Yeah.
all in good fun.
Well, I enjoyed the debate. Thanks, and have a great night, you guys.
You too, Darren. Thanks for calling. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound Hotline. Randy in Regina, what did you think of the 59th edition of the Labor Day Classic?
Well, we got a little issues there. What do you guys think, or what?
Said
Where
a
would
little
you
what?
Start?
Come again? What was that?
Where would you guys start here?
Where are we starting?
There's a couple of key plays, I think, to me that stand out. The Nick Dembski touchdown on a coverage bust.
Yeah.
And Mario Alford giving away a touchdown.
In Regina, we know they're going to throw the long bombs, and they did it to us twice today again. They know that. Dembski's going to, give Claros time. He's going to throw long bombs, and he did say it again. It's killed us.
And you're seeing it live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. If you're on your browser, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. The full highlights running. You can see Wes and I live in color as well. But your point is well taken, Randy. There were a lot of deep shots, especially when Zach Collaros was in the game, that were being hit. But the one that stands out most to me is that Nick Dembski touchdown, where there's a complete coverage bust. Do you have any other points, Randy?
We're not looking good. We're in trouble this year, is all I'm going to say.
All right, man. Short and sweet. We appreciate the call, Randy.
You know what I didn't like about that Dembski catch? The fact that the Riders came out in the same defense the next series and got hit again, right in the same spot. I'm like, bro, how you going to sit back in the same coverage and let Collaros gas you again? Like, what are we doing out here? Come on now.
I think without knowing the defensive call,
yeah,
there was something going on with Nelson Lacombo there.
Okay.
Because I know what you're talking about. Ontario Wilson, a skinny post route down the middle of the field, hit a deep shot, and Lacombe wasn't there. Now, I don't know the call, but it felt like the same thing on Dembski as well. Without knowing the call, that's what it seemed like to me. So if you want to talk to us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. Stick with us on the other side. More of your calls and text messages. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Hit the subscribe button, won't you? And the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for two to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go along with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
For all the work you do on your farm and all the hours you put into your equipment, you need the best ag tires around. Get them at your local Integra tire dealer in Assiniboia and Grenfell. They have tires for everything that moves around your farm. Tractors, augers, sprayers, combines, swathers, balers, grain carts, semis, grain trucks. You name it, they have it. If it moves, they have tires for it. For all your rubber requirements on the farm, see the boys at your locally owned Integra tire stores in Assiniboia and Grenfell. Truly local.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall in a tight one in the 59th Labor Day Classic, 35-33 to the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline with your calls. And we go out to Cam from Craik. I hope I'm saying that right. Correct me, Cam, if I'm wrong. Is that right?
Yeah, Cam and Craik here. Yeah, you bet.
Awesome, dude. What did you think of the 59th Labor Day Classic?
Oh, I listened to her from the combine. I really like actually the new, all the new radio voices and everything, and you guys doing the post-game show. I like it a lot better than last year.
Be honest, sure, Cam. We like feedback, so you can be honest. Don't hesitate.
No, I called in last year. I usually call in about once a year, and I like what you guys are doing this year, and I think that's all good.
Cam, what are you combining out there before we talk about the game?
I'm doing some wheat here at the moment.
All right. How's the crop?
It's going
decent yield or what?
It's going all right. Yeah, it's going okay. No complaints here, actually. Yeah. That's for sure.
Right on.
There we go.
But with the game there, I don't know where to really start. It seems like this Rider team keeps finding ways to lose every single game. So I'm not going to be one of these guys that calls in and blames the command center. You'll probably get about 12 more of those calls tonight. So I think it's simply losers finding ways to lose. I think personally.
Whoa! Why do you think that? Because they started the season so well.
That's great, and I think that maybe there was a bit of a new coach bump there, and I think he did have them going out of training camp, and things looked really good to start there. But I think they maybe come back down to earth a little bit on that, and we got a 38-year-old, somewhat banged up. Maybe he's fully healthy, maybe he's not. Quarterback now, and I don't know how many CFL teams are going to win a Grey Cup with a 40-year-old quarterback.
I'm kind of with you, Cam. I feel like you can kind of learn to be a loser in a season, because sometimes you get into situations and you kind of start thinking, oh, it's happening again, and you start kind of talking yourself into kind of accepting your fate and not making your own fate. So I feel like these Riders are playing close games and staying in it, but they're not finishing. They don't have that killer instinct. Like, we need some of that Jordan. You know what I mean? Save the last dance. Screw you guys. Yeah. We're winning this type of mentality. You know what I mean?
You bring this up, Cam, and it's very interesting when you think of Corey Mace, because for his entire career, he's been a part of winners, right? Yeah. Calgary Stampeders as a player, then as a coach, then with the Toronto Argonauts, wins a Grey Cup in 2022. In 2023, they go 16-2. So this is much different territory for him. I think he's handled this well from the outside, but it's definitely something that he really hasn't had to deal with, a losing streak this long. I'd have to look it up, but it doesn't seem like that's something that he would have had to deal with. So you make a decent point, Cam, when you bring this up.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's like, there must be a script, I guess, for Rider coaches after losses, when the first thing they need to say is, I'm proud of the guys. I really thought when Dickey was gone last year, I'd never have to hear that word again, was I'm proud of the guys. And what do we get tonight? First thing out of the gate, how he's proud of the guys, which I guess you got to say something to the media, but I don't know. And Luke made a point about that too, about the whole cliche thing after losses, and I did agree with Luke on that. And obviously the players, they got to just answer the media's questions a certain way. I understand that, but it seems like the I'm proud of the guys thing is I'm losing on that one a little bit.
That's fair, Cam. Anything else you want to get in quick before we let you go?
It's all good. Hopefully the Banjo Bowl will go a little better, and hopefully the crops keep coming in good too.
Indeed, man. We hope the same for you out in the fields. And if there's more farmers out there on the combine, feel free to call us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free 1-866-767-0620. Let's go to Ryan in Regina. I'm going to guess, Ryan, you're not on a combine, but what did you think of the 59th Labor Day Classic?
Dude, you're right. I'm not combined, and I appreciate that last caller, but he seems a little. No offense, but a little young in the ways to know that the Riders will always crush your heart. So don't get too upset right now, because in 5 years from now we'll break.
Always? What do you mean always?
Dude, I've been around for enough times when you just think that they're close enough, we're only 7 yards short. And that's one of my biggest points. I'll get to Lawson right away. But your very first caller, he flew in from Notre Dame. He came into the Labor Day game. He said, what a great weekend. That's the best thing I found about this weekend. No matter what was going on, my kids had fun. We went to signings. We met Coach Mace. Like, everything that we could do this weekend, the electricity, the crowds, yelling at Bomber fans, riding the buses. It's just such a good weekend in the city, and you can just feel the electricity. And if no matter, even if, like,
it was a good, great weekend.
Yeah, we lost.
I will agree with you, Ryan, just 1 second here, because being an outsider, I felt embraced from Rider Nation, and coming to Saskatchewan for my first Labor Day Classic, I just want to say this, that the feeling around here is absolutely special.
So good.
And Rider Nation, full credit to them. I don't think they're going to let a loss put a damper on the weekend. And from what I've seen from Rider Nation, it's unbelievable. It's like the entire province gathers here on game day, not just for the Labor Day Classic. And yes, it was the largest announced attendance in new Mosaic Stadium history, but it is just incredible to see. You know, I'm a guy close to the Toronto Argonauts, and yes, the Hamilton Tiger Cats do well sometimes, but that building ain't full very often. So it is amazing, and I love your attitude there, Ryan, where, you know, it's about community. It's about people coming together that, despite the result, the weekend's not ruined.
That's right, and you feel it, and you feel it next year and the year after that, and I felt it 10 years ago and 15 years ago. I remember great Labor Day games. You guys talked about 2007 Trey Joseph. I was there at that game. It was just like good memories. But in saying that, you know, like, we have a great weekend. I didn't go to the game. I listened to you guys. I laid my paving stones after a year and a half, so it looks really, really, really good. Just a shout out to myself. Just real
nice. Well done.
Okay.
DIY.
Getting that long weekend housework done. I got you.
You sweat it out and you listen to you guys on 620, man.
That's right, man. On the Combine DIY projects, just tune us in.
Hey. That's just how we do it. So, okay, very first time I called you guys was at the beginning of the year. Brett Lofter made the field goal. It was great. Second time I called you, he missed a couple. I was like, oh, this guy sucks. Now I'm going to call you and say, you know what? He was on it. That last goal, that 60 yards is a tough one to make. No one should be upset with him.
Yeah, no.
He made his 2 field goals today. It was dead on, straight. That's a tough call to make for any person in that kicking position. Let's not get down on him. He's going to make a great play at the end of the season. I'm calling it right now. It's going to make a good game for us. He's going to come out with the win. He's going to run into the crowd like he did a couple Labor Day games ago. He just ran into that crowd, arms up in the air. Don't get down, Brent.
Yeah, he's got some epic parties. Honestly, I was sitting there saying, if he makes this, I'm going to stop talking bad about Brett. I promise. And then they moved the ball back 4 yards. And then they moved it back another 3 yards. And I was like, oh, nah, he ain't making this.
It's so weird. If people were watching on TV, there were 8 people were around their TV with their, like, chewing their fingernails. I was outside with my radio. I stopped what I was doing. I was, like, around the radio just thinking, come on. But in the back of my head, like, that's pretty long. It's no Dave Ridgway. It's no Paul McCallum. But he is Brent Lofter. So let's go, buddy. I got your back. Let's go, Riders.
There we go.
Awesome call, Ryan. You can call in anytime, man. Have a great night.
I do. Cheers, bud.
If you want to talk to us on the Echo Sound hotline like Ryan or the rest of the callers, 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. More of your calls, and we'll try to get some text messages in on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Be a friend, tell a friend about that, and hit that red button below to get all the goodies from 620 CKRM and the Sports Cage. And, of course, we're on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
You know something? It's like selling a 6-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Built in a garage, it's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online, wood-country.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
Attention farmers, get ready to meet your #1 canola seed. DeKalb is hitting the field with their strongest canola lineup ever. Their high-yielding, straight-cut plus hybrids come standard with club root resistance and are designed to deliver a faster, smoother harvest. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get DeKalb in your winning lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at SportsCage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall 35-33 to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the 59th Labor Day Classic. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline, but we are in segment 4, so that is brought to you by Arcola Co-op. You're at home here on Highway 13 in Arcola. Jeffrey in Regina, what did you think of this edition of the Labor Day Classic?
It was a tough one tonight for sure. Honestly, one of the points I'd like to bring up, Mario Alford, giving up that touchdown really hurt us, I thought.
That changed the whole energy of the game, I felt like.
Yeah.
It was 14-7, and the Riders were about to get the ball back.
Yeah, and then another point is I saw we signed a running back this week. I was surprised he wasn't on the depth chart there.
Yeah, it's hard to learn offense in a week.
Yeah.
He'd only been in there for a couple situations, and then if he's not on special teams, there's no point wasting a roster spot for a guy who's just going to stand there and watch, basically. Maybe get in for a few plays. He's not – I don't know, unless he's like a 4-2 guy. I don't think you're really rushing to get him on the roster like that.
Sir Roderick Thompson Jr., the guy's an American rookie too, right? He's got to get time to pick up the CFL. There's so many nuances, as Wes can speak to as an American who came up here and assimilated to the CFL game.
It takes a whole season to get used to this stuff.
And if you're watching live on our YouTube channel, you can see what Jeffrey was talking about, the Mario Alford blunder, I guess we'll call it, that led directly to a touchdown. And, I feel like low-key, we talked about the end of the football game and the battle and the respotting multiple times on the pass interference penalty, but that blunder was massive.
It was huge.
It was 14-7 for the Riders. It really felt like they were in control of the football game. The offense was going, and then all of a sudden you just give up 7 points out of thin air. That cannot happen.
Like, the ball took a weird kick, but he just was a little too nonchalant about how he reached up and grabbed for it. If you see something like that, just keep your hands off of it. Most punt returners, they'll just let it go and then kind of wait and try to maybe get a no yards, kind of wait and bait some guys into breaking that 5-yard halo. But even more so, and I remember talking about it with the fans I was around, that single he took on the kickoff where in the back of the end zone, I really thought he could have played it out, left it alone, and maybe it would have rolled out the back, because that one point came down to bite him at the end when they were down 8 instead of being down 7 off of that single that he gave up early in the game. But that was a big single, because had that not happened, the Riders could have kicked the field goal or kicked the extra point to tie as opposed to going for 2 at the end there. So I thought Mario didn't have his best day. I'm a huge fan of Mario Alford, and I will not – yeah, he's a great player, one of the best returners to play in this league, definitely in recent history. But he didn't play his best game today. He didn't seem focused.
I think I might have been wrong. I think it was maybe tied 14-14, but nonetheless, it just took all the momentum away from the Riders and gave it to the Bombers. And to me, what stuck out was the lack of hustle to try to get the football back.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like he was trying to act like he didn't touch the ball.
Yeah.
But it's so clear to everybody in the building, over 33,000 people, that he touched the football, and he's kind of like not diving for it. Like, I'm not saying he let Noah Hallett pick it up for a touchdown, but it kind of seemed that way.
Well, he knew he was out of the play because it took a wicked bounce, and then he kind of looked back and realized that he was in no position to get there first, so he kind of tried to maybe I can act. Maybe I can act to the ref, and maybe he'll call something, but they would have replayed it and known he touched it. So, yeah, he just was just a little too nonchalant.
Even if you think you didn't touch it. Like on defense when they get a fumble or they think it's a fumble or a pick, they take it all the way back to the end zone just in case, like on that play, the ball is live, dude. The whistle hasn't blown yet. You got to go after that football. To me, that was one of the major turning points of this football game because you essentially gave 7 points away, right? The defense wasn't even on the field to try to stop it.
Yeah. I don't know. You kind of got to play that cool because he knew he wasn't going to get there first. He maybe could have tried to sneak in there and get it, but I'm like,
you never know. Dive, punch it forward, let somebody else get it.
I didn't touch it. Ref, you ain't see me touch it, did you? Everybody in the stadium was like, yeah, you touched it.
Sorry, Jeffrey. You got any other thoughts on the game?
No, honestly, it was just a tough one, and like I said, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, but hopefully we can win next week, honestly, guys. And thanks for answering my call and questions and comments again, guys.
You bet, man. Enjoy Labor Day weekend. Thanks for calling.
Yep, bye-bye. Thanks.
Let's go to Jason in Regina. Are you with us on Mario Alford? Did he lack hustle on that punt return blunder, we'll call it?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
We got you.
Sorry, I was getting a little bit of a cross whatever. Anyways, my call is going to be short, sweet, to the point. I'm really disgusted with these guys right now. We're just, every week, we're finding a different way to lose. Some way, somehow. Somebody, Lowther misses 4 field goals a couple of weeks ago. Alford makes that mistake today. I've got no faith and no belief left in this team. I'm usually the most supportive of Rider fans, but I've got no faith or belief left in this team anymore. We need a bunch of dogs in that locker room. But instead of pit bulls and Rottweilers, we got a bunch of Chihuahuas and toy poodles. They're all talking the same message. They're all barking, no bite. They're a joke. I don't expect them to win next week because we almost never win the Banjo Bowl. I expect Calgary to sweep Edmonton in their Labor Day home and home. So a week from today, we're going to be sitting in 4th place looking up. And there's not going to be a crossover this year. We'll be lucky to make the playoffs.
I'll enlighten you. The Banjo Bowl record, there have been 19 editions of it, and the Bombers are 12-7 in those games. So the Riders have won 7 of them.
Provocative statements.
You can't just say they're going to lose.
Provocative statements, Jason. You're coming in hot with that stuff. I was in 5 Banjo Bowls. We won 3 out of 2. Or 3. We went 3 and 2 when I was playing.
You got a winning percentage.
Yeah.
Over 500. That's legit.
Yeah, I'm 60%. So calm that down, Jay. Relax. No, but what else you got for us? You didn't already came with some
I've got no belief left anymore.
All right, we'll see if the Riders can prove you wrong in the Banjo Bowl.
They're playing some good football. They're not getting blown out, Jay. Come on, you can't be that dejected. You can't be that disappointed with
one win to show for the last 2 months. Last 8 games.
A tie. You forgot about the tie.
That's all I got, guys.
Thanks, Jason. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. If you want to get in and talk to me or Wes, 306-936-6262. Eric in Toronto, all the way out in Ontario. My man, following me to Saskatchewan. What did you think of the Labor Day Classic?
Well, just like the last caller, I'm totally disgusted, and I hope that people will be bringing this up a little bit more there. I think Ryan said a little bit earlier on that he thinks maybe in the next 5 years we'll have a championship. That's really disgusting. I got to tell you, I basically have a on-road season ticket when they come out east. Hamilton, Toronto, Montreal, Hamilton, Ottawa. I'm there, and I was there again this year, and I'm totally disgusted of what's going on. You guys had a quote that was really interesting a few minutes ago. I think Wes said that you learn to be a losing season. That's the problem with the Riders. Rider Nation deserves better. Rider fans from across the world, you guys love it when you have calls from Australia, whatever, or Toronto, but we deserve better. 4 Grey Cups in 100 years. Do you imagine that? That is unacceptable. No championship over 10 years. That is unacceptable. Let's be real and stop complaining about the players, the QBs, the referees, the command center, and the new coaches. Oh, by the way, Montreal turned it around with a new owner, new coach, new QB, and won the Grey Cup last year. What else do you want? What's the problem? Well, maybe it's because we settle for average. The last caller, and Ryan just said it. We don't demand for more. Rider Nation deserves more, but we settle for a Grey Cup every 25 years. And so, the direction, the board of directors, have no pressure to offer a better team. Seriously, look at the stats. 4 Grey Cups in 100 years. The worst in all the CFL. A private owner would never settle for this. If you want more, you need to demand more. The only way to do this is with our interest. So I'm happy about the last call. I hope we get more of this with our interest in our dollars. Stop going to the games. Stop buying merchandise. When the board of directors see the sales going down, they will wake up and act. But until Rider Nation buys with an average team, the organization will never act.
Eric, I appreciate the passion, but I don't think that you can say. I appreciate
deal ever.
Eric, I appreciate the passion, but I don't think you can say that the Riders settle for not winning.
I was trying to let him finish. There's a bit of asterisk to that because there wasn't even a salary cap until 07. So you're talking about unfair salary or disposable money for most of those those big market teams. The Riders have always been a publicly owned team, never really had the money to pay guys the same as like the Torontos, the Vancouvers, the Calgarys. Now, since 07, which we won a Grey Cup, the first year there was a salary cap. The Riders won a Grey Cup, came back 6 years later, won another one, if my math's right. Yeah. 6 years.
2013.
And we've been in the playoffs most years since then. So relax a little bit. And it's not just about – it's about enjoying the atmosphere and all this don't buy tickets and don't buy jerseys. Relax. Easy, man. It's still a great – they still put on a great show. The Riders are doing what they can for this community. This community supports the team, and the team supports the community. The things that happen around Saskatchewan based on the Riders is bigger than wins and losses. So let's ease up just a little bit.
Yeah, I just don't have any time for saying that the Riders, anybody in the organization, settles for not winning.
No,
okay?
Everybody wants to win.
You talk to Corey Mace, Trevor Harris, Jeremy O'Day, Craig Reynolds, anybody on the board, anybody in the business office, they want to win, and these people work hard. I think we need to realize that this is professional sports, and I feel like I've said this multiple times throughout the winless streak, but the teams on the other side get paid too. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers don't just want to come in here during the Labor Day Classic and lay down and give the Riders a win. That's not what is going to happen, and I think Corey Mace and his staff do demand excellence, and these players, by what they have said publicly, and I think their actions speak even louder than words, demand excellence themselves. They have never say, die kind of attitudes this season. Look at this game, right? Mm-hmm. You could have been like, this is over. Down 8. We're not going to put a drive together here. What do? Trevor Harris goes down the field. They don't even get the 2-point convert. There's a whole bunch of, Riders fans leaving the stadium, but they recover the onside kick. Brett Lawler pooches it up there, and he's got a chance to win the football game. So I don't think the Riders settle. Let's just be careful with our absolutes. That is something that I think, especially during this losing streak, has come up a lot of times with Rider Nation. There's no absolutes here. This franchise, this organization, they want to win as bad as anybody else out there. Let's go to Derek driving on Highway 11. What did you think of the 59th Labor Day Classic?
We had a great time. I'm here with my brothers. We had an awesome time, as usual, at the Labor Day. One question for you and then one comment. Question, you're in your awesome pregame show. Are you aware that there's about 2 or 3 times today that your interviews with individuals didn't get out to the audience?
Yeah, that was off the top.
Yeah, we picked.
We'll get
that
it fixed.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Yep.
Thank you for letting us know, though.
Yeah. So, comment. We're talking about players. Alford missing. Missing the ball there on the punt and touchdown, but really the game is also won and lost with the coaches. And today there was a win advantage. The Riders won the toss at the beginning of the game. Winnipeg chose the ball. We had a chance then to choose the side of the field, and we chose the wind in the first quarter and did not have the wind in the second quarter. In the second half, because we deferred, we had the choice. We chose the ball and not the wind. So in a game where it comes down to very, very close plays, and it came down to a field goal today, and maybe if we had the wind with us, maybe it would have been a bit of a closer field goal, but
it's easy to say, though. I think the win was minimal, and you probably in that situation would rather have the possession.
Yeah, the win wasn't as much of a factor as getting the ball to start off the second half, especially considering they were down. So I understand where you're coming from, but believe me, I've been out there. That win wasn't really making a difference to where you would give up a possession to have the win last, and then if you get the ball first, you usually take the win.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'll disagree. No, that's good.
No, fair enough.
All right. Thanks, Derek. Safe travels home. Appreciate you calling. If you want to get in on the Echo Sound hotline, dial us up 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel with all kinds of highlights. Full credit to the crew behind the scenes working their tails off to get those out to you. So make sure you tune in to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Be a friend, tell a friend, hit that subscribe button. And, of course, we're on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the red zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 is 28% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at SportsCage.com.
You heard the man. If you want to get in on the action on the Echo Sound hotline, hit us up. And the Echo Sound hotline is brought to you by SaskTel, your authorized dealer in Fort Qu'Appelle. The newest cell phone today. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Let's go out to the Echo Sound hotline. The callers rolling in from all over the place. Daryl in Swift Current. What did you think of the 59th Labor Day Classic, Daryl?
Oh, got over the disappointment a little bit by now, but what I was wondering about was challenges. Over the last few years, I was wondering, do we still have the same person up in the booth that's telling the coach whether to make a challenge or not? Or
I think usually you do. You have a couple of coaches. It's all about how quick the replay gets played as well. That factors in a bit, but you do need some coaches trying to watch I've always thought that a home team should play the replay like as quick as they possibly can.
Yeah,
just so
on the big screen.
Yeah, just so the coach can get eyes on it and all the coaches can see, so you can kind of make a concerted effort to say, yeah, let's go ahead and challenge that. But there are guys in the booth that maybe have a little better view of like the TV version or whatever the case may be, and they'll say, yeah, go ahead and throw the flag because we think it's worth challenging. But sometimes if it's splitting hairs, they're like, I don't know if they're going to get that. So then you kind of try to save it for something a little more obvious.
Right. Well, the reason I'm tonight with we got the penalty on Caleros for roughing the passer, there's no way that I thought by watching that replay a few times that was pass interference. And I just couldn't see what we could lose by challenging that play.
It was the shoulder coming in as he was throwing. It was like a little
extra. He's talking about the pass interference, though. And I agree. The pass interference call
on the same play
was non-existent because they had two penalties that were enforced on the same play.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I didn't think. What I thought was maybe there was a little jersey pull as the receiver was going up that we didn't quite see in the replay that made the ref call
and the thing is, if we had nothing to lose, you challenge that play. Yeah. You win the challenge. They get the 15-yard penalty, and a first down. Caleros is out of the game. Straveler's in. You don't challenge. They had a first down at the 1-yard line with Straveler. Guaranteed touchdown. So
yeah, that would have been a good time to use it.
That's a fair point. I think that would have been an interesting one for the command center in the sense that there was two penalties on that play.
Yeah.
But they both were enforced, so I think your point is well taken that it could have been in hindsight, but usually you want to save it for much bigger plays. And Corey Mace probably thinking, well, my defense held them 3 times last week against Toronto on the goal line.
I'm not against Chris Straveler, though. You're dreaming. I don't know if he's ever been stopped.
Yeah. No, it'd have been much better to just have that roughing the passer and have him back at the 35, wherever they would have ended up, as opposed to on the 1, right? Yeah, no, good point. Good point.
All right, that's all I have to say. And like I said, I feel a little bit bad for the guys that are phoning in with their tremendous frustrations because I'm 66 years old. I've been a fan of that team and we've experienced that we're back to the old Bob Hughes days. We snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory. So it's a little hard to take, and I understand people's tremendous frustration. Like 4 Grey Cups in 100 years, it seems unbelievable. So,
thanks for the call, Daryl. Have a nice night.
All righty. Yeah, take care. Bye.
Let's go out on the Echo Sound hotline to Ken in Kelowna. What did you think of the Labor Day Classic between the Bombers and Riders?
Hi there. Yeah, I was actually at the game. The reason I think we lost is special teams. We get outplayed again, and I think we need to shake some stuff up there. I think Alfred needs to be somewhere else right now, regroup. Too many drop passes. We drop passes at the worst possible time sometimes, and that can kill a drive. Red zone is too poor, like, especially the first half, even beginning of third quarter. We probably ended up 400 and some yards offense, but we moved between the 20s pretty well. But if we get down there and we seem to have that play, I can is pull my hair out where they run for 2 yards, and then now we got to be 100% from there on in, and it's not good enough. And the last one was the old line. We've got so many injuries right now. I think I don't know what, the third quarter, I think Johnson came in, right, and that hurt our defensive line too. He did a great, I can't on how he does that, but he did. Like, he hung in there, considering we had, I don't even want to guess how many old line, we like a dozen or 14 guys now hurt. But so that's the first thing. Now the second thing I want to say about is we talk about Claros. Now, if Claros is hurt, if he got a concussion, which it sounded like they said he had a concussion, right, or a concussion protocol. Well, the protocol is you can't come back in 7 days. 7 days, they got to retest you. So that means he should not be playing next week under no circumstances. If he went out on a concussion protocol, CFL better make sure he's not playing next week, because it's by the rules, it's 7 days. 7 days, they recheck him, and if he passes, then he can play. Well, the game's in 6 days. So that's one thing. Another thing I noticed at the game, O'Shea, he's always in the ref's ear. Like, I was on that side, unfortunately, and I'm just watching this guy constantly talking to the refs, constantly. During a play, he's always, half the time he's on the field, which he shouldn't be. And that's so many penalties right when they're by the bench. Like, he's always in their ear. Drove me nuts. Final thing I gotta say. I've watched a lot of sports in my days. Winnipeg fans, to me, are the worst fans in all of sports. Baseball, football, hockey, all of it. They're the most annoying, the most rude, and probably the ugliest fans I've seen. Like, they're just...
Shots fired.
You know what I mean? Like, so annoying. Like, I've been to BC, Calgary. I've been a lot of places. And they know you have fun with the fans. These guys are just plain ass annoying. Like, and they're coming to our stadium, and I don't know. Like, back in the old days, I bet you there wouldn't fist fights. But nowadays, everybody's more polite. But I'm telling you, it's so annoying. Like, next year, I will not be sitting on the sunny side, like, because they're all on that side, like a bunch of marmots. But, like, I'm going to be on the other side of the stadium because they're so annoying. Like, they're rude. We're at a hotel here at the Delta. They're just annoying people. And I hate the point that they are. They're annoying. And I don't care who wins the Grey Cup, but I hope it's not them.
I ain't gonna lie, and I thought I saw on social media that there actually was a fist fight at one point. But I remember when me and Darien Durant, when me and Doubles, we roomed together for a little while, and we were in Winnipeg, and the fans called the hotel and kept asking for our room until about 2 a.m. till we were like, we called down to the front desk like, do y'all not realize that these are fans trying to call us? Like, stop, like, no more calls to our room. Like, it was a later game, so it wasn't like we were really losing sleep, but it was just like, come on.
I'm surprised they even knew how to call, but maybe somebody taught them how to. Anyway, that's my comments for tonight.
Thanks for the call, Ken. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. Peter in Montreal, what did you think of the 59th Labor Day Classic?
Hi, I thought it was a fantastic game. I sat on the edge of my seat for the whole game. I thought they played really well. Waited a little too long to put the pedal to the metal, but all in all, I was really happy with the game.
Well,
Any
are
other
you a
thoughts?
Rider fan or are you a Bomber fan? Just to
I'll be honest, I'm an Alouettes fan first, but a Riders fan second. So
all right.
I've been a Riders fan for a long, long time. So I love watching them play. And as much as people say, they haven't won Grey Cups, the times they've been there, they've been exciting. And it's a good team to watch. I enjoy watching it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Peter.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Level-headed take. You too. Have a great night. Man, we need more of that.
Right.
On the Echo Sound hotline. All right. A couple more text messages on the other side. We'll actually read some before the end of the night is done, I promise. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel, which has highlights going on. If you want to check it out and see Wes and I live in color, go to youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Be a friend, tell a friend, and hit that subscribe button. It don't take much to get all the goods from 620 CKRM and the Sports Cage. And we're also on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. You know what's dumb? Not knowing if eggs are fruits or vegetables. Know what's smart? Regal aluminum railings on your deck from Wood Country. These babies come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, shop online, wood-country.com.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
You don't win championships by accident. The team that wins it all in November will be the team that develops the best game plan. That game plan will be built on solid fundamentals and proven protection techniques that work. Good habits are an absolute must. Any mistakes will be quickly corrected and overcome. And showing up unprepared will not be tolerated. Don't leave your retirement plan to chance. Call Brian Golly at Smart Investing Solutions and build an investment plan you can rely on. 546-2533.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Let's go to the Echo Sound hotline for a couple text messages. Taylor from Regina said, I just have a question. Does Zach Collaros have a concussion, and will he be held back in the Banjo Bowl? They said he went into concussion protocol, but you'll have to keep it tuned to the Sports Cage and sportscage.com to see if indeed he will play in the Banjo Bowl. Thanks for that text message coming in. Grant from Canwood said, well, here we go again. One or two crucial plays kills the Riders, which indeed is true during this winless streak that goes all the way back to July 19th. Fumble, too long passes on possible missed coverages. And he says the TSN website is horrible. No play updates, impossible to follow a game on the site. Well, Grant, I got an idea for you. Check us out on the live stream. Listen to Dave, Luc, and Darien Durant tonight was in there for a 3-man booth. And check us out on the SportsCage YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com.
Dave hits us off with all the stats right in the
man.
that first hour after the game. So you got to tune in early.
And if you want to get a chance to win Riders tickets to their next home game, get in on the Pick the Score weekly contest on 620 CKRM. There's a winner every Friday, sponsored by SaskTel. Pick the score with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. All right, you know what's up next, Wes? Banjo Bowl. For the uninitiated out there, there have been 19 editions of the Banjo Bowl. The Bombers have won 12. The Riders have won 7. You've won 3 of those personally yourself. You have a winning record in the Banjo Bowl. So who's to say the Riders can't win out there in Winnipeg? What are your thoughts on that one?
I think they can go get one for sure. I mean, there's it's been close. It's been back and forth, and I think the Bombers are probably primed to lose one at home. They've been playing some good football, but the Riders are right there with them. You look at the stats. You talking about if somebody would have told me Zach Caleros threw for barely over 200 yards and Brady Oliveira didn't even hit 50, I'd have been like, oh, the Riders crushed them.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a couple mishaps here and there that made it closer than it should have been. And then, yeah, it came down to basically an unmakeable kick, really. I guess our caller was right. Maybe the wind would have helped it 3 more yards. I don't know. Anyway, but at the end of the day, the Riders are right there. I think as long as they can get out of this little slump that they're in, and I know they're not going to lose out for the rest of the year, but they do need to start keeping pace because the rest of the West is winning games, and the Riders need to get back on track. So next week is a great week to do it because you definitely don't want to give it up, and they can still get the no. I guess they lost the basically the tiebreaker.
Not yet.
No.
That would be decided in the Banjo Bowl.
Yeah. All right. There we go.
There could be a point differential.
Yeah.
Let me just check that real quick. Well, they would actually be ahead by 8 points in the point differential right now.
Okay.
But I mean, essentially, it's going to be decided in the Banjo Bowl for the season series. I think a couple takeaways from me. Do the Riders need to win a game? Yes. Haven't won since July 19th. Do they need to get better and clean some things up? Yes. Do they need to play a full 60 minutes, as the cliche goes? Yes. But they still hold their fate in their hands. They can get first place in the West Division and the bye that comes with it. And the team has been right there outside of the Edmonton game where Trey Ford started and brought a bunch of energy to the Elks team, and they dropped, I think it was 42 points on this defense. Every other game in this stretch, what were you going to say?
Even then, they were in it until about 7 minutes left. And then,
Every other game in the stretch has been decided by 1 score or less. And I think it's actually 4 points or less, if memory serves. So it's been some tight football games. The Riders need to make those critical plays and avoid those errors that have cost them games in this winless stretch. For Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Darien Durant, who was in the booth and on the set pregame, Wes Cates, Justin Dunk. I want to give a shout-out to our crew, Katrina, Matthew, Joel, Ryan, and Rylan, as well as our producer, Dave Roberts, and all of the people at Harvard Media that make this broadcast possible from a week-in, week-out basis during the 2024 season. My first with the organization. Very excited for what's to come moving forward as we get better at this YouTube thing. So go there, youtube.com/@sportscage.com for the broadcasts. On the home games, we might have a special one coming your way for the Banjo Bowl. Stay tuned for that, and make sure you're listening to the Sports Cage as well from 3 to 6 on weekdays. Tomorrow there's a special edition with Barney Shinkruk, 3 to 5 p.m. on 620 CKRM. That does it for the 59th edition of the Labor Day Classic from Mosaic Stadium. The Riders drop a heartbreaker 35-33 to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sunrise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience.